Chapter 175. He looked as if he couldn't think it through. Xiaolian thought for a moment. Actually, this isn't a big deal. He tried to enlighten her. It's not a big deal. Mu Qing laughed coldly and said, I was indeed right. Was it interesting? Did you enjoy watching me perform? To be frank, tear off the fake skin and pull out the real skin. Nanfeng no. Feng Xian also had an awkward expression on his face. But he really couldn't bear to listen to him anymore. What kind of tone is that? Mu Qing's face was pale and his skin was thin. When his blood and qi surged, it was very dazzling. His whole face turned red. He suddenly turned his head and said, What kind of tone is that? Don't forget that you're also one of the jokes. You've been entertaining him for so long without any complaints. I'm not as careless as you. Xiaolian replied. I'm not here to watch you guys make a fool of yourselves. Feng Xian also said, Don't think others are as petty as you. His Highness the Crown Prince still wanted to help you after you were sent to prison. Mu Qing said, then I really have to thank you. But isn't it your son's fault that I'm in prison? What? You want to fight? You dare to live, but you don't dare to talk about it. He mentioned his son. Feng Xian really wanted to beat him to death, but unfortunately, the three of them were all wrapped up in the spider silk and unable to move. They had completely lost their poise, so they could only curse at each other. Feng Xian was so angry that his neck turned red. Xiaolian was afraid that once he got agitated, he would start cursing at the martial god. With great difficulty, she twisted her body and rolled to Mu Qing's side. Mu Qing, can you see if you can turn around a little? Mu Qing stopped cursing and took a deep breath. What are you trying to do? Xiaolian said, Feng Xian is too far away from me, so I can't roll over. Since these spider webs can be torn open with my teeth, I'll try to see if I can untie your hands first. Mu Qing glared at him for a long time. His face suddenly turned cold. He looked at the sky like a dead fish and said, No need. Xiaolian helplessly said, I really want to help. Mu Qing said, Your Highness the Crown Prince's precious body, I cannot afford to trouble you. Feng Xian cursed, Fuck me. Why are you still making trouble at a time like this? Do you think he owes you anything now that he helped you? Mu Qing suddenly raised his head and said, Who needs his help? Xiaolian. Why do you always appear at this time? Xiaolian was slightly startled. He suddenly vaguely remembered that Mu Qing had asked him this question a long time ago. What was his answer then? He couldn't remember. He said, What's wrong with appearing at this time? Mu Qing lay back down and said, I don't need your help anyway. Xiaolian asked why? Sometimes you need someone else's help to get through it. Feng Xian said, Ignore him. He's so stubborn that he thinks he'll lose face if you help him. On the other side, Mu Qing and Feng Xian were pinching the necromancer butterfly that was emitting a faint silver light, as it leisurely flew around Xiaolian. He thought of something and immediately changed the topic. You guys stop arguing. It would be a joke if someone saw this. Someone will come looking for us later. Mu Qing said, This damned place has no response from the heavens or the earth. Who would come to save us? Before he could finish his sentence, he thought of someone and stopped himself. Feng Xian directly asked, Did the blood rain Tanhua come with you? Mu Qing suspiciously asked, You trust him that much? Will he come? Xiaolian said with certainty, He will come. Although Hua Cheng's behavior had been a bit strange along the way, to the point where he almost suspected that the person beside him was a fake Hua Cheng several times, his intuition told him that was impossible. Mu Qing then said, Even if he comes, can he find this hole? Feng Xian suggested, How about we roar a few more times? With more people we can roar louder. Xiaolian said, No need. We'll just sit, lie down and wait. Because there is a red line between me and Hua Cheng. Before he finished speaking, he saw Feng Xian and Mu Qing's faces twitch, as if a bug had crawled into their ears. Xiaolian said, What's with your expressions? Don't misunderstand, the red line I'm talking about isn't something exaggerated like the red line of fate. It's a magic weapon, nothing more. Only then did the two stop their twitching faces. Feng Xian said, Oh, so it's like that. Mu Qing asked, What kind of magic weapon is that? What's its use? Xiaolian said, It's quite useful. It's a red line that's tied to our hands. there's an invisible link between us. One person can follow this red line to find another person. As long as there's a breath left, the red line will never break. He hadn't finished speaking when the two people couldn't bear to listen anymore. They interrupted him. What's the difference between this and that red line of fate? They're basically the same thing. Xiaolian stared blankly and said, that can't be. It's not the same. Mu Qing said, think about it yourself, what's the difference? It's very similar, okay? Xiaolian carefully thought about it and discovered that it was true. The more he thought about the definition and use of this magic weapon, the more he felt that it was similar to the so-called red line of fate. Just when he felt that he couldn't think about it anymore, a voice came from above. Gidge, are you down there? Hearing this voice, Xiaolian's heart relaxed. He immediately raised his head and said, San Lang, I'm here. Then he lowered his head and said to the other two people at the bottom of the hole, you guys see I said he would find us. Seeing him beaming, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions became very subtle. Hua Cheng didn't poke his head out, but the three of them could hear his helpless voice. Gidge, I said, don't run around. What should we do now? Hearing his tone, Xiaolian was startled. Retracting his happy expression, he said, is this spider silk very troublesome? Even misfortune can't be cut off? He seemed to vaguely hear Hua Cheng say, the troublesome part isn't this silk. However, he wasn't sure if he said it or not. After a short while, Hua Cheng calmly said, right now misfortune's condition isn't very good. Xiaolian felt strange in his heart. Last time misfortune was still full of energy and vigor, so why wasn't his condition good now? To the side, Mu Qing snorted and said, you don't need to ask him. How could Scimitar misfortune's condition be bad? It's clear that he doesn't want to help find excuses. Xiaolian said, don't say that. In fact, he felt that it was more likely that misfortune had been taught a lesson, so Hua Cheng didn't allow it to come out. Just as he thought this, a black shadow flashed above them. In the next moment, a figure dressed in red silently landed next to Xiaolian. Bending down, the figure held his hand. Xiaolian focused his eyes and hurriedly said, San Lang, why did you jump down too? Be careful of those spider silk. Sure enough, white silk surged out from the bottom of the pit. Hua Cheng didn't even turn his head. He casually waved his hand, and hundreds of silver butterflies protected behind him. They formed a butterfly formation and tangled with the spider silk. Hua Cheng tore off the white silk binding Xiaolian. His left hand wrapped around Xiaolian's waist, and his right hand shook out a red umbrella. Let's go. When the other two saw that he had no intention of coming over to save them, they were both stunned. Didn't you guys forget something? Before Xiaolian could say anything, Hua Cheng turned around and said, oh, I forgot. After he finished speaking, the maiden's heart wrapped in layers of spider silk directly flew over and fell into his hands. Hua Cheng handed the sword to Xiaolian and said, Gidge, your sword? Forgot was actually this. Feng Xian and Mu Qing said, hey. Hua Cheng hugged Xiaolian even tighter. With a swing of his right hand, he opened the red umbrella and said, Gidge, hold on to me tightly. That umbrella actually carried the two of them up into the air. Xiaolian followed his words and tightly hugged him. They flew 2 meters above the ground. When he heard the two people below shouting, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, I won't forget. His right hand tossed out Wuxia. The white silk wrapped around the 2 large white cocoons at the bottom of the pit. In the air, Feng Xian said, wait. I still have something I left down there. Xiaolian shouted from above, what is it? Feng Xian said, a sword. It fell in the corner. Xiaolian looked down. Sure enough, he could faintly see a sword hilt in the corner of the white silk. Thus he had Wuxia stretch out a bit to wrap around the sword and bring it out. At this point, the 4 of them finally returned to the ground. Wuxia threw the 2 thick cocoons on the ground and immediately retracted back onto Xiaolian's wrist. It coiled itself up, as if it was frightened by the white silk that looked a bit like it, but much more ferocious and evil. It shivered in fear. Xiaolian comforted it while he cut off the spider silk on the 2 people. As soon as Feng Xian and Mu Qing could move, they immediately jumped up and madly pulled at the spider silk. Xiaolian handed the sword that Wuxia had brought up to the surface to Feng Xian. Lowering his head to take a look, He said in surprise, "This is Hongjing. Nanfeng, has your family's general fixed this sword?" He had said it without thinking, but after saying it he realized something was wrong. Right now, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were still in their Nanfeng and Fuyao forms. However, Xiaolian had accidentally forgotten that their identities had already been exposed, and was still subconsciously acting with them. Although his original intention was to be considerate, the effect of this consideration wasn't good at this moment. The two people were bewildered into silence. Feng Xian couldn't hide his expression. With an embarrassed expression, he transformed back into his original form and took the sword. He said, "I fixed it. After all, there are many ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It'll be more convenient to use it as a mirror." Xiaolian glanced at the culprit who had shattered the red mirror. He lightly coughed and said, "It must have been hard on you. After all, it had already been smashed into pieces, yet he was still able to fix it. It really wasn't easy." Mu Qing also transformed back into his original form. Patting off the spider silk on his sleeves, he said, "It's good that it's been fixed. After all, most demons and ghosts know how to disguise themselves. If you don't like to use your brain, you can always use a red mirror to look at yourself. That way you won't be tricked." Feng Xian wasn't happy. "Who are you secretly saying is brainless? Do you think I can't tell? Here it goes again." Xiaolian shook his head and said to Huacheng, "Sanlang, I ran too fast just now and left you behind. I'm sorry." Huacheng closed the umbrella and said, "It's fine. I just hope that brother won't run like this again." Xiaolian smiled. Suddenly he saw Mu Qing's gaze sweep over Huacheng. Mu Qing's gaze froze and his expression seemed a little strange. He changed his words and said, "Mu Qing? What's wrong?" When he asked this, Mu Qing immediately came back to his senses. He looked at him and said, "It's nothing. I've never seen the blood rain Tanhua like this before. It's just strange." Xiaolian didn't really believe this explanation. Although this was indeed Mu Qing's first time seeing Huacheng's complete form, it wasn't like he hadn't seen a 16 or 17-year-old Huacheng before. There wasn't much of a difference between Huacheng's two appearances, so why would he reveal that kind of expression? The four of them exited the grotto. They hadn't walked a few steps when Feng Xian asked in astonishment, "What is this place?" Mu Qing was also stunned. He said, "What's going on?" Just now they were trapped at the bottom of the spider silk pit, and didn't have the chance to investigate the situation outside. Thus, when they came out, they saw the successive grottos and the different deity statues. When they thought about how there was actually such an uncannily crafted secret realm at the bottom of this snowy mountain, they were all extremely shocked. Xiaolian said, "This is a cave of 10,000 gods." Mu Qing looked around and muttered, "I don't know how many years and how much blood and sweat it took to build this cave. It's really. It was as if he already couldn't find the words to describe what he was feeling. Xiaolian could understand his feelings. After all, this grotto was used for cultivation and to worship deities. In the past, his parents had also opened a grotto for him. There wasn't a single heavenly official who wouldn't be shaken when they saw this enormous cave of 10,000 gods. If they could worship a statue of their deity in this kind of place, it would definitely greatly increase their realm. Feng Xian asked in confusion, "What kind of deity is this grotto worshipping? Why is every single one of them covering their faces?" Xiaolian replied, "Naturally, it's because they don't want people like us to see them." Mu Qing said, "That's strange. Then they could directly smash the head of the deity statue, so why did they do this? If they really wanted to see, a thin veil wouldn't be able to stop them." As he spoke, he was about to lift the veil of the nearest deity statue. Xiaolian didn't even have time to say anything to stop him when he saw a cold light flash. A curved silver blade hovered less than half an inch in front of his finger. The sudden killing intent caused the atmosphere between the four of them to instantly become tense. Feng Xian vigilantly asked, "What are you doing?" Although the blade was in front of him, Mu Qing didn't reveal the slightest bit of fear. He said, "Isn't your curved blade perfectly fine? What do you mean by not in good condition?" Behind him, Huacheng unhurriedly said, "Didn't anyone teach you not to touch things when you're in someone else's territory?" Mu Qing said, "This isn't your territory. Why are you trying to uphold justice?" Huacheng indifferently said, I just don't want to cause more problems. After all, this is Bronze Cauldron Mountain. No one knows what will happen if the veil is lifted. Mu Qing said, what kind of arrogant person is Blood Rain Tanhua? Would there be a day where he would be afraid of causing more problems? As he said that, his wrist moved downwards, wanting to touch the clothes of the deity statue. The curved blade of the misfortune scimitar also moved downwards, once again opposing him with equal harshness. Mu Qing said, this time I'm not going to lift his veil. I just want to see the stone material. Why does Blood Rain Tanhua still want to stop me? Hua Cheng faked a smile and said, to stop you from causing trouble. Xiaolian cut in between them and said, stop. They built a grotto here to worship some deity. It's not like we have to look. This place isn't suitable for us to stay for long. Let's get out first. Don't forget, we all have important matters to attend to. Hua Cheng stared at Mu Qing's hand and said, since Gij says so, then I won't argue with him if he stops first. Xiaolian said, Mu Qing, stop. Mu Qing glared at him and said, are you kidding me? Why isn't he the one to stop first? What if he doesn't stop after I do? Between the heavenly priest and the ghost, Feng Exine naturally chose to stand on the heavenly priest's side and said, at most, I'll accept both sides stopping at the same time. Hua Cheng didn't budge an inch and said, wishful thinking. Seeing that neither side was willing to back down, Xiaolian put his hand on Mu Qing's arm and said gently, Mu Qing, let go. After all, you were the one who started the fight, so you should also let go first, okay? Even if you give me some face? I promise that if you let go, San Lang will definitely keep his promise. Although Mu Qing wasn't convinced after being deadlocked for a while, he still slowly let go and returned to the road. At this point, it was as if a taut bowstring had finally been released. Xiaolian also let out a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, there was another fork in the road ahead. He asked Hua Cheng, which way do you think we should go this time? Hua Cheng seemed to randomly choose a path and said, let's go this way. Feng Exine and Mu Qing walked behind them. Seemed like they were at odds again. In a gap, Mu Qing asked, how did you guys choose? Why this way? The two people in front turned their heads and said, we randomly chose. Feng Exine frowned and said, how can you randomly choose? It's better not to walk around blindly. Be careful not to get dragged into a pit again. Hua Cheng smiled and said, even if we enter a pit, I still have a way to bring His Highness out. You guys can follow or you can walk on your own. But to be honest, I don't really want to save you guys again. You. Hua Cheng's way of speaking was like this. Even if he wore a refined and courteous smile on his face, it would still feel fake. The more fake his smile, the more infuriating his tone would be. Feng Exine was so angry that he put on his bow. Xiaolian knew that he wouldn't really make a move and said, I'm sorry, Feng Exine. But in this situation it doesn't matter which way we go. Mu Qing said, this is indeed a cave of myriad deities, but in reality, there is only one deity worshipped here. It's all him. With his own face all around him, Xiaolian felt as if he had fallen into an illusory and strange dream. After feeling dizzy for a long time, he suddenly remembered something and said, wait, Mu Qing. You didn't have the chance to see the faces of these deities before, right? Just now when you wanted to pull down the veil, wasn't it stopped by him? Mu Qing snorted and said, I don't even need to see the faces of these deities to know that they're carving you. Xiaolian said, what do you mean? Mu Qing crumpled the pile of veils into a ball and threw them to the side. Blue veins appeared on his forehead as he said, what do you mean? Because in the past, I was responsible for all of your clothes, accessories, and daily necessities. I washed and mended them for you. None of your clothes were the same under the heavens. These stone statues were carved with too much detail. Everything was carved on them and they were all exactly the same. Of course, when I saw the clothes, I knew whose face it was. Xiaolian covered his forehead and began to think back to the strange behavior of Hua Cheng. To the side, Feng Exine said, the fact that he didn't let us see these deities means he was very clear that there was something strange about these deities. I'm afraid that whatever avalanche saying we accidentally fell in is all nonsense. He definitely knows what kind of place this is. Mu Qing said, not only that, I think he might have been the one who threw us into that pit full of spider silk. He really did want to kill us. Xiaolian said, but What's going on with these deities? Upon closer inspection, every single deity statue here was vivid and lifelike. The details were so detailed that it was practically to the point of making one's hair stand on end. One could imagine just how meticulous the sculptor's observation of the deities was. Xiaolian dared to say that even the deities carved by the most famous craftsmen in Xian Le country back then hadn't reached this level. It was as if the craftsman's mind was completely filled with this person, and his eyes could only see this person. The three of them were surrounded by these deities with the same face. Feng Xian's face turned cold as he said, "Honestly, I'm scared. Too damn similar. Moreover, there were so many of them." Mu Qing said, "I suspect that these deities are tools needed for some kind of sorcery. Let's destroy them first." After he finished speaking, he was about to chop down with his hand when Xiaolian's thoughts were pulled back. He stopped him and said, "Stop." Mu Qing looked at him. "Are you sure? This sorcery might be aimed at you." Xiaolian thought for a moment before saying, "Let's not act blindly without thinking first. I feel that the possibility of it being sorcery is very small." Feng Xian said, "I feel that it's quite large. I'm really fucked up. Aren't you afraid looking at these things?" Mu Qing and Xiaolian looked at each other and said, "What's the basis?" Xiaolian shook his head and said, "There's no basis. It's just that these deity statues are carved quite well and with great care. If we rashly destroy them before we've figured it out, I'm afraid we'll regret it." Pausing for a moment, he then said, "San Lang. Perhaps he's hiding something from me. However, I think that at the very least it won't be something harmful to me." Mu Qing simply found this inconceivable. "Oh, did he really cast some kind of spell on you to confuse your mind? I think that even if he wrote the word suspicious on your face, you would still become illiterate." While the two of them were talking, Feng Xian suddenly acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He said, "Careful." Xiaolian and Mu Qing both became alert and asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Xian said, "That spider silk is coming again." Sure enough, the light from the flame in his palm shone on the stone wall in front of them. The wall was covered in a large and densely packed white silk. The three of them thought in their hearts that this wasn't good. They were afraid that another fierce battle was about to break out. Who knew that the white silk wasn't as ferocious as it was at the bottom of the pit just now? It didn't move at all, nor did it attack. Unexpectedly, it was no different from an ordinary ivy. The three of them waited for a while before Xiaolian said, "These silk nets don't seem to be alive." Feng Xian asked, "If they're not alive, then what are they used for?" Xiaolian had a plan in his heart. He walked forward to investigate for a moment before confirming. They seemed to be covering something. The three of them arrived in front of the stone wall. Xiaolian tried to pull it and tore off a large piece of white silk. Sure enough, that white silk was extremely tough. It wasn't easy to tear it off, but it wasn't completely impossible. The true appearance of the statue of God was hidden under the veil. Then what would be hidden on the stone wall? The other two people also joined the team tearing apart the spider webs. The three of them were in charge of different areas. Not long after, a stone wall appeared on Xiaolian's side. He said, "It's a mural." On the stone wall, there were large patches of murals that were covered in layers of spider silk. The entire stone wall was densely packed with lines, colors, and small people. They were divided into many small pieces, and the styles of the paintings were all different. Some were rough, some were graceful, some were exquisite, and some were strange. After looking for a while, Xiaolian said, "This was painted by him." Mu Qing asked him, "Huacheng, are you sure?" Xiaolian softly said, "I can. There are words on it, and the words were written by him." He pointed at a small blood-red person on the wall. Next to it was a pile of messy, twisted words that he couldn't understand. It seemed like he had written it to vent his emotions when he was delirious or in extreme pain. Based on the words, one could roughly guess that this blood-red person was Huacheng himself. However, for some unknown reason, he had drawn himself to be extremely ugly. Feng Xian glanced at it and couldn't help but say, "These words. They're so ugly I'm blind. I dare say that I can write them better than him." If it was even uglier than what Feng Xian had written, then it was truly so ugly that no medicine could save it. Xiaolian's eyes were dazzled, and he didn't know where to start. However, once he confirmed that this was Hua Qing's handwriting, it was as if he had suddenly discovered an enormous treasure. Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. At this moment, Mu Qing seemed to have discovered something not far away and said, "Your Highness, quickly come over. Quickly come over and see." Only then did Xiaolian regain his senses. He asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Xian and Mu Qing were already speechless. They could only point at a painting on the wall for him to see. That painting could be considered one of the largest on the entire wall. In the middle of it was a tall city tower, and below it was a sea of people crowding around an extravagant platform. The lines were simple, but the strokes were extremely precise. Mu Qing pointed at the center of the painting and said with a trembling voice, "So, it's him?" Xiaolian was also staring there. The entire painting was colorless. Only the two people in the painting had color. Below there was a small person. It was white, and its entire body seemed to be glowing. It looked towards the sky and stretched out its hands, about to catch a person who had fallen from the city tower. As for the little person, it was blood red. Mu Qing muttered, "Is it him? Is it him? The child who fell from the Upper Yuan sacrificial heaven tour? How could it be him? It's actually Blood Rain Tanhua? It's him?" Feng Xian madly slapped the two of them and pointed to the side. "There's more behind." Xiaolian walked over and saw another painting. It was a dilapidated small monastery. On the altar was a statue of a deity. Its entire body was also covered in a faint layer of white light. One hand held a sword, while the other held a red umbrella. Below, there was an ugly blood-red person who was holding a bouquet of flowers with both hands and offering it to him. Xiaolian suddenly felt his head hurt a little. He pressed a hand against his throbbing temples and continued to look down. The next painting seemed to depict a battlefield. Large groups of soldiers were fully equipped and ready to go. In the sky there was a small white person holding a long sword, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And among the dense army below, there was also a blood-red person who raised his head to look at the person in the sky. Xiaolian was lost in thought when Feng Xian's incredulous voice rang out from the side. "This red person, they're all the same person, right? They're all him? They're all from Flower City? Motherfucker. He's always been following you." Mu Qing also had a look of disbelief on his face as he said, "He's not only following me, he's also keeping an eye on me. He's watching me very closely, very closely. Everywhere, he's everywhere. Look, there's even a main street here. It's not a forest, what is this? Back slope? My God. Those statues of gods couldn't have been carved by him, right?" As Feng Xian looked down, his hair practically stood on end. He said, "Motherfucker. What kind of person is this? He's been keeping an eye on you since 800 years ago. And he's still following you today? Fuck me. This is too terrifying. Has he been possessed? What does he want to do? A normal believer wouldn't go this far, right? What exactly does he want to do?" Mu Qing said, "There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Hurry up and continue looking. We'll definitely be able to find some clues here." Xiaolian had already been shaken silly. He stared at the blood-red person on the wall. Before he could even react, he felt many memories that he hadn't forgotten, yet he hadn't cared about, rush into his brain one after another. Even his breathing was almost unable to keep up. At this moment he heard two people shouting from the other side. Xiaolian quivered and asked, "What is it now?" Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both standing in front of a stone wall, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Seeing that he was about to go over, Feng Xian hurriedly turned around and stopped him, pushing him back. He said, "Fuck me, don't look." "Xiaolian, what's wrong? What's that? Why can't I look?" Mu Qing's face also darkened. He said, "Don't look. There's nothing to look at, hurry up and run." The two of them each grabbed one of his arms and madly ran. Xiaolian was being dragged by them. He said, "What are you guys doing? I haven't even finished looking at that mural yet." Feng Xian angrily cursed as he ran. "No need to look. You can't look at that kind of thing. Fuck me, really. I've really never seen such a thing before. This kind of person." Xiaolian was baffled. "You've never seen what? What's wrong with San Lang?" Mu Qing scolded, "What San Lang? Stop shouting. You can't even run. Don't go near him in the future. He's not normal, he's sick. He's a lunatic. Xiaolian couldn't bear to listen anymore. He said, why are you guys scolding him like that? It's not that I'm saying this, but no one's normal, okay? Feng Xian said, don't ask. You don't understand. He's different from us. He's crazy. He, to you. Xiaolian said, what about to me? Can I trouble you to put me down and let me go back and look at it myself? One wanted to take back while the other two wanted to pull him down. The three of them were in a deadlock when a cold voice suddenly came from in front of them. Didn't I say before? When you're in someone else's territory, don't touch things? The three of them stiffened and turned their heads to look. They only saw a figure dressed in red standing in front of them. Hua Cheng was currently leaning against the stone wall, blocking their path. He smiled and said, otherwise, I can't say for sure what kind of end you'll end up with. Although he was smiling on his face, there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. Instead, they were dark and cloudy. He was hugging one of his arms, while his other hand was absent-mindedly playing with a small object. Chapter 176. The hundreds of talismans and the piles of boulders couldn't stop him. Feng Xian and Mu Qing's reactions were extremely fast. Feng Xian shot out a string of arrows. Mu Qing's blade slashed through the air and sent out an attack. Then he grabbed Xiaolian and ran. Feng Xian used the same old trick, madly striking the falling boulders as he said, fuck. How did he find this place so quickly? Mu Qing said, how would I know? Oh, red line. Red line. His hand is still connected to that red line. The two of them seemed to wake up from a dream. They simultaneously went to grab Xiaolian's hand. How could Xiaolian let them succeed? His other hand grabbed the one with the red line. I can't untie it. Feng Xian said, Your Highness, if you tie this red line, he will find you. If you don't want him to catch up, you have to untie it. Xiaolian held his own hand. Even if he catches up, there's no need to be afraid. I want to go ask him. Mu Qing's eyes widened. You still want to ask him? I think you'll only know how powerful he is if you get eaten alive by him. Xiaolian said, Isn't he already very powerful? You guys won't tell me what the mural is about, and you want me to not go near him. You can't convince me at all. Mu Qing said, He's the Ghost King. His behavior is strange. He doesn't need anyone to convince him. Most people just need to see these two to know they shouldn't go near him, right? Xiaolian stretched out 2 fingers. 2 choices. Either let me go back and ask him clearly, or let me go back and look at the mural. Feng Xian and Mu Qing seemed to think of something terrifying. One's mouth twisted while the other's eyebrows jumped. They blocked in front of him. In unison they said, Both won't do. Thus Xiaolian rolled up his sleeves and said, I can't say it. Then let's use fighting to solve this. Who wants to go first, or both of you? Mu Qing said to Feng Xian, You first. After saying that, he retreated to the side. Feng Xian didn't seem to have much confidence in winning against Xiaolian, but in order to save the retarded youth, he threw caution to the wind. His hand tightened on his bow and said, Okay. Your Highness, please of me. Xiaolian also said, All right. Who would have thought that before the opening pleasantries could be finished, he felt his back heat up. Behind him someone shouted, Freeze! Don't speak. His entire body stiffened like an iron board. Not only that, he couldn't even make a sound. Mu Qing flashed out from behind him and said to Feng Xian, Pull him away. This talisman can stop him for a while but not for long. Feng Xian was slightly stunned. Why did you sneak attack him? Didn't we agree to fight one-on-one? Xiaolian didn't expect that Mu Qing would immediately go back on his words. If it weren't for the fact that he trusted these 2 former subordinates of his, he wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. Mu Qing said, There's no time for you to fight one-on-one right now. He's doing this on purpose. It's obvious that he's trying to stall for time for Hua Cheng to catch up. Didn't you see what he looked like? He's clearly possessed. No matter what you say to him now, he won't know what's good for him. Maybe when Hua Cheng coaxes him a few words when they meet, he'll believe it. It's like he's been bewitched by a vixen. Feng Xian thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. He sighed and said, Your Highness, It's not that we intentionally hid it from you. It's just that his feelings towards you are really unbearable to look at. We can't say it out loud. You should come with us. Mu Qing also said, let's go. This sentence from Mu Qing wasn't a suggestion or a request. It was an order. When he slapped Xie Lian's back just now, he must have stained his palm with the obedience talisman drawn with his blood. The obedience talisman could make the target follow the instructions of the caster. However, in reality it could only carry out a few simple instructions such as, don't speak, follow, stop, run, etc. More complex instructions were difficult to carry out, and couldn't confuse the target's mind. Only a great demon like the embroidered gown immortal could do that. The two of them brought Xie Lian along for a while. Suddenly their path was blocked by a pile of rocks. Feng Xian saw that there was no way out and said, why is there a rock blocking our path? Can't we go? Mu Qing said, weren't you the one who hit this rock? Why are you asking me? Feng Xian questioned, but aren't you the one leading the way? How are you leading the way? We've been to this place before, why did we come back? Mu Qing didn't accept his questioning. What a joke, I don't even know the way here. How am I supposed to lead the way? Weren't we running all over the place just now? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Feng Xian waved his hand and said, forget it, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Let's dig. Hua Cheng was chasing behind them so they could only move forward and couldn't retreat. Otherwise it was very likely that they would bump into each other. It was easy to block a path but hard to open a path. The two of them had Xie Lian obediently stand in a corner. Feng Xian punched wildly, pung pung. Mu Qing, with the veins on his forehead bulging, used his impressive lang to chop the large rocks into pieces. In 2 or 3 moves they had dug a path through. Rocks rolled and dust flew everywhere. They were about to call Xie Lian over when, unexpectedly, after the dust settled, they saw a figure dressed in red standing in front of them. Xie Lian's eyes instantly lit up. It was Hua Cheng. His eyes were cold and he stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't say a word. Feng Xian immediately blurted out, why are you haunting us like a ghost? This was a genuine ghost haunting them. Just now he had clearly been left behind. How did he suddenly appear in front of them? They didn't know when he had been guarding this place, but he had actually waited silently for them to dig through the obstacles and deliver himself to their doorstep. Wasn't he haunting them like a ghost? Extremely strange? Feng Xian and Mu Qing instantly retreated a distance. Hua Cheng didn't look at them. His gaze shifted to the side and he took a step towards Xie Lian. Feng Xian and Mu Qing realized who he was coming for and in a flash, they blocked Xie Lian's path and said in unison, don't come over. Hua Cheng's face was extremely gloomy. If it was on a normal day, he wouldn't care about anyone who dared to tell the Blood Rain Tanhua not to go over. It would be strange if he didn't laugh and insist on going over to take a look. But this time it was as if he was really afraid and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He stopped in his tracks. After a while he slowly said, what do you two mean by this? His tone was still considered calm. However, Feng Xian very straightforwardly said, you don't need to pretend anymore. This is your lair. We've already seen what's going on with these statues of gods. Also, we've seen all of your paintings. Hua Cheng had turned his body sideways to block their path. When he heard this, the hands behind his back seemed to slightly twitch. It was as if 2 of his fingers had unnaturally curled up. He slightly lowered his head and softly said, Your Highness, you also saw it? This voice was extremely low. Although the tone sounded calm, it carried a bit of hoarseness. It was obvious that something was wrong. Xie Lian inwardly said, I didn't. In reality, he hadn't seen much. However, at this moment, Xie Lian couldn't move or make a sound. He could only obediently lean against the stone wall in the corner, as if he was hiding behind the 2 people. He didn't dare to come out and face Hua Cheng, nor did he want to talk to him. Feng Xian drew his bow and said, Not bad. What kind of thoughts you have, we clearly understand. We respect you as a ghost king. If you still have a bit of self-respect, then please don't go near His Highness the Crown Prince. At this moment Xie Lian's mood was like a thatched hut on fire, thick smoke billowing. Hua Cheng should be able to discover that something was wrong with him. Xie Lian only hoped that Hua Cheng would speak up and ask him if he had discovered that something was wrong. However, Hua Chang didn't seem to be in the mood to carefully examine this. He coldly said, "Don't go near him? The two of you, what status and qualifications do you have to say these words to me?" Without waiting for them to reply, Hua Chang suddenly raised his eyes and said, "You two have actually reminded me. Let's continue to settle our debts." As soon as he finished speaking, countless silver butterflies flew towards the two people with sharp whistles. When faced with this kind of storm-like attack, the only choice was to activate the magic shield. Feng Xian and Mu Qing shouted, "Open the shield!" The rain of butterflies was blocked by the invisible magic shield. In the air, they scattered into sparkling silver lights before quickly condensing into new silver butterflies. They attacked once again, unexpectedly without any signs of stopping. While they blocked and retreated, Hua Chang steadily approached them step by step. His black hair was blown about by the fierce wind in the execution field. His eyes were filled with rage and viciousness, which could be seen clearly under the illumination of the silver butterflies that were as bright as day. If they continued to block one-sidedly like this, they would be too passive. Feng Xian and Mu Qing glanced at each other and decided to take the initiative to attack. Holding their magic shields, they rushed forward and each took out their weapons. The three people began to fight in this cave that wasn't very wide. Feng Xian dealt with the necromancy butterfly, while Mu Qing faced Hua Chang. Hua Chang extended his hand. His left hand transformed into a scimitar Misfortune and faced the attack head-on. This was the first time Xiao Yan had seen Misfortune fight seriously. The scimitar was long and slender, cold and austere. The silver light was deadly. It was indeed a bewitching blade that overflowed with evil energy. This battle was truly marvelous. Hua Chang wasn't at a disadvantage even when fighting one against two. Xiao Yan watched with bated breath. Not long after, the tip of Misfortune's scimitar rose up, bringing Mu Qing's horse-slaying sword into the rock. Although Mu Qing's hand was still holding the hilt of the scimitar, he actually couldn't pull it out. He was startled, but Hua Chang's fist had already landed on his lower jaw, sending his entire body flying into the sky. The hilt of his scimitar finally slipped out of his hand. On the other side, Feng Xian's arrows were also cut by the necromancy butterfly's sharp silver wings. In the end, there were too many of them and it was difficult to deal with. Victory and defeat had already been decided. Countless white silk crept out from the corner and once again wrapped the two people into two large white cocoons. The more they struggled, the tighter and tighter they became. Mu Qing madly pulled at the silk as he said, "As expected, you were the one who threw us into that pit." Feng Xian said, "This isn't spider silk. This is..." Xiao Yan also had an epiphany. It was cocoon silk. The step before breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly was to transform into a chrysalis. Those strange white silk that resembled spider silk was something that Hua Chang had created. It might even be related to these extremely fierce necromancy butterflies. The battle was already decided. Hua Chang put away his scimitar and mocked, "I threw you guys in there to take refuge. In the end, if you guys hadn't roared loudly on the snowy mountain and caused an avalanche, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter this cave of myriad gods. Aren't you going to thank me for saving your lives?" Hua Chang's original plan was to wait for the avalanche to pass and the snowy mountain to calm down before bringing Xiao Yan out, leaving Feng Xian and Mu Qing behind. Who knew that the two of them would bite open the cocoon and quarrel, leading Xiao Yan to discover them. This led to the series of events that followed. Otherwise, Xiao Yan might really have followed him out without even looking at a single statue. But now it had become the worst situation. All his secrets had been torn out and exposed to the light of day. Xiao Yan was anxious, but his body still obediently sat where he was. The coldness in Hua Chang's eyes grew heavier as he looked down at Mu Qing from above. He said softly, "It seems that the one with talent in using a saber is me, not you." Mu Qing's throat was entangled by a few white silk threads. His face alternated between green and red as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He managed to say, "You. Oh, you? So that's how it is, I understand." Feng Xian also gritted his teeth and said, "You. What do you understand?" Mu Qing said, "I understand. Why this kid hates me so much. You might have the same reason." Feng Xian said, "What? Cough, what reason?" Mu Qing said hatefully, "Because he's crazy. Have you forgotten what was drawn on the mural?" He's that little soldier that His Highness the Crown Prince wanted to guide after returning from the back slope. His Highness said that his saber skills are not bad, suitable for using a saber. Cough. Feng Xian said, "What does this have to do with him hating you?" Mu Qing didn't say anything. With a bang, Hua Cheng punched him in the face and said in his place with a sinister smile, "Because he chased me out of the military camp." He didn't expect Mu Qing to do such a thing. Feng Xian was shocked. "What the fuck? Why did you chase him out of the military camp? Did he offend you?" Mu Qing's face was covered in blood as he said, "I only wanted him to go back. Going to war is not a good thing. How would I know that he would be this crazy, holding a grudge until now?" Oh! Before he could finish, another ruthless punch came. With a bang, his face was almost crooked. Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Do you think I can't guess why you chased me away?" Mu Qing's eyes flashed. Hua Cheng giggled and said, "Now that things have come to this, it's very clear who's the trash, isn't it?" Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood as if his foot had been stabbed. He said word by word, "Fortunately, I chased you away. Otherwise, if I let you stay in the military, let you slowly get close to the Crown Prince and stare at him all day, I don't know what kind of filthy things you're thinking about. That's too disgusting." Xiaolian's heart suddenly tightened. When Mu Qing said the first sentence, Hua Cheng had already raised his fist. When he said the last sentence, "disgusting," Hua Cheng's hand froze in midair. Blue veins appeared on the back of his pale white hand. His 5 fingers clenched and loosened and clenched again. After a long time he said in a cold voice, "I won't argue with you about this matter for now. Tell me honestly, was what you guys shouted before the avalanche was true?" Mu Qing suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Feng Xian. Feng Xian also looked at them, his eyes wide open. The two of them didn't know how to answer. Hua Cheng sternly said, "My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 times to answer. 1, 2. He actually acted so swiftly and decisively. At this moment, Mu Qing had an idea and shouted, "Your Highness, quickly run!" As soon as these words came out, Xiaolian, who had a blood seal on his back, responded and ran. Hua Cheng immediately turned his head. 2 white threads shot out from the corner and wrapped around Xiaolian. He didn't even run 2 steps before he fell to the ground. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had been scared stiff, unable to accept the situation, or unwilling to interfere in the battle. After standing there for a long time, he finally decided to run, but he didn't succeed. But in reality, he didn't even think of running. Xiaolian's hands and feet were tightly bound by the white threads. He lay on the ground, his black hair and white sleeves scattered on the ground. His bamboo hat rolled to the side. Hua Cheng slowly turned around and paused for a long time before walking towards him. He hadn't taken a few steps when Feng Xian couldn't help but say, "Hua Cheng." Hua Cheng's footsteps paused and he slightly tilted his head. Feng Xian braced himself and said, You let His Highness go. He's already very miserable. You don't do this to him." Hua Cheng didn't say anything. He walked to Xiaolian's side and picked him up by his knees and back. Chapter 177. Xiaolian was carried in Hua Cheng's arms. They walked into the dark depths of the grotto. The light source beside the two of them. There was only that silver necromancer butterfly dancing in the air. Xiaolian couldn't see the expression on Hua Cheng's face, but he could feel that Hua Cheng's arms and body were stiff. It wasn't that Hua Cheng hadn't hugged him before, but it was obvious. Something was different now. Hua Cheng didn't even touch his neck or hands. Xiaolian kept looking at Hua Cheng's face. He blinked hard, but Hua Cheng avoided his eyes. He didn't meet his gaze. He went to a grotto. There was a stone bed in the grotto. He immediately put Xiaolian on it. He was about to let Xiaolian lie down. He suddenly sensed something and checked Xiaolian's back. "Did they cast a curse on you?" Xiaolian was overjoyed. He was finally discovered. However, he only noticed that something was wrong with Xiaolian now. It could be seen that Hua Cheng was caught off guard. Xiaolian was waiting for Hua Cheng to help him erase the life-obeying talisman. Who knew? Hua Cheng's hand had already reached out, but he stopped halfway. In the end, he took back his hand and placed Xiaolian on the stone bed. Probably to let Xiaolian not worry, he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, don't worry. I won't kill those two trash for the time being, even though I really want to kill them. The stone bed was still covered with a thick layer of soft new grass. Xiaolian was lying on top of it, not the slightest bit uncomfortable. However, his internal organs were so burnt that they were emitting smoke. He was extremely puzzled as to why the curse wasn't lifted. Just as he was struggling with all his might, he saw Hua Cheng's hand reach towards the belt on his waist and untie it. Coincidentally, at this moment, Xiaolian felt the effect of the life-obeying talisman on his back begin to fade. He moved his leg forcefully and let out an Although it looked like a dead fish suddenly struggling on its deathbed and making a protest, Hua Cheng immediately froze and retracted his hand. He said, "I won't," as if he felt that his tone was too harsh and was afraid of scaring Xiaolian and making him resist. Hua Cheng took a few steps back and slowed down his tone. His expression was uncertain, cautious and patient. He said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I won't do anything. You don't be afraid." Xiaolian understood. Hua Cheng was not sure what kind of response he would get from Xiaolian after he undid the curse, so he simply ignored the response. Hua Cheng seemed to be restraining some sort of impulse. Once again, he used a swearing tone and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, trust me." Although this "trust me" didn't sound very confident compared to what he had said in the past. Xiaolian still wanted to answer him, but he couldn't. He struggled, but he was afraid that he would misunderstand even more. He could only lie flat on the ground, motionless and obediently wait for the fate talisman's power to pass. Seeing that Xiaolian was no longer resisting, Hua Cheng walked up to him once more, reached out, and with a rustling sound untied Xiaolian's belt. Xiaolian thought to himself, San Lang? Of course he completely believed that Hua Cheng wouldn't take advantage of him. However, this development was completely out of his expectations, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Although Hua Cheng untied Xiaolian's clothes, he tried his best not to touch his body, so he didn't do it too quickly. After a long time he finally took off his outer clothes and then his inner clothes. It wasn't until a necromancy butterfly flew to Xiaolian's shoulder and perched on it that a warm and itchy feeling crawled up his skin. Using the corner of his eye, he noticed that his shoulder was slightly purple and swollen. Some areas were even slightly cracked. After the necromancy butterfly perched on it, his condition slightly improved. It was actually frostbite left behind from crawling and rolling around in the ice and snow. Xiaolian himself didn't notice it at all, because he wasn't very sensitive to pain anymore. If it was cold, then so be it. Even if he noticed it, he would probably just leave it there and wait for it to heal on its own. However, Hua Cheng knew better than him where he was injured. He still remembered this matter and insisted on treating his wound. Just as he was slightly lost in thought, Hua Cheng once again lifted his arm. There were more frostbite on his hands and feet, and because of the intense running and pulling, some areas were already bleeding. Xiaolian wasn't afraid of pain, but he was afraid of itchiness. Moreover, in his mind, he couldn't help but recall fragments from many years ago. In the pitch-black cave, the youth's trembling and scalding hands, his flustered and careless touching, his messy breathing and heartbeat. These memories had already been diluted to the point where they couldn't be any more diluted. He had long sealed them away and thrown them into a corner. Now that he recalled it, it actually had a completely different feeling. It made him want to hug his head and scream, especially now that Hua Cheng was almost doing the same thing in front of him. Xiaolian's face and brain were about to burn up. He was really afraid that Hua Cheng would see it. However, Hua Cheng didn't look at him. As expected, he kept his promise and didn't cross the line. He slightly turned his head, not looking at the half-exposed shoulder. Unexpectedly at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Hua Cheng. "Hua Cheng, you lunatic, what do you want to do to His Highness the Crown Prince? This is too disgusting." Hua Cheng suddenly turned his head. Xiaolian also walked past him and looked at the entrance of the cave. The one who spoke was actually Mu Qing. Feng Xian was also beside him. The two of them were wrapped like a cocoon by Hua Cheng just now. It was unknown how they broke free and found this place. When they saw the scene in the cave, their faces all turned pale. Xiaolian's face also turned pale. This scene was too terrible. Feng Xian pointed at Hua Cheng, then pointed at Xiaolian who was half undressed. After a while he finally squeezed out a few words. You let go of him. Hua Cheng quickly pulled Xiaolian's clothes back up and said coldly, "You two pieces of trash still dare to come here. Are you tired of living?" Mu Qing mocked, "Take your dirty hands off me. You're a toad lusting after swan meat. Not to mention that you've been dreaming for 800 years. Even if you yearn for another 1,000 or 10,000 years, don't even think about touching a finger of the crown prince." Hearing this, Xiaolian's heart thumped. At the same time he was slightly angry. He also faintly felt that something was wrong. What was going on with these two people? Even if Hua Cheng had beaten them up just now, there was no need for them to speak so viciously. Especially Mu Qing. It was as if he was deliberately angering Hua Cheng. Angering Hua Cheng would not end well for them. They couldn't beat him, so what was their purpose? Moreover, their words vaguely pointed the spearhead at Xiaolian, as if they were afraid that the world would not be in chaos, afraid that Hua Cheng would not do something to Xiaolian out of anger. As expected, Hua Cheng was enraged. His pale face turned black. He said softly, "Since you're courting death." Xiaolian saw the undisguised killing intent in his eyes and was greatly shocked. "Don't." It was too late. The scimitar was unsheathed, and a fatal cold light flashed past. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both startled, and subconsciously lowered their heads. Luckily, there were no wounds on their bodies. Who knew, before they had the time to heave a sigh of relief or counterattack, in the next moment, their upper bodies fell to the ground with a thud. Fresh blood spurted out, covering the ground. Xiaolian did not expect things to turn out this way. He was paralyzed on the stone bed, stunned. Hua Cheng had actually chopped Feng Xian and Mu Qing in half. The two were not completely dead yet. They rolled on the ground, one gritting his teeth, the other roaring in anger. The scene was too horrible to look at. Hua Cheng put away the scimitar with a cold expression. Only a small part of his face was stained with blood, and the wisp of red made the demonic aura between his brows even more eye-catching. He stood in the pool of blood for a moment, then turned around and walked towards Xiaolian. Seeing Hua Cheng walk closer and closer with a gloomy expression, Xiaolian finally came back to his senses. At this time, Hua Cheng was already in front of him. He grabbed one of his hands and forcefully pulled him into his embrace. He said in a low voice, "How can I let go?" Xiaolian was hugged tightly by him and couldn't speak. Hua Cheng whispered something into his ear. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Suddenly, he felt his body relax. The life-obeying talisman that Mu Qing had drawn on his back was finally erased. Although he said he would not let go, after removing the life-obeying talisman, Hua Cheng still loosened his grip slightly and let go of Xiaolian. Xiaolian took a deep breath and jumped into the pool of blood on the ground. He said, "Feng Xian, Mu Qing, how are the two of you?" Mu Qing's injuries were even more serious. Blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was unfocused. Feng Xian still had a breath left. He tightly grabbed his hand and said, "Crown Prince, Your Highness." Xiaolian also tightly grabbed his hand. He said, "What? What are you trying to say?" Feng Xian swallowed a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. "Be careful. Don't go near him. He's a monster." He seemed to have risked his life to say this warning before he died. Unexpectedly, Xiaolian's expression gradually calmed down. He said, "Monster." He let go of Feng Xian's hand and stood up. He said, "I'm very curious. Is he as strange as you?" Hearing this, Feng Xian was startled. Just as he finished speaking, Xiaolian pulled out her heart with lightning speed and pierced it through Feng Xian's chest, nailing him to the ground. Feng Xian's face was full of disbelief. He said, "Your Highness, you..." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped breathing. Xiaolian pulled out the heart from his chest, causing blood to fall. He retreated to Hua Cheng's side and pointed the tip of his sword at the two corpses on the ground. He said, "You've already seen blood. Don't talk with these two skins, okay?" Ha ha ha. On the ground, a burst of cold laughter suddenly came. It was Mu Qing's corpse, which had been cut into two at the waist. He turned his head and laughed. His upper body was lying on the ground. Even if he wanted to turn his head, he could only touch half of his face on the ground. However, his head was completely turned around, and he was laughing at Xiaolian with his face facing upwards. As expected, these two were not the real Feng Xian and Mu Qing at all. Instead, they were two imposters who had appeared out of nowhere. The real Feng Xian and Mu Qing were still trapped in the big white cocoon, trying to bite their way out. Just now, when Hua Chong came over to help Xiaolian remove the fate-obeying talisman, he had whispered in his ear about this matter. Their pale faces weren't because of shock or fear, but because they weren't human in the first place. Xiaolian had already unsheathed his sword. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both smiled eerily and said in unison, "As you wish." After saying that, they turned into two puddles of pus and blood. Hua Chong stood in front of Xiaolian. The two puddles of pus and blood flowed on the ground and fused together. Gurgling, it was as if they were boiling. Then they gradually condensed into a human shape. Watching this lump of matter twist and take shape bit by bit, growing bigger and bigger, a chill ran from Xiaolian's waist to his back. In a flash, the Feng Xian and Mu Qing in front of them disappeared. In their place was a tall and slender youngster dressed in white. Looking at his figure, this youngster was about 17 or 18 years old. He wore a mask on his face. Half of his face was crying, and the other half was smiling. Although his face couldn't be seen, a clear and bright voice of a youngster came from behind the mask. He warmly said, "Hello, Xiaolian." Xiaolian's lips unconsciously moved. His entire scalp felt numb. Hua Chong stood in front of him and slashed at him with his sword. Facing the demonic edge of the curved blade misfortune, that person in white was completely fearless. He dodged it by a hair's breadth and instantly appeared behind Hua Chong. He extended his hand towards Xiaolian, as if he wanted to touch his face. A silver light flashed and Hua Chong once again stood in front of him. He coldly said, "Take your filthy hand away." He actually returned the same words. That person in white's right hand was cut off by the misfortune blade and fell to the ground. However, this didn't affect him at all. With a shake of his wide sleeve, he covered his severed arm. With another hand, a brand new hand grew out of the severed arm. His fingers formed a claw as he directly reached towards Hua Chang's right eye. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Hua Chang also dodged extremely quickly. However, two bloody marks were still left on one side of his face. This was the first time that Hua Chang actually couldn't completely crush his opponent in speed. His eyes trembled and he immediately changed his strategy. He summoned thousands of dead spirit butterflies and crazily pounced towards his opponent. Countless silver butterflies wrapped that person in white into a shiny silvery humanoid cocoon. However, it probably wouldn't be able to last for long. Just as Hua Chang was about to pull Xiaolian up, he heard those silver butterflies shriek and explode into thousands of sparkling silver powder. Seeing the slight change in Hua Chang's expression, Xiaolian knew that the situation was probably not good for him to destroy so many dead spirit butterflies at once. After exploding the dead spirit butterflies, the person in white hid behind the silver powder that was scattered all over the sky. He suddenly stretched out his new hand and once again dug towards Hua Chang's right eye. This time it was Xiaolian's turn to pull out his heart and slash down. This slash didn't just cut off that person's arm, it almost cut off half of his body. Taking this opportunity, Hua Chang said, "Your Highness, let's go." Xiaolian also knew that he couldn't continue fighting, so he stopped while he was ahead. The two of them rushed out of the stone cave together and sprinted in the pitch-black cave without any obstruction. Xiaolian said while running, "It's him. He really didn't die." Hua Chang was leading the way, so his speed was faster, but he was also calmer. Along the way, he set up layers of obstacles with the butterfly formation and cocoon silk. He said, "It might not be the original one." Xiaolian stopped in his tracks and hugged his head slightly. He said, "No, I can feel it, it must be the original one." Not only did he not die, but he also became stronger. Something made him reborn. Otherwise, how could he directly transform into Feng Xian and Mu Qing's appearance? It's very difficult to impersonate an ascended heavenly judge. It's almost impossible to make their fake skin. Hearing that his tone was a little off, Hua Chang also stopped in his tracks and turned around to pull him. He said, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. It might not be that he became stronger. There's another possibility, which is that he is very familiar with Feng Xian and Mu Qing. That's why he could make their fake skin. This person you must be. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's gaze fell on the hand that Hua Cheng was holding on to. Seeing this, Hua Cheng's words and expression froze. He restrained his expression, retracted his hand, and put it behind his back. He turned around and continued to walk forward. Xiao Yan didn't follow. He said, Sanlang. Hua Cheng's figure stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. However, he didn't turn around. He only responded, Your Highness. His voice sounded relatively calm. Xiao Yan stood behind him and said, Just now a lot of things happened. Everyone was a little flustered. Hua Cheng said, and Xiao Yan continued, Although we're still very flustered right now, I still want to take this opportunity to ask you a question. I ask that you answer me truthfully and seriously. Hua Cheng said, Okay. Xiao Yan solemnly said, Who is the noble person of golden branch and jade leaf? Hua Cheng's finger, which was tied with the red knot, twitched unnoticeably twice. After remaining silent for a while, he slowly said, Since your highness already knows, why ask again? Xiao Yan nodded and said, So that's how it is. I didn't wrongly accuse you. It really is like that. Hua Cheng didn't say a word. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Yan said in a flat tone, Don't you want to know what I think about this? Hua Cheng slightly tilted his head. It seemed like he wanted to turn his head, but it seemed like he still didn't dare to look Xiao Yan in the eye. He only revealed the 2 bright red streaks of blood on his face as he said, Your Highness, can you not tell me? His voice was hoarse. Xiao Yan said, I'm sorry. This matter, if I don't explain it clearly, it won't do. Hua Cheng didn't need to breathe, but after hearing this sentence he still took in a deep breath. Although his face was extremely pale, he still smiled and said in a rather gentlemanly manner, That's right. That's fine too. Like a prisoner on death row waiting to be sentenced, he closed his eyes. Who knew that not long after he closed his eyes, those eyes would suddenly open again. Behind him, a pair of hands suddenly wrapped around him and hugged him tightly. Xiao Yan buried his face behind Hua Cheng's back, and also didn't say a word. Although he didn't say anything, it was enough. After a long time, Xiao Yan felt the person he was hugging turn around. Turning from guest to host, the person tightly hugged him. Chapter 178. At this moment there was another explosion in the depths of the cave behind the 2 of them. In the distance, a white light cut through the darkness and the screams of silver butterflies could be heard. The 2 of them looked up, their expressions changing slightly. Xiao Yan let go of Hua Cheng's sleeve and said, We'll talk about it later. Thus, the 2 of them continued forward. However, this time there was an extra action of holding the other's hand tightly. Xiao Yan's face was still hot. He forced himself to be calm and said as if nothing had happened, Sanlang, how did you find out that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were fakes? How are the real ones now? Hua Cheng's state was similar to his. He said, I left 2 dead spirit butterflies to guard those 2 pieces of trash. How could there be 2 more? Your Highness, don't worry. They're very good. They won't die. Xiao Yan said, We have to release Feng Xian and Mu Qing from the cocoons first. Otherwise, if they run into them and can't fight back, it'll be bad. Hua Cheng said this way, Follow me. The myriad god's cave was indeed his territory, even if there were 5 or 6 forks at the intersection. Even if there were 5 or 6 paths at one intersection, he could immediately and accurately determine which path to take. In the distance, he heard the 2 of them criticizing each other again. Why did you let His Highness run? Now he took him away. If he didn't run, were he going to stay here and wait to be killed? What? You just want him to lure Hua Cheng away, right? Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 2 large white cocoons on the wall were biting and cursing at each other. When they saw him return, they were so shocked that they forgot to spit out the white silk in their mouths. How did you escape? Xiao Yan's bamboo hat was still on the ground. He hurriedly picked it up and carried it on his back. The heavy white silk let go of the 2 people and retreated into the darkness. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were beaten black and blue. When they landed, they saw Hua Cheng walk out from the darkness behind Xiao Yan. They probably felt that they were going to be beaten again and things were going to be troublesome. Their faces twitched. Feng Xian was about to grab Xiao Yan's arm and pull him back when Xiao Yan grabbed Hua Cheng first. Feng Xian. Your Highness? Huacheng was already leading the way. Brother, this way. How could the two of them dare to follow him? Feng Xian asked, Your Highness, why are you still with him? Mu Qing said, I told you he was bewitched and lost his mind, right? Xiaolian didn't clash with them. He just gently but firmly pulled Huacheng back and said, There's no time to explain. In any case, let's go first. There's an enemy behind us. Huacheng's eyes flickered as he was pulled back by him. After a while he smiled and said, I suggest you guys cut the crap and just follow me. I'm in a good mood, so I won't argue with you for now. Seeing this, the two of them had expressions of disbelief and speechlessness. With their train of thought, they couldn't figure out how Xiaolian could still walk with such a terrifying person who had been spying on him for more than 800 years, and whose mind was filled with unspeakable thoughts all day long. That was simply playing with fire. Mu Qing was dubious. Finally, he chose another important point and asked, You said there's an enemy? The Myriad God Cave was his territory. What enemies could there be? The wound on his face was inflicted by the enemy? There aren't many people in this world who can injure the blood rain Tanhua. Xiaolian said, It's by Wuxia. Hearing this name, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions changed. Without saying another word, they followed Xiaolian and left. That was because they knew all too well that Xiaolian could use anything as a joke or a scam. Only this person would never do such a thing. He definitely wouldn't make a mistake. Just a moment ago, this group of people had been fighting until their heads were bleeding. Yet now they were running together. Mu Qing said, What exactly happened? Xiaolian told them about how the man in white had transformed into the two of them. The two of them were extremely shocked. Transformed into our appearance. How is that possible? Xiaolian said, It's absolutely true. Although I was in a hurry and didn't get a good look at first glance, I knew it was the two of you. Feng Xian was stunned. But why is Bai Wuxiang still in this world? Wasn't he killed by the emperor? Mu Qing said, Even if you think about it, this kind of thing is so easy to kill. Perhaps he was killed back then, but when the opportunity arises, he can still rise from the ashes. Xiaolian thought of something and turned to Huacheng. Sanlang. Previously, not long after we entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain, you suddenly woke up from your slumber and urged us to immediately avoid something. The person you sensed at that time was him, right? Huacheng nodded slightly. It was him. Xiaolian muttered as expected. Later on, he chose the fork in the west. The one who killed thousands of demons and ghosts in the east was also him. He was reborn, but he was still a little weak. He needed to kill the demons and ghosts that entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain as a stepping stone for him to accumulate spiritual energy. Now he has recovered and is probably even stronger. After all, that was the world's first desperate ghost king. As they spoke, Mu Qing realized something was wrong. Your Highness, do you know where he is taking us? We don't seem to be on the way out. Huacheng said, Of course this isn't the way out because we can't get out now. Feng Xian was shocked. What? Isn't this cave your territory? Don't tell me you're also lost. Xiaolian said, Of course not. Huacheng said, Because Bai Wuxiang is currently blocking the only way out of this cave. If you think you can beat him in your current state, then don't follow me. I definitely won't stop you. Please. After all, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were from Xianle Kingdom. Just like Xiaolian, they had an indelible shadow over that thing. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they definitely didn't want to go against him. Feng Xian looked up at the top of the cave and said, Can we directly punch through the top of the cave? Huacheng sneered. Above us is a snowy mountain. Do you want another avalanche? Unfortunately, the Earthmaster shovel was left behind for emergencies and they didn't bring it. They also didn't study how to use it. Otherwise, they would be able to silently dig their way out. Feng Xian asked, Then why are we randomly walking around? Xiaolian said, As long as we randomly walk around, he will catch up and leave the only way out. At that time, the others will be able to take the opportunity to leave. Mu Qing said sensitively, Wait, the others? You mean we should split into two? One will be bait to lure him away, and the other will escape? Xiaolian said, Exactly. We must inform the emperor of Bai Wuxiang's reappearance. After you guys leave, think of a way to bring this news to the heavenly court. Mu Qing interrupted him. Wait a bit. You've already decided who will be bait and who will leave? Xiaolian shook his head and said, It's not my decision. It's Bai Wuxiang's decision. Mu Qing understood and didn't say anything. Choosing who to chase and attack really wasn't up to them to decide. If they had to choose who Bai Wuxiang would be most interested in chasing and attacking, then it would definitely be Xiaolian. Feng Xian said without hesitation, I'll stay behind and help you deal with him. In the past, if anything happened, Mu Qing would definitely be the one Xiaolian sent back to report, while Feng Xian would definitely be the one to stay behind and assist him. Right now it seemed like this scene was about to reappear. Xiaolian looked at Hua Cheng and said, Many thanks. However, there's no need. San Lang will stay behind. Feng Xian blurted out, How can he stay behind? Hua Cheng's brows slightly trembled. Xiaolian said he can. I trust him. His tone was gentle, but his attitude was incomparably firm. Feng Xian couldn't help but be startled. He said, Your Highness. Xiaolian patted his shoulder and said, You guys go together. Bronze Cauldron Mountain has already closed its doors. It's hard to say whether or not you can break out. Moreover, aren't you still looking for Lan Yi and her son? After being reminded, Feng Xian's face turned ashen. A necromancer butterfly flew out from the totem on Hua Cheng's wrist. Hua Cheng said, Follow it. The two people looked at Hua Cheng, then looked at Xiaolian. Finally, Mu Qing threw down a sentence, You guys pay attention? Then he turned around and followed the silver butterfly into another tunnel. A short while later, Feng Xian also followed. The four people split up at this fork. Xiaolian had just watched their backs disappear when another burst of explosions came from the distance. The remaining two people looked at each other. Hua Cheng said in a low voice, They're coming. Xiaolian said, Take me with you. Sure enough, that white-clothed person was heading straight for Xiaolian. Along the way, Hua Cheng continuously set up necromancer butterfly formations to form obstacles. He ensured that the white-clothed person would always be a certain distance away from them. At the same time, he monitored the situation on several different paths. Every time he heard the sound of explosions and the shrill cries of the necromancer butterflies, his expression would become a bit more serious. Xiaolian also felt a slight pain in his heart when he heard it. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a cave. He couldn't help but say, We actually lost so many silver butterflies. Although those necromancer butterflies didn't have a good reputation outside, in Xiaolian's eyes, they were just cute and obedient little monsters. To launch such a suicidal attack just to stop the enemy's footsteps for a moment, Xiaolian couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Hua Cheng sneered. His gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of rock walls as he said in a low voice, Don't worry. If he kills one, I'll create 10 more. Like a storm, I'll never stop. Let's see who will be the first to give up. Xiaolian's heart inexplicably moved as he thought. Not good, not good. Although this expression of Hua Cheng's was inadvertently revealed, Xiaolian really couldn't handle this kind of ruthless and rebellious self-confidence. After a while, Hua Cheng slowed down his footsteps. As if he had received some sort of signal, he said to Xiaolian, I've lured him away. Those two are about to leave. Xiaolian said, Excellent. We can slowly think of a way. Hua Cheng said, There's no need to rush. We've already thrown him off by quite a distance. Right now, we can first hide here and think of a countermeasure. Who knew, all of a sudden, the atmosphere between the two of them would become a bit awkward. It wasn't the kind of awkwardness that came from losing face. It was just an inexplicable feeling of embarrassment. Originally, the thing behind them was chasing closely, and there was also Feng Xian and Mu Qing present, so this kind of feeling wasn't obvious. Although he had just said we'll talk about it later, now that he had caught his breath, it was already later. Thus he didn't know what to say. Xiaolian lightly coughed twice and scratched his cheek with a finger. He felt that his posture wasn't quite right. He wanted to speak, but he was worried that it would be inappropriate, too senseless or too deliberate. Thus, he could only hope that Hua Cheng would speak first. However, Hua Cheng's face was taut, as if he was seriously thinking of a countermeasure. However, it was hard to say if he was really thinking, because the hands behind his back seemed to be trembling slightly. At this time, the two of them passed by a statue of a deity. Most of the deity statues in the cave of 10,000 deities were the same size as real people. The craftsmanship of this statue was rather crude, and it had shrunk by half. As Xiaolian passed by, he casually took off the veil covering its head. His eyes brightened as he said, "Sanlang, did you make this too?" Hua Cheng looked at it and fell silent. After a while he said, "It's a shoddy work from my early years." Brother stopped looking. This was definitely the truth. This was because this statue of a deity was made to be extremely ugly. Although it could be seen that the sculptor had done his best to restore the perfect image in his heart, the craftsmanship was limited and unsatisfactory. Although it couldn't be said that the nose and eyes were crooked, it could be said that this little statue's head and body were out of place. Even so, the sculptor had meticulously completed all the details. Because of this, Xiaolian could see that this was a statue of the crown prince. Even his pair of red coral pearl earrings were lit. Xiaolian silently covered his mouth and turned his head. In order to appear as natural as possible, he even rubbed his face. Hua Cheng was speechless and once again said, "Your Highness, stop looking." As he spoke, he was about to put the veil back on. Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I really think it's very cute." But thinking about it, wasn't Hua Cheng sculpting him? If he praised this thing as cute, wouldn't that be the same as praising himself as cute? Lying through his teeth, Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Hua Cheng also lowered his head and smiled. Just like that, when both of them laughed, the indescribably awkward atmosphere that made people feel anxious was diluted by a lot. As they continued to walk forward, they passed by another reclining statue. It was lying on a stone bed, but its entire body was covered by a layer of smoke-like white gauze. Xiaolian was extremely curious. Just as he was about to lift the white gauze covering the statue to take a look, Hua Cheng suddenly grabbed his wrist and said, "Your Highness." Ever since they entered the Myriad Gods cave, Hua Cheng had been calling him Your Highness most of the time. Xiaolian looked at him, and Hua Cheng once again let go of the hand that was tightly grabbing him. He still looked a little uncomfortable. Xiaolian said, "I already know that this is my statue of a deity. Can I still not look at it?" Hua Cheng said, "If older brother wants to see the statue of a deity, I've sculpted the best one that you haven't seen yet. I'll show it to you later. You don't have to look at the ones in this cave." Xiaolian was puzzled. "Why?" "I feel that all the deity statues in the Myriad Gods cave are very well sculpted by you, really very well. If I can't see them, I'll feel that it's a pity. Speaking of which, those murals." Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng immediately said, "I'll go destroy them." Seeing that he was actually going to leave, Xiaolian hurriedly pulled him back. Don't. Why do you have to destroy them? Just because I've seen them? Fine. I'll tell you the truth. In reality, I've only seen a little bit. It's just the parts about the Upper Yuan sacrifice, the journey to the heavens, and the army camp. I haven't seen a lot of them because Feng Xian and Mu Qing didn't let me see them. That's why I have no idea what you've painted. Don't go and destroy them." Only then did Hua Cheng turn around and ask, "Really?" Xiaolian pulled him back and said with extreme sincerity, "Really? If you don't want me to see them, then I won't." Hua Cheng seemed to faintly breathe a sigh of relief. Smiling, he said, "There's nothing to see. Whatever you want to see, just let me paint it." Chapter 180. His head tilted to the side. He seemed to have lost consciousness. When he saw that it was Lang Ying, Xiaolian subconsciously wanted to save her. But he quickly stopped in his tracks and reacted. Just now, there was clearly only Bai Wuxiang here. How did Lang Ying suddenly appear? Seeing that the originally pure and holy crown prince Yushun statue had been tarnished by the pattering of blood, Hua Cheng was clearly very angry. His face was filled with anger. The scimitar misfortune in his hand overflowed with cold air. He said word by word, "Get down here." The tilted head of Lang Ying finally came back. He opened his eyes and slowly pulled himself off the sword. He landed on the ground. Just now, after he shattered the wave of silver butterflies that surrounded him, he took advantage of the flashing silver light. He hid under the white gauze of the statue. He turned into Lang Ying's appearance. Since he could turn into Lang Ying's appearance, then he must have seen Lang Ying somewhere. Xiaolian asked, "Where's the real Lang Ying?" Hua Cheng said, "Maybe there's no such thing as the real Lang Ying. If from the beginning Lang Ying didn't exist, it was just that Bai Wuxiang hadn't fully recovered. Then things would be easy to explain. However, Xiao Yan thought of Miss Little Ying who had died on Mount Yujun. He would rather this theory not work. He quickly thought of another possibility and slowly said, or maybe, he ate Lang Ying. The body of Lang Ying in front of him was gradually growing longer and taller. The bandages on his face slowly fell off, revealing the sad and happy face inside. Hearing this, he slightly raised his head and seemed to be smiling. You guessed right. As expected. After Bai Wuxiang was scattered by Jun Wu, he left behind a remnant soul to wander the world. It was unknown how long he had drifted, but it was also unknown when he found Lang Ying, who was also a ghost. He must have used some method to bewitch or deceive Lang Ying, making her agree to let him live in her body. Otherwise, with his remnant weak soul, he might not have been able to swallow Lang Ying. And after he stuck to Lang Ying's body, he slowly recovered. The final result was what Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng saw. Ghost ate ghost, and Bai Wuxiang instead ate Lang Ying, his host. Just like He Xian ate the true immortal, Lang Ying became his vassal. Before long, Lang Ying had completely transformed into Bai Wuxiang's appearance. Hua Cheng stared at him and asked, "Why did Lang Ying agree to let you borrow his spiritual body?" It should be noted that this kind of thing was similar to a stranger asking to open your door and let me in to eat and sleep with you. In any case, Lang Ying was a ghost that had lived for hundreds of years. Although she was timid, she was not stupid to this extent. Bai Wuxiang said gently, "Of course I can answer you. However, are you sure that the person beside you wants me to say it here?" Hua Cheng looked to the side. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly strange. He actually didn't notice his gaze at all. Bai Wuxiang continued, "Surnamed Lang Yong and human face plague. Why did you agree to let me eat him? Don't tell me you still don't understand why?" In a split second, Xiao Yan's face paled. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he slashed out with his sword, shouting, "Shut up!" Bai Wuxiang dodged to the side. Dang! That sword actually broke the long sword held in the hand of his own idol. Now the Crown Prince's idol, the Crown Prince's sword became a broken sword, and the idol also became a damaged artifact. Xiao Yan immediately came back to his senses. It was as if he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. The dead spirit butterflies seemed to be infuriated and swarmed over. Bai Wuxiang let out a string of lukewarm laughter and calmly covered his face with his sleeves. He no longer bothered them and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Xiao Yan looked at the broken stone sword on the ground and subconsciously said to Hua Cheng, "I'm sorry." Hua Cheng interrupted him, "Isn't it funny that His Highness is apologizing to me? So what if he leaves?" Xiao Yan calmed down a bit and said, "Did he escape? We can't let him enter the copper furnace." The two chased out of Wanshan Cave and climbed up the snowy mountain again. Just as they poked their heads out, they felt the earth shake. Looking up, they saw an avalanche that was even worse than before. It was as if something buried under the snow had awakened and was roaring in anger, wanting to shake off the 1,000 years of snow on its body. Xiao Yan said, "Can we still go up?" Hua Cheng tightly grabbed Xiao Yan's hand and said, "Just follow me." The two of them went against the avalanche of ice and snow. Although it was extremely difficult and dangerous, they had to take 3 steps back for every step they took. However, they still managed to avoid the most violent avalanche and the countless pits in the ground. Finally, they climbed to the highest point. Xiao Yan didn't know how many layers of ice there were at the top of the mountain. Xiao Yan felt that if he walked a bit faster, he would slip. However, Hua Cheng held his hand and steadily walked, completely fearless. The two of them arrived at the mouth of the volcano. The mouth of the mountain was like a giant mouth that roared towards the sky. It was very spectacular. Looking down, it was pitch black. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the deepest part of the mountain emitted a frightening red light. Xiao Yan inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. He pressed down on the bamboo hat on his head to prevent it from being blown away by the wind and snow. He said, "Has he already gone in?" Hua Cheng only took a glance before his expression froze. He said, "He's already gone in. Why do you say so? The copper furnace is currently closing." Xiao Yan was shocked and caught unprepared. "What's going on? It's closing so quickly? Aren't there supposed to be a few ghosts inside to start killing each other?" Hua Cheng said, "That's under normal circumstances. However, if the copper furnace believes that the person who enters has great potential to break through, and that ghost asks it to seal the mountain, then it will also seal the mountain." After pausing for a moment he continued, "That's what I did back then." Xiaolian said, "Is he really dead or not? If a ghost king that has already died, what will happen if he enters the copper furnace again?" Hua Cheng said, "It's the same as a heavenly priest who has already ascended and wants to experience the heavenly tribulation again. In other words, the strong will become even stronger. If Bai Wuxiang was allowed to break through this barrier, the consequences would be unimaginable. And once he broke through the copper furnace and left the mountain, the first person he would look for would definitely be Xiaolian." Xiaolian stared at the bottomless abyss for a long time before he slowly said, "San Lang, I might have to go down and settle things." Hua Cheng calmly said, "Go down. I'll accompany you." Xiaolian raised his head to look at him. Hua Cheng also raised his head and met his gaze. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled and said, "It's nothing more than going down to kill someone who's in the way and breaking through the copper furnace again. It doesn't seem to be anything difficult." Seeing him so relaxed, Xiaolian's originally tense mood couldn't help but relax a little. He smiled slightly. Then Hua Cheng said, "However, there's one thing." "Xiaolian?" ? He slightly tilted his head, and Hua Cheng suddenly wrapped one hand around his waist and pulled him into his embrace. His other hand gently lifted his chin and kissed his lips. In the wind and snow, they kissed for a long time before their lips slowly separated. Xiaolian was stunned for a long time. Finally he quivered and woke up. His face flushed red. He opened his eyes and said, Why so sudden?" Although it wasn't the first time they had done this kind of thing, they had previously used such high-sounding excuses as borrowing mana, transferring chi, being careless, and so on. But now that some things had been brought up, these excuses had been exposed for their hypocrisy. The significance of this matter was no small matter. He simply didn't know where to put his hand. Should he grab Hua Cheng's arm? Or push Hua Cheng's chest? Or cover Hua Cheng's face? Hua Cheng seemed to be slightly panting beside his ear. He said in a low voice, "I will first lend some mana to your highness in case you need it. Will you accept it?" Xiaolian unconsciously gulped and stammered, This is just a little, it seems too much. I haven't paid back the previous debt." Hua Cheng said, "Not much. Don't worry. You can slowly pay it back when you have time. It will be paid back eventually." Xiaolian randomly grunted a few times. Just as he was about to flee, Hua Cheng pulled him back again and reminded him, "Your Highness, where are you running to? The direction is wrong." Only then did Xiaolian realize that he was actually running back. He immediately walked back, but his feet slipped on the ice. He hurriedly pressed down on the bamboo hat and said, No, I am just a little cold. I want to turn a few rounds to warm up." He put on the bamboo hat again and again. Finally, he grabbed Hua Cheng's hand and held it tightly. The two of them stood side by side and looked down at the huge abyss below. Hua Cheng said in a casual tone, "After we're done, I'll show my brother the statue of God that I'm most satisfied with." Xiaolian said, "Okay." After he finished speaking, the two of them jumped down together. The howling wind blew past their ears and the powerful impact was like a huge wave hitting their faces. However, the two of them didn't let go of each other's hands. Instead, they held each other even tighter. Who knew that in midair, Xiaolian's hand would suddenly grab empty air? It wasn't that his hand slipped or that Hua Cheng shook it off. Instead, the hand that was holding his palm suddenly disappeared. It didn't have a physical body. Xiaolian's heart tightened and he shouted, "San Lang?" He was currently falling at high speed. He had just shouted a moment ago, but in the next moment that voice was over a dozen feet above his head. It sounded unreal. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaolian finally landed steadily. He immediately stood up and said, "San Lang?" No one answered. Only the echoes of emptiness told him that at this moment, he was in a vast and spacious space. All around him was pitch-black darkness. Only above him could be seen. Xiaolian looked up. Above him, there was a snow-white curtain of the sky that was gradually shrinking. That was the mouth of the volcano of the copper furnace. It was slowly closing up. However, where did Hua Cheng go? With a boom, Xiaolian held up a flame in his palm. He wanted to see what the situation below was like. However, the darkness was unfathomable. This flame couldn't illuminate anything at all. It was as if the flame was indifferently absorbed by the darkness. Furthermore, he wasn't careful and didn't control his mana well. The flame was too strong, almost burning his hair. He hurriedly threw the flame to one side. Coincidentally, the flame just happened to reflect a faint white silhouette not too far away. Xiaolian immediately became extremely vigilant and said, "Who is it?" That white silhouette turned around and answered in a calm voice, "You know who I am." Although he answered, the muscles on that person's face didn't move in the slightest. That was because that wasn't a human face at all. Rather, it was a half-crying, half-smiling mask. Xiaolian blurted out, "San Lang." As soon as he saw that face, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. However, he wasn't shouting because he was scared but because he was worried. Naturally, there was still no response. That sad and happy face moved closer to him and said, "There's no need to shout. The copper furnace has already been sealed. There's only you and me here. There's no third person." Xiaolian subconsciously looked up at the sky again. Before, there was still a small piece of the snow-white curtain of the sky. But now, that small piece of light had been completely swallowed by the surrounding darkness. This also meant that the copper furnace had truly been sealed off. Xiaolian never expected that the current situation would turn out like this. He and Bai Wuxiang, the two of them, were locked inside the copper furnace? The two of them? Why was it the two of them? Xiaolian gripped Maiden Heart in his hand and pointed his sword at that white silhouette. He said, "What the hell is going on? Is this your doing again? Where is he? Where is he now?" Bai Wuxiang used one hand to clamp the blade of Maiden Heart's sword with 2 fingers. His other hand flicked the edge of the sword. With a crisp dang, he said, "Gone." Xiaolian saw this action and his gaze turned slightly cold. His joints crackled as he said, "Speak clearly. What do you mean by gone?" Bai Wuxiang unhurriedly said, "I don't want to follow you anymore. Gone. Dead. Choose one." Xiaolian's heart went cold at first. Then a wave of rage surged up and he slashed out with his sword. "Don't talk nonsense." Bai Wuxiang once again easily caught the blade. He said, "Fine, fine. I was indeed talking nonsense. Don't worry, he's already been sent outside the copper furnace. Even if he rushed over now, he wouldn't make it in time." Xiaolian wasn't afraid of not being able to make it in time. As long as Hua Cheng was fine, everything was fine. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Bai Wuxiang continued, however, "It's better if he doesn't come in. Otherwise, even if he doesn't have that idea now, once he sees you later, it's hard to say if he'll still want to follow you." Xiaolian couldn't bear it any longer. He slashed out again and shouted, "Shut up!" Bai Wuxiang calmly dodged every one of his attacks. Xiaolian angrily said, "I've had enough of you. What do you want? What do you want? How long do you want to pester me? Why haven't you died yet? Why did you come to the copper furnace?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Because of you." Xiaolian's movements paused for a moment. He gasped for breath and said, "What do you mean?" Bai Wuxiang calmly replied, "Because you came, so I also came." Hearing this answer, Xiaolian's face somewhat distorted. However, no matter how angry he was, no matter how heavy his killing intent was, Bai Wuxiang always seemed to be able to predict what his next attack would be, dodging it by a hair's breadth. The more Xiaolian used his sword, the more he understood a cruel fact. He couldn't win. Yes. As if he could see through his heart, Bai Wuxiang said, "You can't win." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand chopped down on Xiaolian's wrist. A wave of pain spread through his entire body. Xiaolian couldn't help but let go of his sword. Then Bai Wuxiang grabbed his hair and ruthlessly smashed him into the ground. His ears buzzed, his nose and mouth reeked of blood, and his brain shook without end. After a while, Xiaolian felt a hand lift his head from the broken ground. A voice said from above, "Pitiful, pitiful." Xiaolian choked out a mouthful of blood. His vision was blurred by the blood and darkness. Bai Wuxiang said, "Every time I see your Highness Crown Prince, you're always like this. It makes my heart ache, but it also makes me happy." Xiao Yan bit down on the blood in his mouth, not letting it come out. In a hoarse voice he said, "Don't be too pleased with yourself. Right now I can't win against you, but there's someone who can. Even if you can leave the copper furnace, it's not necessarily impossible for Junwu to kill you again." Moreover, there was still Flower City. Unexpectedly, Bai Wuxiang said, "Who said the one who came out of the copper furnace would be me?" Hearing this, Xiao froze. It wasn't him? If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Bai Wuxiang lifted his face and looked him in the eye. In a warm voice he said, "Your Highness, I think you might have misunderstood. In this copper furnace there will indeed be someone who will leave. However, it won't be me. It will be you." Xiao Yan was extremely shocked. "Oh, what did you say?" "I'm not." Before he could finish speaking, he came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Wuxiang said, "Precisely so. Congratulations, you finally understood my true goal. Isn't this the third option that you like the most?" Right now, inside the copper furnace, there was only a ghost and a heavenly official. From the looks of it, there were only two options. Either Bai Wuxiang killed him and then broke out of the copper furnace, or the two of them couldn't even think about leaving and would be locked inside the copper furnace forever. However, in reality there was still a third option. As long as Xiao Yan immediately committed suicide here, transforming into a ghost and killing Bai Wuxiang, he could immediately become a Jew and break out of the copper furnace. With great difficulty, Xiao Yan recovered from his shock and said, "In the end, what do you want to do? You don't need to think about it. Why do you want to do this? Just to make me become a Jew. I'm not as crazy as you. Even if you want me to kill you, I can't win against you. If you deliberately lose to me, the copper furnace may not admit it." Bai Wuxiang said, "Is that so? You can't win against me? That's not necessarily true." As he said this, he stretched out his other hand. With the light of the fire not far away, Xiao Yan could clearly see that a mask had appeared in that hand. It was exactly the same as the one on Bai Wuxiang's face. Bai Wuxiang said, "Remember this joy and sorrow mask? It suits you very well." Xiao Yan's eyes widened. Like a tide of insects, fear crawled up his heart. He forced himself to say, "Take it away, take it away, take it away." Bai Wuxiang laughed and said, "It seems that your Highness' memory isn't too good. Since that's the case, let me help you think, okay?" Chapter 182. Before the city was under martial law, Xiao Yan and the others traveled through the night. They arrived at another city. He still placed the king and queen in a hidden place while he and Feng Xian went out to earn money. However, they, who could not earn much money in the previous city, would not suddenly be lucky in another city. The two of them were still busy for a whole day, and could only get a meager salary. Moreover, because one of the three people who used to be inseparable was suddenly missing, the other two people were extremely unaccustomed to it. For example, previously it was Mu Qing who was in charge of keeping the money bag and counting the number at any time. Now that Mu Qing had left, Feng Xian bluntly said that he might lose the money. Xiao Yan had no choice but to keep the money bag on himself. Every time he counted the pitifully small amount, he could not believe it. This was his reward for a day's labor. In the past even if he rewarded a beggar, it would be more than this amount. Without Mu Qing, there was no one to deliver food to the king and queen. Xiao Yan could only bring Feng Xian every day, and personally deliver all kinds of needed items to the hiding place of the king and queen. He could see his son often. This made the queen very happy. When she was happy, she went to the kitchen. On this day, she let Xiao Yan and Feng Xian taste the soup she cooked. She pulled them to the table and said, "You two have to take good care of yourselves. You've all lost weight." Feng Xian broke out in cold sweat and bounced up as soon as his butt touched the stool. He waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, Your Majesty, Feng Xian does not dare. I absolutely do not dare." The queen said amiably, "Child, what is there to be afraid of? Come sit down." How could Feng Xian dare to say it? He really did not dare. After bracing himself and sitting down, the queen presented the results of her labor. Feng Xian took a deep breath and suddenly opened the lid of the pot. Xiao Yan sat at the top. When the two of them saw the contents of the pot, their faces were tragic. Xiao Yan said in a low voice, "This chicken died so miserably." Feng Xian's lips moved slightly and he said, Your Highness, you saw wrong. There is no chicken inside. Xiao. Then what is this dead chicken-like thing floating inside? Feng Xian, I guess it's soup paste, the shape is a little wrong? The two of them studied it for a long time but still couldn't figure out what was in the pot. The Empress scooped a bowl for Xiao and Feng Xian himself. Once the Empress entered the room and went to find the king, they immediately poured away the soup in their bowls. Then they pretended to drink the soup in one gulp and wiped their mouths, saying, I'm full, I'm full. Seeing this, the queen was quite happy and said, Is it delicious? Xiao insincerely said, Delicious, delicious. The queen said happily, If it's good, then drink more. Xiao almost spat out the non-existent soup. He raised his handkerchief and pretended to wipe the corner of his mouth. At this time the queen seemed to hesitate for a moment and said, My son, let me ask you a question. Don't blame me for asking too much. Xiao heart tightened. Putting down the handkerchief, he asked, What is it? Please ask away. The queen sat down beside him and said, Where is that child Mu Qing? Why haven't you come these past few days? True enough. Hearing her mention Mu Qing, Xiao heart tightened even more. He said, I gave him some tasks so he went somewhere else first. The queen seemed to let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Immediately after, she asked, Then when will he come back? Xiao said, It's possible that he'll be outside for a long time. And won't be able to come back. Hearing this, the queen looked a bit awkward. Xiao sensed it and asked, What's wrong? The queen immediately said, Nothing. Feng Xian's eyes were sharp. He suddenly said, Your Majesty the Queen, what happened to your hand? Hand? Xiao lowered his head to look and was immediately shocked. His mother's hands, which used to be well-maintained and elegant, now looked a little frightening. The skin around her knuckles were broken, and there were even some faint traces of blood. Xiao suddenly stood up and pulled her hand. What's going on? The queen hurriedly said, Nothing happened. I just washed some clothes and quilts, but I don't really know how to wash them. Xiao blurted out, Why did you want to wash them yourself? You can. Before he could finish speaking, he was stuck. Can what? Can let the palace maids help wash them? Can let Mu Qing help wash them? That was impossible. During their escape, Mu Qing had always been the personal attendant of Xiao, the king and the queen. He had taken care of all kinds of daily personal matters. The moment he left, there was suddenly no one to do all the trivial chores. There was no one to cook, no one to wash, and no one to fold the quilts. The originally incomparably simple days had suddenly become inconvenient. Xiao could still bear it with some difficulty because he had too many things to worry about. However, how could his mother, who was used to living a life of leisure, do such rough work? And if the queen didn't do it herself, who could do it in her place? After being silent for a long time, Xiao said, You can leave it. I'll wash it. The queen smiled and said, No need. You should properly do your own things. I've never washed or cooked before. In any case, I have nothing to do every day, so I'll do it myself. It's quite interesting, especially when I see you guys eat happily. That pot of soup was made by his mother with such a pair of hands. However, they didn't even drink a sip before secretly pouring the soup away. Xiao and Feng Xian looked at each other, both feeling uncomfortable. At this time the queen spoke again, Oh right, there's one more thing. That is, can you bring some medicine back tomorrow? Xiao slightly opened his eyes and said, Medicine? What medicine? The queen's face was full of worry as she said, I don't know either. How about you go to the medicine shop and ask what kind of medicine to use for coughing up blood? Coughing up blood? Xiao was stunned. Who's coughing up blood? You? Imperial father? Why didn't you say so earlier? His voice was a bit louder, so the queen immediately said, Lower your voice. However, it was already too late. An angry voice came from the back of the house saying, I told you not to talk too much. It was the king. Seeing that he had already heard it, the queen didn't hide it anymore and rushed into the house saying, But you can't go on like this. Xiao walked into the house and saw the king nestled in a tattered quilt. These past few days, he hadn't looked at him carefully. Now that he looked, the king's face was sickly. His cheeks were almost sunken in. making his complexion look even worse in the gloomy house. Where was the halo of the king of a country? He was simply an old man with an ashen face. Xiaolian didn't need to take his pulse to know that the king had definitely been sick for a long time. Moreover, it wasn't a light illness. Even the entire house was filled with a haze of sickness, making it hard for people to breathe. Remembering that the queen had said coughing up blood, he became anxious and immediately raised his voice. What's going on here? The king's face was ashen as he said, what kind of tone is that? The queen and Feng Xian both came in. Xiaolian said, don't worry about my tone. Why didn't you say you were sick earlier? The king angrily said, are you teaching this king a lesson? At any time, this king doesn't need you to teach me what I should say or what I shouldn't say. Seeing that the king was actually still being stubborn, Xiaolian said in disbelief, you're simply unreasonable? Even at this time you still want to emphasize your status and authority? The king angrily said, get out. Quickly get out. The queen and Feng Xian hurriedly pulled Xiaolian out and said, my son, don't be like this. He's your imperial father and he's sick. You should give in a bit. Escaping with an illness was worse than adding hail to snow. Xiaolian buried his face in his hands and said, Mother Empress, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have dragged on to this coughing up blood disease. Do you know how difficult it is to treat this illness? It should be said that with their current conditions, it was impossible to cure it. The queen was a little frightened and also a little sad as she said, We also didn't know it would be so serious. Feng Xian also said, that's right. Moreover, they had been escaping from Yong'an's pursuers the entire way. How could they stop? Xiaolian took his face out of his hands and said, I'll take him to the city to find a doctor now. However, the king said from inside the house, no need. Xiaolian turned around and was about to say that he had the final say when he heard Feng Xian say, Your Highness, if you take the king to the medical center in the city, we will definitely be noticed. Hearing this, Xiaolian's movements suddenly froze. The queen said, we were afraid of this, that's why we didn't say anything these past few days. Imperial son, you should first think of a way to get some medicine back. Behind the house, the king violently coughed again. The queen went in to take care of him. Xiaolian was stunned for a while before he turned around and went out. Feng Xian said, Your Highness, what do you plan to do? Xiaolian didn't answer and began to rummage through the house. Feng Xian asked, What are you looking for? He didn't answer. In a flash he took out something from the bottom of the chest. It was a treasured sword overflowing with an ancient aura. Feng Xian looked at it and said, Why did you take out the red mirror? After a moment of silence, Xiaolian said, I want to pawn it. Feng Xian was shocked and immediately said, You can't. Xiaolian heavily closed the chest and said, I've pawned so many swords, this one won't make a difference. Along the way, in order to gather enough money for their carriage and the necessary fees for passing through dangerous checkpoints, Xiaolian had already pawned more than half of the treasured swords he originally loved. Moreover, because they couldn't go to large pawnshops with many people, sometimes they would be threatened by black-hearted merchants who discovered their whereabouts. Thus, they had to reluctantly sell them at a reduced price. Feng Xian said, It's not the same. Don't you like this sword a lot? Otherwise, why didn't you pawn it before and instead hid it at the bottom of the chest? Moreover, this is a sword gifted to you by the emperor. Wouldn't it be bad if you pawned it and told others? Xiaolian tiredly said, No matter how much I like it, it's not as important as my life. Let's go, let's go. The two of them took the swords and walked all the way to the city. Both of them had dejected expressions. When they arrived in front of the pawnshop, Xiaolian stopped and looked at the red mirror in his hands. Feng Xian looked at him and said, How about we don't pawn it? Let's try. Think of another way? Xiaolian shook his head and said, It's too late. Moreover, I don't know any other way to definitely gather enough money. If they went to steal, rob, or swindle, no mortals could stop them. Moreover, the money would come much faster. However, it was because they had to abide by the rules of mortals and the principles of good and evil that they had to honestly think of ways to earn money that they were in such a difficult situation. After making up his mind, Xiaolian said, We have to pawn it. Once we pawn it, we'll go buy medicine. Although he said this, his feet still didn't move. Feng Xian knew that he couldn't bear to part with this sword. This was the last treasured sword in his hands, so he said, "Then let's wait and see." Right at this moment, a clamor came from the other side of the street. Someone shouted, "Who's causing trouble? You've got guts. Arrest them! Arrest them!" Both of them were startled. Xiaolian vigilantly dodged to the side and said, "Who?" Feng Xian was also very vigilant. He went to investigate and felt relieved. Returning, he said, "It's nothing. Don't worry. It's not related to us. They're not looking for us, nor are they Yong and Bing." Only then did Xiaolian's tense heart relax a little. He said, "Then what's going on?" Feng Xian said, "I'm not sure. It seems like a few evil servants are fighting. Let's go take a look." Xiaolian said, "Let's go take a look. Hopefully it's not some evil tyrant." The two of them moved forward together. They saw a few people wrestling in the middle while the onlookers cheered. Feng Xian patted a passerby who was watching excitedly and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" That passerby chuckled and said, "Don't you know? It's too exciting. The servant is hitting the master." Xiaolian was speechless for a moment. He asked, "Why is this happening? And why are they cheering?" That passerby said, "Of course they're cheering. This master, he's really not a good person. This servant has been with him since he was a child and is loyal and devoted. As for him, he only knows how to exploit others. He doesn't pay them much, yet he still orders them to work like cattle and horses for him. This servant really can't stand it anymore. Look. They're still fighting." Sure enough, the one who was beating the servant cursed as he fought. He said things like, "I've tolerated you for a long time. Why don't you calculate what you've given me? Our family is so poor we can't even feed ourselves, yet you still ride on my head and act like a tyrant. From today onwards, I'm no longer your family's dog." So on and so forth. The master who was being beaten hugged his head and howled. Everyone applauded and cheered. Xiaolian's heart tightened as he listened. He didn't know why, but his hair stood on end. He couldn't help but slap Feng Xian's face. Feng Xian, on the other hand, didn't notice his strange behavior at all. He listened to the people talking about the master's various misdeeds and casually said, "So that's how it is. Then this master is really outrageous. No wonder this servant wants to rebel." He said it unintentionally, but Xiaolian's heart skipped a beat. He tightened his grip on the red mirror in his hand. After a headache, they pawned the red mirror. The two finally had money and immediately went to the medical center to consult a doctor. They bought dozens of medicinal ingredients to bring back. The medicinal ingredients to treat hemoptysis were expensive and needed in large quantities. It wasn't something that could be obtained in 1 or 2 days. Thus, they still had to pay attention to what would happen next. That night, Feng Xian first opened a few packets of medicinal ingredients and brewed them outside the house. He fanned himself with a broken palm leaf fan while Xiaolian rummaged through the house. After rummaging for a long time, he finally found a shiny golden belt from the bottom of the chest. Originally, Xiaolian had many golden belts, but like the treasured swords, they were all pawned. Only this last one was left. He originally wanted to keep it as a souvenir, but now he decided to use it to do something. Coincidentally, Feng Xian looked up at him and said, "Your Highness, why are you holding that belt? It can't be that you also want to pawn it, right?" Xiaolian walked over and handed the golden belt to him. Seeing this, Feng Xian's eyes immediately widened. Baffled, he said, "Why are you giving this to me?" "Your Highness, when you closed the chest just now, you didn't close your brain along with it, right?" Only now did Xiaolian remember that in the heavenly court, gifting a golden belt had a special meaning. His face immediately darkened as he said, "You're thinking too much. I didn't mean it that way at all. Just treat it as ordinary gold and accept it." As he said this, he stuffed it over. Feng Xian had that shiny golden belt hanging from his neck. Glaring at him, he said, "No. You have to tell me, why did you suddenly give me a gold belt?" Xiaolian said, "Just treat it as making up for the salary I owe you for so long." Chapter 184. He warned Feng Xian repeatedly to let Feng Xian stay here and guard the king and queen. He left the small shabby house. As he walked, he looked back, his heart beating extremely fast. After walking for a long distance and confirming that Feng Xian really didn't follow him, he was relieved. He composed himself and walked and stopped for more than 10 miles. Xiaolian finally picked a place that he felt was suitable, a mountain road in the middle of nowhere. He looked around and saw that there was no one. Xiaolian covered his face with white silk, wrapped his face tightly and jumped up the tree, hiding his figure, holding his breath and concentrating. Next, he waited for the passerby to pass. Not bad. His method was the so-called robbing the rich to help the poor. In the past, Xiaolian had only heard of this kind of story of Zhonghu heroes robbing the rich to help the poor in stories and stories. He had never done it and he had never thought of doing it. Because, originally, he thought that no matter how it was beautified, no matter how justified the purpose, robbing was robbing, stealing was stealing. Otherwise, with Xiaolian's skills, not to mention jumping onto roofs and running over walls to steal something, killing all the guards and emptying a silver vault wouldn't be a problem. But at this point there was really no other way. If he had to say, robbing was slightly better than stealing, probably because the former was considered fair and above board. After struggling for a long time, Xiaolian still slapped his original self in the face. He planned to rob other people's wealth and help his own poverty. This was the fastest way. Xiaolian squatted on a tree. The moon was dark and the wind was high. The surroundings were silent and empty, but his heart was beating wildly. Even when he was hunting the most ferocious demon beasts, he had never been this nervous. He took out a cold and hard steamed bun from his sleeve, his hands trembling slightly. If you could still be picky about what you ate, it could only mean that you weren't really hungry. After Xiaolian understood this matter, he suddenly got used to the taste of steamed buns. Winter was approaching, and the night was extremely cold. Xiaolian chewed on the cold steamed bun while exhaling white air. Because he didn't want to be seen, Xiaolian didn't consider crowded places. He specifically chose a remote place and waited for a full 4 hours before a pedestrian slowly walked over from the end of the mountain road. Xiaolian's spirit was roused. He stuffed the steamed bun in 2 or 3 mouthfuls and stared at the slowly approaching pedestrian. He discovered that it was an old man. Such an old man, although his clothes could be considered luxurious, he should be very rich. But of course, he was not in Xiaolian's consideration. It was unknown whether he was disappointed or relieved. In any case, he decisively ignored him and let him pass. He continued to wait for the next person. 2 hours later, Xiaolian squatted until his feet were numb and his lower body was almost stiff. Only then did the second person arrive. Seeing that the man was also walking very slowly, he thought, could it be another old man? When that person slowly came closer, he realized that it was not an old man but a young man. The young man looked simple and honest, with a face full of smiles. The reason why he walked very slowly was because he was carrying a heavy sack of rice. Xiaolian's palms were sweaty. In his heart, he said to himself, should I do it? After hesitating for a moment, he gave up. The reason he gave up was that the young man's clothes were ragged. The straw sandals on his feet were worn out, revealing his toes. It was obvious that his family was poor. The reason he was so happy must be because he finally had a sack of rice to eat. Maybe his family had been starving for many days. Maybe this sack of rice was exchanged by selling his family's only cow. If it was robbed, wouldn't it be hopeless? Xiaolian let his imagination run wild. Later on, he thought that maybe he could only ask for half of the rice. But by this time, the young man had already walked far away. Therefore, Xiaolian decisively stopped thinking and continued to wait for the next person. Just like that, he squatted on this tree and waited for several hours. He squatted from night to dawn. During this period, about a dozen pedestrians passed by on this mountain road. Every time Xiaolian wanted to make a move, he would let them off for various reasons. There were several times when he thought, forget it. Let's go back. There was simply no robber who robbed like him. It would be strange if there was any harvest. However, when he thought that when he went back, he would have no medicine and no food, he had no choice but to continue to wait. After more than half a day, finally, on the mountain road, the last passerby came from afar. It was a middle-aged man, dressed luxuriously. He was either rich or noble. His appearance was ferocious and oily, making people feel disgusted. He didn't look like a good person. However, as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Xiaolian couldn't help but think, what if this person only looks ferocious, but is actually a good person? Even if he has money, does he deserve to be robbed? Just as he was struggling to overcome the barrier in his heart, a sudden rumbling sound in his stomach woke him up. Xiaolian sighed in his heart and said, "Forget it, I can't care so much. It's you." After making up his mind, he jumped down from the tree and said, "Stop." Halfway through, a masked man appeared. The man was startled and vigilantly said, "Who are you? What are you trying to do by hiding here with your face covered?" The man opened his mouth wide and jumped 3 feet high, saying, "Someone come. Save me. Robber." After shouting, he broke into a run. Compared to letting him escape, Xiaolian was actually more worried that his shouting would attract other people. Although this was actually a desolate mountain, it was unlikely to attract people. Even if he did attract people, he could escape immediately. However, he still had a guilty conscience and immediately said, "Stop. Stop shouting." How could the man listen? He fled into the forest and let out a blood-curdling scream. Xiaolian was worried that ferocious beasts would appear in the forest and attack the man, so he hurriedly said, "Wait. Be careful." Unexpectedly, when he chased after the man, he was immediately stunned, and his face turned deathly pale. There were actually a few people standing in the forest, and they were all looking in his direction. Xiaolian took a closer look and discovered that something was wrong. These people weren't people at all. This was because the middle-aged man didn't seem to see them at all. He was still panicking. Moreover, Xiaolian was very familiar with quite a few of them. Of course they were familiar. He had seen quite a few of them in the immortal capital before. Some were from the celestial heavens, and some were from the celestial heavens. They were all heavenly officials. The man screamed just now because he had fallen. He was holding a large string of protective talismans in his hand, and he muttered, great immortals, quickly come and save me. Quickly save me." And the great immortals he was shouting for had really come as he wished. At this moment, several pairs of heavenly officials were staring at Xiaolian, staring so hard that he couldn't move. Seeing that the strange masked man who robbed him was frozen on the spot, the man hurriedly crawled up and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Xiaolian couldn't even take a step to chase after him. His whole body was already stiff and he was covered in cold sweat. His heart was filled with fear. Yes, fear. He only hoped that the white silk would wrap his face tightly enough so that these little heavenly officials he had interacted with in the past wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, things didn't go as he wished. One of the heavenly officials sized him up and said in amazement, "Isn't this His Highness the Crown Prince?" Another heavenly official was even more shocked. "Ah, it really is him. Why is His Highness the Crown Prince here? Why is he dressed like this?" Xiaolian's heart sank lower and lower, almost sinking into the earth's core. Just now that person shouted, "Help! Robbery! Robber? Is there a robber chasing him? The robber is His Highness the Crown Prince." Heavens! His Highness the Crown Prince would actually do this kind of thing. Hearing these words, Xiaolian almost fainted on the spot. He didn't know how much time had passed before he said in a hoarse voice, He wanted to say something, but it was hard to say, and it got stuck in his throat. And those heavenly officials' complexions were also very subtle. After a long time, a heavenly official patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, it's okay. His Highness the Crown Prince, we understand." Xiaolian was patted a few times. It wasn't hard at all, but he almost couldn't stand still. He said again, That heavenly official laughed a few times and said, "It's not easy for you to be like this. I understand. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else." Xiaolian found it hard to say this. After the other party had said it first, he completely didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally murmured, "Okay, thank you. Then I'll go back. I'll go back." He also didn't know how he left. In short, when he woke up, he was already standing on an empty mountain road. He had been woken up by the cold winter night wind. At this moment, Xiaolian finally reacted. What a frightening thing had just happened. He, Xiaolian, the Crown Prince of Xianlu. A robber. How did things turn out like this? At this moment, Xiaolian was incomparably regretful. Before, he must have been crazy to think of blocking the road and robbing others. Now things had gotten out of hand. Why was it so unfortunate that he hadn't accomplished anything? Yet he just happened to be caught red-handed. In his past life, Xiaolian had never encountered this kind of thing. He simply didn't know what to do. His entire body was burning from head to toe, and his mind was in chaos. He buried his face in his hands. If he could turn back time, he would even be willing to use several years of his lifespan in cultivation in exchange. Just as he was endlessly annoyed, the corner of his eyes suddenly swept over a blurry white silhouette in front of him. Immediately startled, he fiercely raised his head and said, "Who?" When he raised his head, that silhouette instantly disappeared. Xiaolian's whole body was covered in a cold sweat. Although he didn't see that person's face, he still felt that person's face was like wearing a mask. However, after sweeping his eyes around, he didn't see any traces of anyone. Xiaolian couldn't help but suspect that the silhouette he saw just now was just an illusion created by his panic state. Regardless of whether it was or not, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He hurriedly descended the mountain. After returning, Feng Xian had already been waiting for him for a long time. The moment he saw him, he asked, "Your Highness, where did you go? In the end, what method did you think of?" How could Xiaolian dare to tell him? He couldn't tell anyone else, and it was even more impossible to tell Feng Xian. Xiaolian simply couldn't imagine what Feng Xian, who had always believed in his unparalleled virtue, would think if he found out that his method was actually to run off to rob others. This matter, he could only hope that he could forever bury it in his heart and let it rot in his stomach. Thus, Xiaolian vaguely said, "I didn't." Feng Xian was stunned and said, "Ah? Then what were you doing out for so long?" Xiaolian's mind was somewhat absent-minded as he said, "Don't ask. I didn't do anything." Feng Xian was extremely puzzled, but no matter how he asked, Xiaolian wouldn't say anything. As an attendant, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much. He could only say in a low voice, "Then should we go out to perform again tomorrow?" Xiaolian, however, said, "I'm not going out." Right now he was already in a complete mess. His mind was filled with inconceivable worries. What if he coincidentally met that middle-aged man? What if he was already wanted by the entire city? What would he do? Feng Xian also felt that his expression wasn't right. He said, "You're tired, right? How about this, Your Highness, don't go out. I'll go out alone. Just focus on your cultivation." However, he didn't know that Xiaolian didn't even have the heart to cultivate anymore. Originally, Xiaolian wholeheartedly cultivated because this was the only way he would have a chance to return to the heavenly court. But now, he also felt fear towards returning to the heavenly court. Although those few minor heavenly officials said that they wouldn't say anything, but would they really not say anything? Would today's matter have already spread throughout the heavenly court by now? Once he thought of this possibility, Xiaolian simply couldn't breathe. He absolutely couldn't endure being branded with this kind of stain, having the entire upper and lower heavens, and even the entire human world poking at him. In his exhaustion, Xiaolian drowsily fell asleep. This sleep wasn't peaceful either. He tossed and turned, having an unknown nightmare before suddenly waking up. When he looked outside the window, the sky had already darkened. Feng Xian wasn't here. Sure enough, he had gone out to perform by himself. Even now, he still hadn't returned. From the room next door, the king and the queen's low coughs and voices could be heard. Xiaolian lay on the ground. When he woke up, he couldn't help but imagine what would happen if this matter really spread and his parents found out. How incredulous would they be? The king might fly into a rage, coughing up blood while cursing him as the shame of Xianlu. But the queen definitely wouldn't scold him. However, she would definitely be heartbroken, because the child she loved the most had shamed them. Thinking up to this point, Xiaolian once again found it hard to breathe. He had to find a place to calm down by himself. Thus, he crawled up from the straw mat and rushed out. Facing the biting cold wind, he ran aimlessly for more than 10 kilometers. He didn't dare stay in a place with people, because he always felt that everyone was staring at him, judging how unbearable he was. Only when he ran to a graveyard and there wasn't a single person around did he finally stop. This night was even colder than the night before. Only when he arrived here did Xiaolian discover that his cheeks and hands were frozen stiff. His body was also trembling slightly. It wasn't just the cold but also fear. Xiaolian couldn't help but hug his arms and breathe out a few mouthfuls of hot air. Turning his gaze, he discovered that in front of a tombstone, there were 2 jars of wine. It seemed that the owner of this tombstone was a wine lover when he was alive. That was why after he died, people who visited his grave also brought wine for him. Xiaolian squatted down. He had never drunk wine before, but he had heard people say that wine warmed the body and made it so that one could forget things. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly picked up the wine jar, opened the cork and gulped it down. This wine wasn't any good wine. It was cheap and the jar tasted very strong. Xiaolian gulped down a few mouthfuls, choking and coughing fiercely. However, it did seem to have warmed up a bit. Thus, Xiaolian wiped his cheeks and simply sat on the ground. Picking up the jar, he continued to gulp down large mouthfuls of wine. In a daze, he seemed to see a small ball of ghostly fire fly out of nowhere and circle around him in a hurry. Xiaolian only cared about drinking, as if he didn't see it. That ball of ghostly fire seemed to be desperately trying to get closer to him, but because it was a flame of nothingness, every time it tried to meet him, it could only pass right through him. It would never be able to touch him. After drinking the jar, Xiaolian had long since become dizzy. His eyes were drowsy from the alcohol. Watching it fly back and forth was truly pitiful, but it was also truly funny. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Propping his elbow on the edge of the jar, he asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 185. Xiaolian asked, "Is this your grave? Did I drink your wine?" He was muddle-headed from drinking too much. He didn't hear the will-o-wisp answer. He thought that the owner of the grave was dissatisfied and wanted to drive him away. He muttered, "Got it. I'll leave now." Xiaolian climbed up with the wine jar in his arms. He began to walk unsteadily. Who knew? After a few steps, suddenly there was nothing under his feet. With a thud, his entire body fell upside down. It turned out, there was a big pit in the cemetery. It was probably dug to bury the dead. Who knew that before the dead could be buried, Xiaolian was the first to lie down. Xiaolian knocked his forehead on the edge of the pit. It hurt and made him dizzy. He was dizzy for a while before he struggled to get up. His hands were covered in mud and blood. He didn't know where he broke them. He raised his hand. He looked at it blankly for a while before trying to climb out of the pit. However, he had just drunk a jar of wine. His hands and feet were weak. He couldn't use his strength. After climbing several times, he slid down. Xiaolian slumped back to the bottom of the pit. He stared at the dark clouds covering the moon for a while. He was very angry. This pit wasn't very deep. Why couldn't he climb out? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xiaolian couldn't help but mutter, "I'm fucked." Xiaolian had never scolded anyone before. This was the first time he spat out such a word. The strange thing was that after he finished scolding, the stuffiness in his chest dissipated in an instant. Thus, Xiaolian was like a child who had tasted sweetness. He struggled to cling to the edge of the grave, raised his voice and scolded again, "I'm really fucking fucked." He slapped the ground and shouted, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone to pull me up?" Of course there was no one. There was only a faint will-o-wisp that danced without extinguishing. After Xiaolian fell, the will-o-wisp rushed over as if it wanted to pull him up, but it could never touch him. Xiaolian didn't care about it at all. He angrily said, "Why don't someone just bury me?" Scolding was scolding, but he still crawled. Panting and panting, Xiaolian managed to climb up on his own with great difficulty. He was already in a mess, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. After a while, he flipped over and curled up with his arms wrapped around himself. Xiaolian whispered, "So cold." He spoke very softly, afraid that someone would hear him. The wisp heard him and flew over to stick to his body. The flame suddenly became much brighter, as if it was burning itself. However, the wisp was cold. No matter how close it was, it would not bring any warmth to the living even if it was burnt to ashes. In his daze, Xiaolian seemed to hear a tiny voice. The voice seemed to be far away, like a dream or reality. It said desperately, "God, please wait for me, wait for me. Please give me a little more time. Let me. Xiaolian thought to himself, "God? Are you calling me?" However, it was useless even if she prayed to him. Because when he was a god, there was nothing he could do. Now that he was no longer a god, there was nothing he could do. Oh, Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Xiaolian was woken up by Feng Xian. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself lying in a small alley. Feng Xian's face hung in the air. Seeing him wake up, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, his face was dyed with anger as he said, Your Highness! What happened to you? You didn't say a word and ran out for more than 2 days. If you didn't come back, I wouldn't be able to hide it from His Majesty and the others. Xiaolian slowly sat up and said, 2 days? The moment these 2 words left his mouth, he discovered that his throat was dry and his voice was hoarse. His eyebrows were also twitching and his head felt like it was splitting. He seemed to remember something, but at the same time he didn't seem to remember anything. Feng Xian squatted beside him and said, That's right. 2 days. Where did you go? Why were you so crazy just now? Could it be that he was drunk for 2 days? Wasn't he in a cemetery? Why was he lying here? Moreover, listening to Feng Xian's tone, Xiaolian had a bad premonition. He asked, What happened to me? Feng Xian unhappily said, You were possessed. Smashing stalls everywhere, beating people everywhere, and even stopping the patrolling Yong'an soldiers. I don't know what else you did before. Hearing that he actually went to stop the Yong'an soldiers, Xiaolian was startled and said, I stopped the soldiers? Then, what about those soldiers? Feng Xian said, Fortunately, I bumped into you and pulled you back. With your appearance, they thought you were a drunkard or a lunatic. After scolding you a few times, they didn't pay much attention to you. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. What happened to you? Why do you look like you drank alcohol? Xiaolian lowered his head to take a look. Right now, his entire body was filthy and covered in mud. Scratching his hair, he looked as messy as a criminal who was about to be dragged down and executed. Sure enough, he looked like those drunkards who slept on the streets all day. After a moment of silence, he crawled up and vaguely said, I drank a little. Feng Xian didn't react for a moment and said, What? How can you drink alcohol? How much did you drink to be drunk for 2 days? Seeing Feng Xian's face full of disbelief, Xiaolian couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He walked forward and said, I said I didn't drink much, just a little. I don't know what to do. Why can't I drink alcohol? Feng Xian didn't expect him to answer like this. Stunned for a moment, he chased after him and said, What do you mean you don't know what to do? Why? Your Highness, have you forgotten? Because you broke your vows by drinking alcohol. You can't break your vows, or else what will happen to your cultivation? You have to ascend again. As soon as he heard about cultivation and ascension, Xiaolian didn't want to listen anymore and quickened his pace. Feng Xian said, Your Highness. He once again caught up. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Did something happen? Can you tell me? Hearing Feng Xian ask this cautiously, Xiaolian opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. If he didn't find someone to say it to, he might collapse. However, he wasn't sure what Feng Xian's reaction would be if he said it. He didn't dare gamble. Seeing him sluggish, Feng Xian continued, Seriously, it's not like you killed people, burned houses, or robbed people. Your Highness, is there anything you can't tell me? Hearing it's not like you killed people, burned houses, or robbed people, Xiaolian immediately felt suffocated. If he had originally been a little shaken and a little fluke, then at this moment all of that was completely shattered. Xiaolian lowered his head, turned around and continued walking. He vaguely said, It's nothing. It's just I'm really tired. You. He was just about to make up an excuse when he suddenly noticed something on the side of Feng Xian's face. He stopped walking and asked, What happened to your face? Feng Xian casually touched his cheek. As if he had touched a sore spot, his muscles twitched. The thing on his face was a bruise. Furthermore, one of his arms was also wrapped in bandages, carefully wrapped layer by layer. These bandages definitely weren't from Feng Xian himself. However, what Xiaolian cared about was the injury under the bandages. He asked, How did you get injured? With Feng Xian's skills, mortals wouldn't be able to easily injure him. Moreover, it was his arm that was injured. Feng Xian didn't mind and said, Oh, it's nothing. Those scoundrels just came to smash my stall. Xiaolian was bewildered and asked, "Is it those locals who were selling their arts that day?" Feng Xian said, "That's them." Xiaolian asked, "Why did they go to smash your stall?" Then he had an epiphany. "Is it because we admitted defeat that day but you went to sell your arts later on? Is that why they came to chase you away?" That was most likely the case. After understanding the reason, Xiaolian's heart suddenly erupted with anger. He stiffly said, "You don't have to go." Feng Xian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care as he said, "Who cares about them? I still want to go. The one who admitted defeat was you, not me. In any case, I didn't admit defeat, so it can't be considered reneging. I just want to sell my arts there. Other than sneakily throwing things and smashing my stall, what else can they do to me? This time I wasn't prepared, but it won't happen again. If we fight, I'm not afraid of them." Hearing these words, the sudden hostility in Xiaolian's heart immediately dispersed and was replaced by a wave of guilt. Feng Xian was like this, yet he was still here by himself, dispirited and dispirited. How could he face his loyal servant who still hadn't abandoned him after reaching this step? Thinking up to this point, Xiaolian sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Feng Xian." Feng Xian stared blankly for a moment before vigorously waving his hand and saying, "Your Highness, why are you apologizing to me? Isn't that nonsense?" Xiaolian said, "These days you've been earning money by yourself. It's been hard on you." Feng Xian said, "As long as you properly cultivate and ascend as soon as possible, that's more important than anything else." Hearing the two words ascend again, Xiaolian solemnly nodded his head. The king and queen had been deceived by Feng Xian, so they only thought that Xiaolian had been cultivating outside these past few days. When she saw him return, the queen was still happy and cooked another meal. Xiaolian couldn't bear to see it, so he took Feng Xian's bowl and ate in his place. It was a sleepless night. The next day, Feng Xian got up early and went out, while Xiaolian stayed behind to cultivate. However, even though he had already raised his spirit to 120%, he was still unable to concentrate. This principle was similar to how everyone knew that the only way to become outstanding was to study hard and practice hard. However, out of 10,000 people, how many could truly achieve these four words? Study hard and practice hard? Similarly, even if he told himself 10,000 times in his heart to clear his mind of distracting thoughts, how could it be something that could be done just by saying it? For more than 10 days in a row, the progress of his cultivation had stagnated without any results. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel anxious, especially when Feng Xian would drag his exhausted body back late at night and ask him together with the queen if he had made any progress today. Xiaolian would feel an indescribable pressure. However, he didn't dare to tell the truth and could only vaguely answer that he had made progress. Thus, Feng Xian and the queen were extremely happy. This couldn't continue for long. 2 months later, Xiaolian finally couldn't let this situation continue any longer. One day, Feng Xian returned late at night. The two of them sat at the table and ate the leftovers from yesterday. As they ate, Xiaolian suddenly said to him, "I'm afraid I'll have to leave for a period of time." As Feng Xian ate, he was stunned. "Ah, leave? Where do you want to go?" Xiaolian slowly said, "I'm going to find a quiet and secluded place with abundant spiritual energy to go into closed-door cultivation. If a place for cultivation was abundant with spiritual energy, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to cultivators." Previously, Xiaolian couldn't make up his mind to leave his parents and 2 attendants, which was why he couldn't leave. Now, however, he had changed his mind. Feng Xian didn't think too much about it and said, "That's great. Your Highness, you should have done this earlier. Quiet cultivation is the most effective." Xiaolian nodded his head. He paused for a moment before saying, "During the time I'm gone, I'll have to trouble you to look after father and the others." Feng Xian was about to reply when he suddenly hesitated for a moment. Although it was a fleeting moment, Xiaolian was extremely familiar with him. How could he not see this momentary hesitation? At this moment, the king inside the room said, "You can go. This king doesn't need anyone else to look after him." Feng Xian and Xiaolian put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked into the room. The king hadn't even rested yet and had heard their conversation, so he interrupted. Xiaolian shook his head and said in a low voice, trying to be brave again. Feng Xian smiled and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. That's for sure." Now, he actually answered straightforwardly. However, Xiaolian didn't forget that just now, before Feng Xian answered, he seemed to have hesitated for a moment, as if he had some other concerns. However, when he thought about it, he felt that he might have been mistaken. Apart from them, Feng Xian didn't know anyone else and didn't have any other worries. What other concerns could he have? Forgetting about it, Xiaolian started thinking about tomorrow's itinerary. The next day, Xiaolian carried a simple luggage and temporarily bid farewell to his parents in Feng Xian. He walked for who knew how many dozens of miles on foot, eating and sleeping outdoors for several days before finally finding a secluded mountain suitable for cultivation. After surveying the area, Xiaolian was stunned at first. Then he was overjoyed. "I'm so lucky. This place's feng shui is very good. It's actually a rare paradise." After being unlucky for so long, his luck suddenly changed. Xiaolian still didn't dare to believe it. After confirming it repeatedly, there was no doubt. This was really a treasure land with abundant spiritual energy. If he could cultivate here for a few months, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort and advance by leaps and bounds. Xiaolian seemed to see hope. His mood that had been gloomy for the past few days suddenly brightened. His heart was jumping with joy. "Father, Mother, Feng Xian, wait for me. I'll be back very soon." After climbing the steep and rugged mountain path for 6 to 8 hours, Xiaolian finally entered the depths of this spiritual mountain before sunset. Walking through the dense forest, he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the source of spiritual energy. Xiaolian's footsteps also became lighter and faster. Although there was a rule in the matter of occupying a blessed land, it was first come first served. As long as he was forceful enough, Xiaolian could say that he came first and that they should find another place to cultivate. However, those few heavenly officials who had discovered his robbery were right in front of him, so it wasn't good to be too forceful. Moreover, he alone occupied a blessed land and drove away so many heavenly officials. Speaking of it, it was quite overbearing. Even if Xiaolian was against cultivating with other heavenly officials, he had no other choice. For a while, he wouldn't be able to find another place with such abundant spiritual energy for cultivation. He could only nod his head and say, "That's right, what a coincidence. Then I'll go in first. Everyone, please help yourselves." As he spoke, he wanted to leave in a hurry and find the quietest cave to hide in. Who knew that just as he turned around, a heavenly official behind him said, "Wait." Xiaolian paused his footsteps and turned his head to ask in confusion, "What's the matter?" Among those 30 or so heavenly officials, some used their eyes to communicate, while others spoke in low voices. In a flash, a person stood out and said with a faint smile, "Your Highness the Crown Prince has occupied quite a few heavenly caves and blessed lands in the past. This one, why don't you give it to us?" Xiaolian stared blankly for a while before finally reacting. What they meant was that they actually wanted him to leave by himself. Inexplicable, they were bullying people too far. A wave of qi and blood rushed to his head on the spot. Xiaolian thought to himself, "I came here first. I didn't let you guys leave, so why do you guys want me to leave instead?" However, it wasn't good for him to rashly flare up. After a moment of silence, Xiaolian's fingers slowly tightened around the straps of his luggage. He stiffly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, what is the meaning of this?" One of the heavenly officials said, "This? Didn't I just say it? Your Highness the Crown Prince has occupied quite a few heavenly caves and blessed lands in the past." Xiaolian interrupted him and said, "But what does that have to do with this? Could it be that because I've occupied a lot of spiritual lands in the past, I'm not allowed to come here to cultivate in the future?" The heavenly official was shut up by him and didn't say anything else. Xiaolian tried his best to remain calm and collected as he said, "Besides, I don't really understand. It's not like I'm the one cultivating here, so everyone else can't cultivate here. Isn't it a very common thing to share spiritual lands for cultivation? Everyone cultivates their own, what's wrong with that? Why must I leave?" At this moment, he heard someone mutter, "Don't play dumb. There are already more than 30 people here. If you cultivate here, what else can others cultivate?" Although that person was quickly pressed down by the others, Xiaolian still instantly understood. So that's how it is. There was a limit to the spiritual energy in a blessed land. During cultivation, if one person occupied half of the spiritual energy, the people who came later could only occupy the other half. But if one person occupied 80% of the spiritual energy, the other person could only occupy 20%. The stronger one's ability to absorb spiritual energy for their own use, the more spiritual energy they could occupy. These heavenly officials were worried that if he also cultivated here, he would occupy more than half of the spiritual energy. And if the remaining spiritual energy was divided among the 30 or so people, each of them wouldn't even have a few strands left. Once he figured this out, the blood in Xiaolian's head rushed even more fiercely. He clenched his fists and coldly said, "I want to cultivate here." One of the heavenly officials said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, we are only willing to call you Your Highness the Crown Prince because we respect you. Right now, you have the body of a mortal, so why do you insist on fighting over spiritual lands with us?" Xiaolian said, "Since I have the body of a mortal, and you are all heavenly officials, then why are you afraid of me cultivating here? If I don't leave, do you think you will forcefully drive me away? Of course that wouldn't work. If a mortal didn't commit any major crimes, and the heavenly officials used force against him, they would be punished. The heavenly officials really couldn't do anything to him." However, Xiaolian had forgotten one thing. Just as he stubbornly confronted the 30 or so heavenly officials, a voice suddenly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince has been banished to the mortal world, but your bones have become even harder. Not only do you know how to rob mortals, but you also know how to offend heavenly officials, ha ha ha." As soon as he heard this, Xiaolian immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He suddenly raised his head, only to see that the one who had spoken was an unremarkable low-ranked heavenly official. However, he wasn't one of the heavenly officials who had bumped into him that day. Sure enough, they had long since spread the news. Just now it wasn't Xiaolian's misconception at all. Everyone had indeed used that subtle gaze to look at him. Everyone knew. These heavenly officials, all of them knew. Chapter 186. Perhaps it was because his gaze was too piercing under his agitated emotions. The few minor heavenly officials that he stared at hurriedly waved their hands. They said, "We didn't tell outsiders." Xiaolian's eyes reddened as he said, "Then how did they know?" After the 30 or so heavenly officials present heard those words, not many of them revealed a surprised expression. Since so many heavenly officials knew, then how many heavenly officials in the heavenly court knew? Being questioned by him, those few heavenly officials paused for a moment before explaining, "They aren't outsiders. The people here are all familiar friends. There aren't any secrets between us. Telling them doesn't count as telling others. Other than those heavenly officials, we won't tell anyone." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiaolian sternly said, "Lies. Lies after lies. I don't believe it." Being interrupted by his stern voice, those few minor heavenly officials also couldn't keep their faces and shrank back into the crowd. At this moment, one of the heavenly officials suddenly shouted, "What does it matter if you believe it or not? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you did a good deed during your demotion. It's already good enough that they didn't report you on the spot. You still want others to keep your secret? What obligation do we have to keep your secret? How funny." Xiaolian felt as if a bucket of ice water had suddenly been splashed in his face. His heart was once again pierced by a knife. He anxiously said, "No. Then he heard someone say, "Normally, you don't do anything shameful. You aren't afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. If you aren't clean and virtuous, how can you blame others for not keeping their promises? If someone hides this kind of unjust matter for you, then that would be dereliction of duty and lack of virtue." Xiaolian said, "No. He wanted to say that he had a reason. "I didn't want to do it either." However, he also knew in his heart that no matter what the reason was, it wasn't important. The important thing was, he had indeed robbed them. Such a stain was like a brand of shame branded on his face. It made him infinitely small in front of these heavenly officials. He didn't even dare to defend himself loudly. Seeing his imposing manner drop, a martial god stood up and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Now you should understand why we don't want you to cultivate here, right? Xiaolian lowered his head and clenched his fists. The martial god continued, we aren't on the same side, and our paths are different. You should leave on your own. Seeing him speak with conviction, saying those who walk different paths cannot make plans together, Xiaolian suddenly understood. At the end of the day, it all boils down to wanting him to give up this spiritual land. His knuckles cracked, and he swallowed hard for a moment before saying in a low voice, I'm not leaving. I want to cultivate here. At this moment, his anger towards these 30 or so heavenly officials had already overwhelmed his sense of shame. Since they had already come this far, they might as well throw caution to the wind. Compared to running away with his tail between his legs, he would rather be thick-skinned and stay here, making it impossible for them to succeed. Xiaolian suddenly raised his head and repeated, I want to cultivate here. This mountain is not your territory. You have no right to make me leave. Seeing his unyielding attitude, the 30 or so heavenly officials' faces darkened. Xiaolian heard someone say in a low voice, what's the point? I've never seen such a thick-skinned person, however. No matter what they said, Xiaolian stood rooted in place. Even though his heart was already bleeding from the battle of words, he still stubbornly held on and remained motionless. The martial god said, it seems that your highness the crown prince is stubbornly going your own way. Do you really want to make everyone unhappy? Xiaolian coldly said, if you have the ability, then come and drive me away. In any case, even if you want to, you don't have the ability. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the dozen or so heavenly officials changed, and they all pulled out their weapons. This was natural. For the martial gods, those words just now were a huge provocation. There were many martial god officials present, so how could they pretend they didn't hear it? Even though he was surrounded, Xiaolian wasn't the least bit afraid. He didn't have a sword in his hand. He only tightly gripped a tree branch that he used as a walking stick when climbing mountains. One of the martial god officials solemnly said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, if you immediately apologize, we can pretend that you didn't offend us just now. Xiaolian said, if I made you unhappy in any way, I definitely won't apologize. He gripped the tree branch and pointed it forward, saying, because you aren't worthy of being gods. The other side was in an uproar. Someone sneered, we aren't worthy? Is a bandit like you, a mortal robber, worthy? Xiaolian couldn't bear it any longer. He didn't want to bear it in the first place, so he charged forward with the tree branch and shouted, you're going too far. The dozen or so martial god officials also raised their weapons to meet him. A martial god official in the back said, it's not like we told you to rob people. What reason do you have to blame us? It was too early for them to be happy. They originally thought that since Xiaolian didn't have any weapons or strength, he would be easy to deal with. Who would have thought that this wasn't the case at all? Although Xiaolian was only holding a tree branch, he was using it like a poisonous blade, overbearing and powerful to the extreme. The two sides didn't clash for long before the swords of several martial god officials were almost sent flying. They didn't even dare to be scratched by the wind from the tree branch, so they hastily dodged to the back in shock. As martial god officials, they actually couldn't beat a demoted mortal. This was too shameful. At this time, a martial god official watching the battle suddenly screamed from afar. What's that? This shout startled the other martial gods. What's going on? That martial god official seemed to be in great pain as he covered his face and bent over. Just now a ball of ghost fire hit my eyes. Was it his doing? Xiaolian remembered that this was the martial god official who had pointed at his nose and called him a robber. He laughed in extreme anger. What ghost fire? If you guys want to steal spiritual land, just say so. There's no need to slander me. His anger flared and his attacks became even more ruthless. A circle of martial god officials' swords, and halberds were knocked to the ground by an ordinary tree branch that wasn't too thick or too thin. Suddenly someone shouted, I caught it! I caught it! Look! Xiaolian's figure slightly froze. He saw that the martial god officials in front of him were in a mess. One of them grabbed something in his hand and raised it high. There really is a ghost fire. He's playing tricks. I caught the evidence. Xiaolian focused his eyes and looked. Sure enough, it was a small ball of ghost fire burning faintly. He angrily said, I don't know what's going on. How can you guys catch a ball of ghost fire and say that I'm playing tricks? Will-o-wisps weren't anything rare. Is my name written on it? The martial god official who had screamed miserably covered his eyes and said, Why would an ordinary ghost fire attack my eyes? If you weren't the one who ordered it, then how could it be like this? Xiao Yan rebuked. Then I can also say that it could just be a wandering soul on this mountain. It was accidentally scared silly by you guys, so it bumped into you. What kind of evidence is this? The martial god who had first made a move snatched the ghost fire and said, Who cares who ordered it? This kind of harmful thing, just break it up. As he said this, he exerted force in his hand. He actually wanted to crush the ghost fire and scatter it. Seeing this, Xiao Yan blurted out, Let it go. In the end, he couldn't bear to let that wandering soul be affected by their farce, so he rushed forward and tangled with that martial god. Because his intention was to seize the soul, he held back a bit. The two of them were in a deadlock when several martial gods behind them suddenly shouted, You came? Come quickly. Come and see what's going on. From the sounds of it, someone had arrived. All the martial gods turned their heads and said, You finally came. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Come quickly and help. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was startled at first. In his heart he thought, could it be that some powerful martial god has arrived? But then he thought again, who cares who it is? If they also want to make things difficult for me, then what's wrong with fighting again? I'm not afraid of anyone. Right now he was full of resentment and was already prepared for a big battle. Unexpectedly, after the crowd parted, the person who had arrived late walked forward. However, Xiao Yan was completely stunned. He never would have thought that the person who had arrived was actually Mu Qing. Mu Qing also clearly didn't expect to meet Xiao Yan in this kind of situation. When the two of them met face to face, their faces were full of astonishment. Xiao Yan's eyes widened, and he completely forgot about the martial gods he was fighting with. He stammered, Why are you here? Aren't you? After saying a few words, he noticed something. He immediately understood and shut his mouth. What Mu Qing was wearing now wasn't the old black clothes they had been wearing when they were fleeing for their lives. Instead, it was the martial god uniform of the Celestial Court. Originally, when Feng Xian and Mu Qing acted as Xiao Yan's assistants, their abilities were praised and eye-catching. Later, when Xiao Yan was demoted, many martial gods felt it was a pity that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were also demoted along with him. There were even some who secretly pulled the strings and asked if they wanted to transfer to another martial god hall to serve. If a martial god admired Mu Qing, it wasn't impossible to bring him back to the Celestial Court to be used by them. Must be like this. Moreover, he should be doing quite well now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be with this group of martial gods, looking for a blessed land to cultivate in. Xiao Yan was still immortal, but Mu Qing had already returned to the Celestial Court. This scene was indescribably ironic. On the other side, Mu Qing finally calmed down and asked doubtfully, What's going on? The martial gods all rushed to explain the cause and effect to him. Xiao Yan stood in the distance, his body incomparably stiff. He noticed that they didn't specifically tell Mu Qing about his robbery. What did this mean? It meant that Mu Qing had long heard of this matter. Mu Qing also knew that he went to rob. Drop after drop of cold sweat rolled down Xiao Yan's head. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The martial god who had confronted him just now shouted while gasping for breath. He wants to seize the spiritual land by himself and drive us away. Mu Qing, quickly come help. Help with what? Get Mu Qing to help fight him together? Xiao Yan was so angry that his scalp went numb. He was extremely shocked. It took him a lot of effort to react. He stammered angrily. You guys are really inverting black and white shameless to the extreme. It's not like this at all. I clearly didn't. Mu Qing watched from the side. He was anxious and angry, so he sent another branch flying out. That martial god couldn't withstand it and retreated again and again. He shouted, Mu Qing, what are you still standing there for? The other martial gods also followed and shouted. However, Mu Qing's expression remained hesitant, as if he didn't know whether he should help or not. When Xiaolian heard them repeatedly urge Mu Qing to join them in besieging him, he became furious in his heart. Mu Qing isn't the same as you guys. He's my friend, he definitely won't help you. Angry, he exerted force in his hand and sent another row of weapons flying. The other martial gods saw that Xiaolian was becoming more and more courageous as he fought. Knowing that the situation wasn't looking good, they hurriedly said, Mu Qing, you're just going to watch him act recklessly like this. The expression on Mu Qing's face changed unpredictably. He took a step forward, his fingers slightly twitching. The martial god standing next to him urged, don't just stand there, help. At this time, another person spoke in a strange tone. Mu Qing not wanting to move is understandable. After all, he used to be His Highness the Crown Prince's personal attendant. Even if His Highness the Crown Prince robbed and seized spiritual land, he still has to consider the old relationship between master and servant. Not helping His Highness the Crown Prince is already giving him a lot of face. How can we still expect him to help us? These words sounded like they were exonerating him, but in reality they were extremely sinister. In an instant, several blue veins appeared on Mu Qing's forehead and neck. The atmosphere became subtle. Xiaolian sensed something was wrong and said, Mu Qing. He only called out his name. In the next moment, his hand suddenly lightened and he heard the sound of something being cut off. Xiaolian stared blankly and looked down. The thing that had been cut off was his only weapon, that branch. When he raised his head again, he saw that in Mu Qing's hand, a long blade had already materialized. At this very moment, that blade was pointed at Xiaolian. The person holding the blade coldly said, please leave. Xiaolian held the remaining half of the branch in his hand and looked at Mu Qing. After a long time he said, I didn't really want to rob. I also didn't seize the spiritual land. I came here first. Mu Qing expressionlessly repeated, please leave. Xiaolian looked at him and hesitated for a moment before saying, you know I'm not lying, right? When he asked this, he was a little expectant but also a little afraid. There was a voice telling him not to ask anymore, turn around and leave. But he still couldn't help but ask. Before Mu Qing could answer, Xiaolian's body suddenly leaned forward and his entire body fell heavily to the ground. The ground was the muddy mountain road, full of bumps and holes, full of fallen rocks and broken leaves. Xiaolian fell to the ground, his eyes immediately widening in disbelief. He didn't know which heavenly official had taken advantage of his absent-mindedness to push him from behind, causing him to fall so unsightly in front of so many pairs of eyes. It was really too unsightly. Xiaolian could hear the voices of people from all directions. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the dark ground in front of him. Very slowly, he raised his head and looked at Mu Qing, who was standing not far in front of him. Mu Qing stood in the middle of those heavenly officials. He didn't look at him, instead turning his head to the side. Like everyone else, he also didn't extend his hand to pull him up. Thus, Xiaolian understood that no one would pull him up. After lying on the ground for a long time, he slowly climbed up on his own. The crowd of heavenly officials thought he was going to make trouble again, so they were extremely vigilant. Xiaolian didn't make a move against anyone. Instead, he lowered his head and searched the ground for a while. He found the small package that the queen had packed for him and silently picked it up. Once again he put it on his back and turned around. Step by step he walked down the mountain. As he walked and walked, his pace became faster and faster. Not long after, Xiaolian began to madly run. He held his breath and madly ran all the way down the mountain without stopping for a moment. He didn't know how far he ran, but he suddenly didn't pay attention to his feet and fell again. Only then did he spit out a mouthful of blood. In his panic, he didn't think to get up. He just sat on the ground and gasped for breath. When his breath gradually calmed down, Xiaolian didn't think to stand up. Instead, he just sat there in a daze. Suddenly, a hand reached over. Xiaolian blinked his eyes slowly. Following this hand, he slowly raised his head and looked over. Unexpectedly, it was Mu Qing again. He stood in front of Xiaolian, his complexion slightly pale. After a long time, he stiffly said, "Are you all right?" Xiaolian blankly looked at him, not saying anything. Perhaps it was because he felt uncomfortable being stared at by such a creepy gaze. Mu Qing avoided his eyes. However, He still stretched out his hand and said, "Get up." However, this hand was already stretched out too late. Xiaolian didn't take his hand, nor did he get up. He still stared straight at him. The two were in a deadlock for a long time. Mu Qing's complexion became more and more unsightly. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Xiaolian suddenly grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and threw it at Mu Qing. Mu Qing didn't think he would do this kind of thing. He simply didn't know whether to call it crude or childish. His chest suddenly exploded with a ball of dirty mud. A few spots also splashed on his face. He was stunned. After a short while, his anger surged, but he forcefully suppressed it. He said in a low voice, "I also had no choice." He really had no choice. Right now, his relationship with those heavenly officials shouldn't be bad. If he just watched as his colleague was beaten by Xiaolian and he didn't do anything to stop it, or if people thought he was standing on Xiaolian's side, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good time. Xiaolian seemed to not know how to speak. He only grabbed the mud on the ground and continuously smashed it at him. Mu Qing blocked a few times but couldn't stop it. He said angrily, "Are you crazy? I said I had no choice. Didn't you also have no choice?" Scram. 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 This was the only word in Xiaolian's mind. However, he couldn't even say this word. He could only madly grab whatever he could grab at hand and smash it. He didn't care who it was that he smashed. Finally, Mu Qing couldn't take it anymore. With an ashen face, he flicked his sleeves and left. Xiaolian took a few rough breaths. He sat back down and started to stare blankly again. He sat like this until the sky darkened. After the sky darkened, many phosphorescent lights floated in from who knew where, faintly dancing. Xiaolian didn't seem to see them. He didn't have the slightest bit of energy. However, those phosphorescent lights seemed to be unwilling to not be noticed by him. More and more gathered around him. Xiaolian still ignored them, until a figure appeared in the phosphorescent lights. That person's arrival was always accompanied by a great ominous premonition. Xiaolian sensed something and slowly raised his head. 10 steps away, a white-clothed figure stood in the countless floating phosphorescent lights. The half-mask on his face was a sinister smile. Chapter 187. In the middle of the night, Xiaolian's pupils instantly shrank into 2 tiny dots. With a trembling voice he said, "It's you." By Wuxia. Xiaolian's hair stood on end. He jumped up and reached behind him to pull out his sword. However, he pulled out empty air. Only then did he remember that all of his swords had long since been pawned. Even the branch he had used as a weapon had been cut off. In other words, right now he had no magic power and was unarmed. Yet he met this thing. A few years ago, after the destruction of Xianle, Bai Wuxiang disappeared from this world. Xiaolian had never looked for him. He had never thought of looking for him. He only hoped that he would disappear without a trace and never appear again. Who knew that this thing would suddenly appear in front of him today? That white-clothed figure slowly approached him. Xiaolian felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Then he reacted. "I can't retreat. Running is useless." He sternly said, "What do you want to do?" Bai Wuxiang didn't answer. He continued to walk closer with his hands behind his back. Xiaolian's hands and feet, as well as the white breath that came out of his mouth, were trembling. He forced himself to recall the mocking, cold, or laughing faces of those 30 or so heavenly officials. He also recalled Mu Qing's side profile. All of a sudden, he forgot his fear. With a shout, he struck out with his palm. However, this palm hadn't even reached him yet. A sharp pain came first. Unexpectedly, the opponent had predicted Xiaolian's move. He took the initiative to flash behind Xiaolian and kicked him in the back of his knee. Too fast. Xiaolian's knees had already landed heavily on the ground with a thud. This terrifying thought emerged in his mind. This thing's movements were actually faster than his thinking speed. In the next moment, Xiaolian felt something even more terrifying. An ice-cold palm spread open and covered the top of his head. He screamed, but the hand exerted a little force and lifted his head along with his entire body. Xiaolian had no doubt that with the strength of this thing, as long as these 5 fingers closed, They could directly crush his skull, turning his head into a bloody mess of flesh and bones in an instant. He also didn't doubt that Bai Wuxiang's next step after grabbing him was to do this. Xiaolian gasped in disarray. Thinking that he was going to die for sure, he closed his eyes tightly. Unexpectedly, the thing behind him had no intention of continuing to exert force. Instead, it withdrew its murderous aura and sighed softly. After this soft sigh, the other party did not continue to move for a long time. Amidst the deathly silence, Xiaolian opened his eyes bit by bit. The will-o'-the-wisps danced wildly in the sky, and each of them was a ghost that was laughing and watching the commotion. However, most of the will-o'-the-wisps seemed to be intimidated by something, and didn't dare to approach the two of them. Only one particularly bright will-o'-the-wisp hovered above them, and it was using its own flames to violently smash into the people behind Xiaolian. No one knew what it was doing, but no matter how one looked at it, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Suddenly, Xiaolian's body stiffened. Bai Wuxiang had actually hugged him. Xiaolian sat crookedly on the ground. A pair of cold and powerful hands held him in a lifeless embrace. Bai Wuxiang also sat down at an unknown time, muttering, "Pitiful, pitiful. Your Highness the Crown Prince, look at what you've become." As he muttered to himself, he stroked Xiaolian's head. His movements were gentle and compassionate, as if he was stroking an injured puppy, or his own child who was about to die from a serious illness. Under the moonlight, half of the smiling face was hidden in the darkness, and only the other half of the face was crying, as if it was sincerely crying for Xiaolian. Xiaolian stiffly curled up, motionless. The man in white behind him raised his finger and wiped off the dirty mud on Xiaolian's face. From his actions, Xiaolian actually felt a strange kind of benevolence. It was like he was in the arms of his best friend, or his most familiar family member. His shivering body miraculously regained some warmth. He didn't expect that in this situation, the one who gave him this kind of love and warmth was actually such a strange thing. Xiaolian's throat let out a suppressed whimper, and his trembling became more and more violent. The will-o'-the-wisp flew to his chest, as if it wanted to warm him up, but it wasn't sure if it could help him dispel the cold, and didn't dare to get close. Bai Wuxiang helped him wipe off the mud on his body and said, "Come over to my side." Xiaolian's voice trembled as he said, I. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm and attacked Bai Wuxiang's mask. The surprise attack was successful, and the mask was sent flying high into the air by his palm. Xiaolian had already flipped over and jumped several meters away. His previous fearful appearance was completely swept away, and he angrily said in a deep voice, "Who wants to go over to your side, you monster?" That deathly pale face fell to the ground, and the will-o'-the-wisp that filled the sky seemed to have been scared silly. It suddenly went out of order, wildly dancing without end as it screamed soundlessly. Bai Wuxiang covered his face and began to laugh in a low voice. When he heard that laugh, Xiaolian's hair stood on end. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Wuxiang lightly snorted and said, "You will come over to my side." His tone was firm, and Xiaolian didn't understand what he meant. In disbelief he asked, "Which side is your side? You destroyed Xianlu, and now you want me to come over to your side? Are you crazy? You must be sick." He didn't know how to curse people. Even if he was extremely angry, he would only say those few words. Otherwise, he would have used the most vicious and most resentful words in the world to curse this thing. Bai Wuxiang laughed out loud. Covering his face with his hand, he raised his head and said, "You will come. In this world, besides me, no one will truly understand you, and no one will accompany you forever." Xiaolian's heart trembled, but he still refuted, "Scram. Don't think you're infallible with your nonsense. Do you think there's no one just because you say there's no one?" A ball of will-o'-the-wisp flew to his side, moving up and down as if it was nodding in agreement. However, this kind of evil thing was everywhere, so Xiaolian didn't notice this one. On the other side, Bai Wuxiang warmly said, "Oh? Is there anyone? There were people in the past, but do you think there will still be people in the future?" Xiaolian asked, "What do you mean? What are you hinting at?" Bai Wuxiang didn't answer. With a cold sneer, he turned around, seemingly about to float away. He softly said, I will wait for you here, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Of course Xiaolian couldn't let him leave just like that. He said, wait. Don't go. What did you do to them? Did you touch my royal father, royal mother, and Feng Xian? Xiaolian chased after him, reaching out to grab that white-clothed figure. Who would have thought that the other party would lightly wave his sleeve, backhandedly grabbing a ball of willow, the wisp. He didn't specifically attack Xiaolian, but Xiaolian felt a terrifying force attack him. His entire body flew high into the air before crashing into a tree. A loud sound rang out, and that tree, so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it, was forcefully broken by his body. If it was in the past, Xiaolian wouldn't have even furrowed his brows if he had to break 10 of these kinds of trees. However, right now, he had the body of an ordinary person. With such a collision, all the bones in his body felt like they were about to fall apart. He heavily fell to the ground and fainted. In the last moment before he closed his eyes, he seemed to see that white-clothed figure extend a hand. In that palm was a ball of raging willow, the wisp. The figure laughed and said, Ghost, tell me, what's your name? This is too interesting. After he woke up, everything was gone. Xiaolian's head was upside down, and his mouth was filled with the smell of blood. He was dizzy and disoriented for a good while. Suddenly, he rolled and crawled up, muttering, Royal Father, Royal Mother, Feng Xian. He remembered what had happened before he fainted. Not daring to delay for even a moment, he madly ran several dozen kilometers. Finally, on a late night, 20 days after he had left, he returned to the hiding place of the king and the others. Xiaolian's heart was burning with anxiety, and he was extremely terrified. He was afraid that Bai Wuxiang had already killed his family and friends. When he returned to that small rundown house, he pushed open the door. He didn't even have time to catch his breath before he cried out involuntarily, Royal Father, Royal Mother, Feng Xian. Fortunately, inside the house, the miserable situation he had imagined didn't appear. Even the things inside were not messed up. It was still the same as before he had left. Xiaolian madly ran several dozen kilometers with a body full of injuries. His throat was so dry that it was about to emit smoke. Only after he slightly relaxed did he swallow his saliva and continue walking inside. He said, Feng Xian, you guys are. The moment he pushed open the door, his throat choked. Feng Xian was inside the house. When he saw Xiaolian return, he curiously asked, Your Highness, why did you come back? However, Xiaolian didn't look at him. Instead, he stared at the person opposite him. Standing opposite Feng Xian was a man dressed in black. It was Mu Qing. When Mu Qing turned around and saw him, he pursed his lips. His complexion wasn't too good either. Feng Xian walked around him and greeted him. Didn't you go cultivate? How is it? I thought you were going to be gone for several months. Coming back so early, did you make some big progress? Xiaolian stared at Mu Qing and asked, Royal Father, where's Royal Mother? Feng Xian answered, asleep in the house. Already lying down to rest. Why are your clothes so dirty? What's with the injuries on your face? Who did you fight with? Xiaolian didn't answer. Only when he heard that his parents were safe and sound did he finally relax. He asked Mu Qing, why are you here? Mu Qing didn't say anything. Feng Xian answered on his behalf. He came to deliver something. Xiaolian asked, what thing? Mu Qing slightly raised his hand and pointed to the side. He was pointing to a few clean bags that should be filled with rice grains. Seeing Xiaolian remain silent, Mu Qing said in a low voice, I heard that you guys are lacking medicine. I'll think of a way to get some later. Feng Xian replied, all right, then I'll say my thanks. We're currently lacking this. Heavenly officials can't privately deliver things to mortals. You should also be careful. He then moved closer to Xiaolian's side and said in a low voice, I'm also quite surprised that he actually came back to help. I must have misjudged him before. In short, Xiaolian suddenly said, I don't need it. Mu Qing's face turned ashen and he clenched his fists. Feng Xian curiously asked, what do you mean you don't need it? Xiaolian said word by word, I don't need your help. I also don't want your things. Please leave. Hearing the words please leave, Mu Qing's face turned even more ashen. Feng Xian also sensed that something was wrong and asked, "What's going on?" Mu Qing lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." After knowing Mu Qing for so many years, this was the first time he heard him say these 3 words. It was also the first time he saw him sincerely apologize. However, Xiaolian was already in no mood to be surprised. He said, "Please leave." He somewhat lost control of his emotions and grabbed the bags and threw them at Mu Qing. The shining white rice scattered all over the ground. Mu Qing was thrown into a sorry state, but he only raised his hand to block it. He still endured it. Feng Xian pulled Xiaolian back and said in shock, "Your Highness, what's going on? What did he do? Didn't you go to cultivate? What happened in the middle?" Xiaolian was pulled back by him and said with bloodshot eyes, "Ask him. I went to cultivate. Why did I come back? Ask him." The commotion outside was too loud. The Empress, who had already fallen asleep in the room, was startled awake. She put on her clothes and came out saying, "My son, is it you who came back? What happened to you?" Feng Xian hurriedly said, "It's nothing. Your Majesty." The Empress, "Quickly go in." He forcefully pushed her back and closed the door. He asked, "What did you do?" "Mu Qing, what did you do?" "Your Highness, the wound on your face was caused by him." Xiaolian's breathing became more and more erratic. He couldn't speak at all. Mu Qing said, "It wasn't me. I didn't hit your Highness, I only asked him to leave. Other than that, I didn't say a single harsh word and didn't do anything to him. They were determined to get that spiritual land. Under those circumstances, if you didn't leave, you wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. You. Oh." In a few words, Feng Xian finally understood what had happened. He widened his eyes and pointed at Mu Qing. He couldn't say a single word. After a while, he bent down to pick up the cloth bag on the ground and threw it at Mu Qing. He roared, "Get lost! Get lost, get lost, get lost!" Mu Qing was hit in the face by the rice bag he brought and took 2 steps back. The 3 people in the room were all breathing heavily. Feng Xian said, "I say, why did you suddenly change your personality? I'm really fucked up, this motherfucker. Don't let me see you again." Mu Qing said hoarsely, "Yes. I was wrong, I admit it, I apologize. But I want to solve the problem in front of me first before talking about other things. If I don't return to the heavenly court, everyone will be finished. Your parents, my mother, the 3 of us, I don't know how long we will be struggling in the mud. If I go back first, there will still be a chance." Feng Xian scolded, "You're all fucking nonsense, less nonsense. No one wants to hear your excuses, get lost, get lost." Mu Qing said, "If you and I were in the same place." Feng Xian interrupted him, "I told you to stop talking nonsense. I won't listen. I only know that no matter what the situation is, I will not do the same thing as you. There's no need to be in the same place, you're just being ungrateful." Mu Qing's face turned green. He took a step forward and said, "Wasn't your Highness also forced to rob in times of difficulty? Why can't you put yourself in my shoes when it comes to me?" Feng Xian snorted and said, "Huh? Robbery? Who's robbing? Your Highness robbing? What the fuck are you saying?" Xiaolian choked. Seeing Feng Xian's face gradually turn from rage to astonishment, Mu Qing finally realized what was wrong. He hesitantly turned to Xiaolian and said, You didn't?" He also did not expect that Xiaolian actually did not tell Feng Xian about this matter. Xiaolian went crazy. He casually copied something and chased Mu Qing out. Mu Qing also realized that he might have poked a big hole in the ground. He did not dare to speak even after being hit a few times. But when he ran out of the room and saw that the thing Xiaolian used to hit him was actually a broom, his face darkened again and said, "You don't have to ridicule me like this, right?" Xiaolian collapsed and said, "Scram!" His fist carried a sharp wind, and Mu Qing was swept by it. He barely managed to dodge, but a trace of blood appeared on his face. He reached out his hand and touched it. Looking at the blood on his hand, his expression wavered. After a while, he said, "Fine. I'm leaving." Xiaolian's entire body trembled, and he deeply bent down. Mu Qing walked a few steps, but in the end, he still placed the bag of rice on the ground and said, "I'm really leaving." Xiaolian suddenly raised his head. Mu Qing saw the expression in his eyes, and his throat moved. He no longer lingered, swung his sleeves and left. Only then did the stunned Feng Xian chase after him and said, "Your Highness, is he bullshitting? What the hell is going on with this robbery?" Xiaolian covered his forehead and said, "Don't ask Feng Xian, I beg you not to ask." Feng Xian said, "No, of course I don't believe it. I just want to know what's going on." Xiaolian shouted loudly, covered his ears and fled into the room, locking himself up. Feng Xian truly believed that he would absolutely not do such a thing. But it was precisely because of this that it became the worst situation possible. Xiaolian wanted to simply escape to a place where no one would recognize him. However, he remembered Bai Wuxiang's words, so he didn't dare to go too far. He could only lock himself up in the room. No matter how Feng Xian and the queen called out to him, he wouldn't go out. Only after 2 days did Xiaolian feel a bit calmer. When Feng Xian knocked on the door again, he silently opened it. Feng Xian held a plate and stood at the door. "This is what Her Majesty the Empress made for you during the day. She urged me to definitely deliver it to you." The color of the thing on the plate was green and purple, frightening anyone who saw it. Feng Xian then said, "If your Highness is afraid that your life will be in danger, I can help you resolve it. I won't tell Her Majesty the Empress, haha." It could be seen that Feng Xian still wanted to ask about the robbery, but he was afraid that Xiaolian would lock him up again. Thus, he could only forcefully suppress it and pretend that nothing had happened. He didn't ask and pretended to be relaxed. However, he wasn't good at joking, so the jokes he made were dry and embarrassing. Honestly speaking, the taste of his Empress mother's cooking was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the more she cooked, the more diligent she became, the more she progressed in a direction she shouldn't have. Xiaolian had also never cooked before, but the taste of his cooking was pretty good. It seemed that he could only explain it as an innate talent. Even so, Xiaolian still took the plate, sat down at the table and obediently ate. In any case, he couldn't taste anything he ate right now. It was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Although he thought he was done for that night, they definitely heard him. However, according to the situation these past few days, the king and the empress didn't seem to know about his robbery. Otherwise, with the king's temper, he would have long since cursed him. Feng Xian definitely wouldn't tell them, so for the time being he could relax. Thinking of this, Feng Xian suddenly stood up. Xiaolian was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Feng Xian picked up his bow and said, "It's time. I'm going out to perform." Xiaolian stood up and said, "I'll go too." After hesitating for a moment, Feng Xian said, "Forget it. You should rest a bit more." Although Feng Xian didn't pursue the matter, Xiaolian still felt uncomfortable all over. He always felt that after Feng Xian found out about this, there was something between the two of them that could never go back. Feng Xian's every word and expression seemed to have a different meaning that was worth investigating. Xiaolian shook his head and sighed. "I'll tell you the truth. Right now, I'm not in the mood to cultivate." Feng Xian had more or less expected this. He lowered his head and didn't know what to say. Xiaolian continued, "Since it's like this, instead of sitting in the house, why not go out and perform? At least you can earn some money. At least you won't look like a cripple." He didn't know why, but he couldn't say the last 2 words. It was probably because in his heart, he truly felt that he was already a cripple. That was why he didn't dare to easily say those 2 words. Feng Xian still wasn't completely at ease and said, "I can do it by myself. Your Highness, you've only eaten 1 meal these past 2 days. It's better if you rest for a few more days." The more he said this, the more anxious Xiaolian was to prove himself. Turning around, he looked in the mirror and said, "It's all right. I'll tidy up a bit," and he originally wanted to tidy up his appearance. At the very least, he wouldn't look like a crazy beggar anymore. Who knew, he would see an extremely terrifying scene in the mirror. Chapter 188. Xiaolian shouted on the spot. Feng Xian was caught off guard and jumped in fright. He said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xiaolian pointed at the mirror with a pale face. "Him. I. Feng Xian followed his finger and looked into the mirror. After a while, he turned his head with a blank expression and said, "What's wrong with you?" Xiaolian was scared out of his wits. He held on to him tightly. With great difficulty, he was able to say a few more words. I, my face. Can't you see? There's something on my face. Feng Xian stared at his face. He sighed. Xiaolian was still wondering why he didn't react when he heard Feng Xian say, Your Highness, did you just realize there's a wound on your face? Xiaolian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Why? How could this be? Why would Feng Xian say that? Could it be that Feng Xian couldn't see the mask on his face in the mirror? Xiaolian blurted out, Can't you see? There's something on my face. Feng Xian asked doubtfully, What is it? What do you mean specifically? I can't see it? Xiaolian looked at the mirror again. Impossible. However, when he looked again, the mask on his face in the mirror had disappeared. His panic-stricken face was still reflected in the mirror. His face was crisscrossed with bruises. He looked like he had lost his soul and was in an extremely sorry state. He looked like a laborer who had been beaten up by a rich man. Xiaolian couldn't help but be stunned. He tried to touch the edge of his face. He thought, This is me? At this time he heard Feng Xian say, Your Highness, are you too tired? Or were you angered by that stinking brat? Listen to me. Don't go out for a while. It's better to rest more. Xiaolian finally came back to his senses. He saw Feng Xian carry his bow and stool and was about to leave. He hurriedly said, No. Feng Xian pushed the door open and turned his head. What else? The words reached his mouth, but he swallowed them. That was because a strange thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Their current days were already very difficult. If they were to tell Feng Xian that Bai Wuxiang might come back to haunt them, what would Feng Xian do? Feng Xian's shadow in Bai Wuxiang's heart was not shallow. What would he do? Would he want to retreat and leave like Mu Qing? While his imagination was running wild, Feng Xian had already left the room. Xiaolian was awakened by the sound of the door closing. He had no choice but to shrink back into bed and cover himself with the quilt, planning to sleep again. Suddenly he smelled a strange smell. Xiaolian got up. At first he thought that the queen was cooking again, or that a mouse or something had died in the corner. He got up and looked around, but in the end he found that the source of the strange smell was actually him. Only then did Xiaolian remember that he hadn't changed his clothes or washed up for dozens of days, so of course he would smell. Xiaolian held his breath as a wave of disgust towards himself welled up in his heart. Thinking that his parents and Feng Xian must have sensed it but didn't tell him, he felt ashamed again. He sneakily opened the door and saw that there was no one outside. He then found a new set of clothes and planned to boil water for a bath. After tossing and turning, he finally managed to soak in the bathtub. He sank his entire body into the water and suffocated until he almost fainted. Only then did he resurface and fiercely wash his face a few times. After scrubbing his entire body, Xiaolian reached out to grab his clothes. He absent-mindedly shook them open and was about to put them on when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. These weren't his clothes at all, but rather Bai Wuxiang's deathly white mourning clothes. Xiaolian only felt that the hot water he was soaking in had instantly turned into a pot of ice. His hair stood on end as he involuntarily cried out, Who did this? Who had secretly changed his clothes while he wasn't paying attention? He jumped out dripping wet and knocked over the bathtub. With a loud noise, the entire room was immediately flooded with water, scaring the king and queen in the neighboring room. The queen supported the king and came in to see Xiaolian's naked body lying on the ground, covered in water. She was so frightened that she threw herself at him and hugged him, saying, My son, what happened to you? Xiaolian's hair was dripping wet and disheveled. He raised his head and hugged her back, saying, Mother, ghost, there's a ghost pestering me. He's been following me the whole time. His current appearance was no different from a madman. The queen couldn't take it anymore and hugged her son, her heart aching as she cried. The king also looked at Xiaolian in a daze. He was in his 40s, but now he seemed to be over 60. The cold winter air caused Xiaolian to shiver. He pointed and said, Clothes. Quickly look at those clothes. Oh. However, when he looked at those clothes again, how was that some white mourning clothes? Wasn't it still his white Taoist robe? Xiaolian suddenly felt a burst of anger. He punched the wooden tub and roared, "What the hell do you want? Are you playing with me?" The queen held back her tears and hugged him, saying, "My son, don't be angry. Put on your clothes first. Put them on, don't catch a cold." That day, Feng Xian also returned very late. The weariness on his face was also deeper than before. Xiaolian had already waited for him for a long time. He impatiently said, "Feng Xian, I have something very important to tell you." Although Bai Wuxiang was too strange and powerful, and even if he told Feng Xian, warning him ahead of time would probably be useless, he still thought that this matter shouldn't be hidden from Feng Xian. Thus he decided to tell him the truth. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian didn't immediately ask him what the matter was. Instead he said, "It just so happens that I also have something I want to tell you." Xiaolian thought that the matter of confirming Bai Wuxiang was more important. Important matters should be left for later. Sitting at the table he asked, "You first, what is it?" Feng Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, you should speak first." Xiaolian also didn't have the heart to decline. In a low voice he said, "Feng Xian, you must be careful. Bai Wuxiang has returned." Feng Xian's expression suddenly changed. "Bai Wuxiang has returned? Why do you say that? You saw him?" Xiaolian said, "Yes, I saw him." Feng Xian's face paled. But that's not right. How could you see him? How could you be safe and sound after seeing him?" Xiaolian buried his face in his hands and said, "I also don't know. But not only did he not kill me, he even, like a loving elder, he even hugged him and patted his head. He even said to him, 'Come over to my side.'" After listening to him talk about the strange encounters of the past few days, the shock on Feng Xian's face gradually faded and was replaced by confusion. What does he want to do in the end? Xiaolian said, "In any case, he definitely doesn't have good intentions. Furthermore, he seems to have been following me. In short, you have to be careful. Help me remind Imperial Father and Empress Mother to be careful as well. But don't scare them." Feng Xian said, "Okay. I won't be going out for the next few days. The things that brat brought over should be able to last for a while." It was really embarrassing to talk about it. When Mu Qing left, he still left behind all the things he brought. Although Xiaolian had lost control of his emotions at that time and had smashed him, saying that he didn't need his things and help after calming down, he still gloomily picked up all the things. Xiaolian sighed and nodded. He then said, "Oh right, what did you want to tell me?" When he mentioned this, Feng Xian hesitated again. After pausing for a moment, he opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, he actually hesitated. While grabbing his hair, he said, "Actually, Your Highness, do you still have money? Or something that can be pawned?" Xiaolian didn't expect that he would actually ask such a stupid question at this time. Stunned, he said, "Ah? Why are you asking this?" Feng Xian braced himself and said, "Nothing. It's just that if there is, can you lend me some first?" Xiaolian smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think there will be more?" Feng Xian also sighed and said, "I think so too." Xiaolian thought for a moment and said, "But didn't I give you a golden belt before?" Feng Xian muttered, "That's not enough. It's far from enough." Xiaolian was shocked and said, "Feng Xian, what did you do? How could a golden belt not be enough? Did you hit someone outside and need to pay for it? Tell me about it." Feng Xian came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "No. Don't take it to heart, I'm just asking." After asking again and again, Feng Xian guaranteed that nothing was wrong. Xiaolian worriedly said, "If there's anything, you must tell me. We can think of a solution together." Feng Xian said, "Don't worry about me. I won't be able to think of a solution even if I keep thinking. Your Highness, you should first solve the problem on your side." As soon as he mentioned this, Xiaolian's heart sank again. Just as he expected, in the next few days, that thing continued to pester him like a haunting ghost. Xiaolian could always see that sad and happy face in many unexpected places, or a faintly discernible white figure. Sometimes it was at the head of his bed in the middle of the night, sometimes it was a reflection in the water, sometimes it was at the door that suddenly opened, and sometimes it was even behind Feng Xian. Bai Wuxiang seemed to take pleasure in scaring him. Moreover, he deliberately let only him see it. Every time Xiaolian couldn't take it anymore and yelled at him, the others would rush over or turn their heads, and he would disappear. Xiaolian lived these days in fear and anxiety. In his heart, he hated that he couldn't catch this thing and cut it into 8 pieces. However, he couldn't even step on the other's shadow. It was inevitable that day and night would turn upside down, and his body and mind would become exhausted. One day, he woke up in the middle of the night, feeling an uncontrollable thirst. He remembered that he hadn't had a good drink all day, so he got up and prepared to go out and drink some water. However, he heard faint voices and a faint candlelight coming from outside. Xiaolian was startled and immediately hid behind the door. His heart was madly thumping. Who is it? If it's Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Feng Xian, why would they need to be so sneaky? Who knew that this sneaky person really was his Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Feng Xian? Feng Xian's voice was extremely low. Is His Highness resting? The Queen also whispered, he's sleeping. The King said, it wasn't easy for him to fall asleep. Tomorrow don't wake him up too early. Let him sleep a bit more. These words made Xiaolian's heart ache. Immediately after, he heard the Queen say, "Ai, if this goes on, when will my son get better?" Xiaolian felt that there was something wrong with these words. At this time, Feng Xian said in a low voice, he's been too tired recently, that's why he's like this. Too many things have happened. I'll have to trouble your majesties to keep a closer eye on him. If there's anything wrong with His Highness, you must immediately tell me. However, don't let him sense it. Also, don't say anything that will provoke him. Xiaolian hid behind the door and listened. His mind was blank, and his blood rushed to his head. What did this mean? What did this mean? He roared in his heart, I'm not crazy. I'm not lying. What I said is the truth. Xiaolian raised his hand and slammed open the door with a bang. The 3 people in the room were all startled. Feng Xian stood up. Your Highness, why aren't you asleep? Xiaolian smacked him in the face. You don't believe me? Feng Xian was startled. Of course I believe you. You. Xiaolian interrupted him. Then what did you mean by those words just now? Are you saying that everything I saw was an illusion? That it was my own delusion? The King and the Queen wanted to interrupt, but Xiaolian immediately said, don't talk, you don't understand. Feng Xian said, no. I believe you, Your Highness, but it's also true that you've been too tired recently. Xiaolian looked at him and didn't say anything. However, somewhere in his heart, a cold wind was blowing. He believed that, on the whole, Feng Xian still believed him. At least 80%. He didn't completely believe him. After all, Xiaolian's recent days were really too crazy. If it was any outsider, they would definitely judge him as a madman. What qualifications did he have to be completely trusted? But it shouldn't be like this. In the past, Feng Xian would have unreservedly believed him. Even if there was only 20% doubt, it was still unbearable. Xiaolian's heart was filled with anger and resentment. He didn't know who it was directed at. Towards Bai Wuxiang, towards Feng Xian, towards everyone, and towards himself. He didn't say a word and turned around to leave. Feng Xian chased after him and asked, Your Highness, where are you going? Xiaolian forced himself to remain calm. Don't worry about me. Don't follow me. Go back. Feng Xian said, No, but where are you going? I'll go with you. Xiaolian made up his mind and suddenly sprinted. Feng Xian's speed wasn't as fast as his, and in a short while he was left far behind. He could only shout from behind. The King and the Queen also came out to shout at him, but Xiaolian turned a deaf ear to them and ran faster and faster. He had to take the initiative to attack. If Bai Wuxiang wanted to kill Xiaolian, Feng Xian, or his parents, it would be as easy as turning his hand. But he didn't want to kill them. Instead, he wanted to play with him like a toy, and then treat him like a joke. As Xiaolian sprinted, he faced the dark night and roared, Come out! You monster in the gutter! Come out! Bai Wuxiang had come for him alone. Therefore, he believed that Bai Wuxiang would definitely follow him out. However, after cursing the heavens and the earth, there were no traces of sneers that floated out from an unexpected dark corner as usual. Nor was there a figure that leisurely appeared behind him and abruptly placed a hand on his head. After sprinting for several kilometers, Xiaolian finally exhausted all his strength. He bent down deeply and used both hands to support his knees. Panting heavily, the smell of rust permeated his chest and throat. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and continued to walk forward. In a low voice he said, "You want to waste time with me, right? Fine, I'll slowly waste time." He didn't know how long he had been walking alone in the barren mountains and wild ridges, but the fog gradually thickened. All around him, the pitch-black old trees were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. All of them were leaning forward, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It was as if they were inviting him to step into a forbidden land of no return. Xiaolian knew in his heart that what lay ahead was not good, but he couldn't avoid it. Moreover, he definitely had to settle this. It would come sooner or later. Thus, he continued to walk forward with a calm face. As he walked in the white fog in front of him, a row of sparkling objects faintly appeared. It was like a glowing wall. Xiaolian had never seen this kind of thing before. Slightly frowning, he stopped walking. And that wall was actually slowly approaching him. Xiaolian became vigilant. He broke off a branch and held it in his hand, ready for battle. When that wall was less than 2 meters away from him, he was stunned to discover that it wasn't a wall at all. Instead, it was countless netherworld ghost fires. Because there were too many of them, from afar it looked like a wall of fire or a large net. Although those ghost fires were strange, they didn't have any killing intent. They just silently floated in front of Xiaolian, not letting him continue forward. Xiaolian tried to bypass them, but these ghost fires immediately changed directions and blocked in front of Xiaolian. At the same time, he heard many voices saying, "Don't go over. Don't go over. There's something bad in front. Go back, don't continue walking." These voices were wooden and dense like a tide, causing chills to run down people's backs. Xiaolian was surrounded by them. He noticed that among these ghost fires, there was one that was particularly bright and quiet. Although ghost fires didn't have eyes, when he looked at that ghost fire, he seemed to be able to feel a scorching gaze greeting him. Chapter 189. Xiaolian coldly said, "Get out of my way." The wisp remained motionless. Xiaolian asked, "Why are you guys stopping me?" The wisp did not answer. Meanwhile, the other little the wisps were still repeating, "Don't go over." Xiaolian didn't want to be entangled with these things at all. He waved his hand, broke them up. This palm strike didn't shatter his soul. It merely dispersed the ghostly flames that had formed a blocking formation, as if they were a group of fireflies or small goldfish. Xiaolian quickly passed by, the withered branches and withered leaves rustling as he stepped on them. However, when he looked back, the will-o-wisps wisps quickly followed suit. It looked like they were going to form another formation. Xiaolian warned, "Don't follow me." The brightest and hottest ball of the wisp flew in front, turning a deaf ear. Xiaolian raised his hand as if he was about to strike. He said fiercely, "If you continue to follow me, be careful that I don't destroy your souls." Such a threat. Many of the wisps were frightened, shuffling back. The leading ghost fire froze in the air for a moment. He was still less than 5 steps behind him, which made Xiaolian feel that it seemed to be saying, "It doesn't matter if my soul is destroyed," or perhaps it knew Xiaolian wouldn't really hit it. Xiaolian suddenly felt an inexplicable anger. In the past, when he shouted, which kid dared to pester him again? They had long since fled with their tails between their legs. Now, not only did people dare to trample on him at will, even a tiny ball of nether flame didn't listen to his words, and didn't take his threats seriously at all. His eyes turned bloodshot as he muttered under his breath, "Even a little brat like you is like this. All of you are like this. Not a single one of you isn't like this." It was a little funny to be angered to this extent over such a small matter, but at this moment Xiaolian was truly filled with resentment. Unexpectedly, after he muttered these words, the ball of ghost fire seemed to understand that he was angry and sad at the same time. It froze in the air and no longer moved forward. Instead, it brought the hundreds of small balls of ghost fire and slowly retreated. Not long after, they all disappeared into the night. Xiaolian exhaled, turned around and continued forward. After 700 or 800 steps, he could vaguely see a few flying eaves in the fog ahead. It seemed to be an ancient monastery deep in the mountains. Xiaolian walked closer and took a closer look. His eyes widened slightly. This was a Crown Prince temple. Naturally, it was the dilapidated Crown Prince temple. It had already been looted by the thugs. The signboard fell to the ground and broke into 2 halves. Xiaolian paused at the entrance of the temple for a moment, then lifted his foot to step over the broken horizontal board and entered the temple. The statue in the hall had also disappeared. It was unknown whether it had been smashed, burned, or sunk into the sea. The altar was empty, leaving only a charred base. The body in the void, heart in the land of peach blossom, on both sides had been slashed 27 times. It was as if a beautiful woman had her face slashed by a knife. She was no longer beautiful and looked sinister. Xiaolian held his breath and sat down in the middle of the hall, waiting for Bai Wuxiang to appear. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a figure appeared in the fog outside the temple. However, the silhouette's figure was not right. It was not as leisurely as Bai Wuxiang. The sound of the footsteps was also not right. It was more hurried, and not as silent as Bai Wuxiang's. Therefore, the person who came was definitely not Bai Wuxiang, nor was it anyone he knew. So who could it be? Xiaolian was extremely vigilant. Only when the person rushed to the front of the Crown Prince temple did he clearly see the person's appearance. However, it was a pity that the person who came did not conform to all his guesses. No matter how he looked at it, it was completely a passerby. He couldn't see any clues. However, Xiaolian still did not relax his vigilance. Who knew if it was Bai Wuxiang in disguise? In a ruined Taoist temple in a desolate mountain, Xiaolian suddenly met a person. Xiaolian was vigilant against the other party, and the other party was also vigilant against Xiaolian. After a long time, he probingly asked, "This Taoist priest? Do you know where this place is?" Xiaolian slightly frowned and raised his head. "You don't know where this place is? Then how did you get here?" That person replied, "I'm lost. I turned around for a long time but I still couldn't get out." Xiaolian knew in his heart that he definitely wasn't lost. If this person wasn't Bai Wuxiang in disguise, then he was most likely kidnapped by something. He said, "Stop turning around, you won't be able to get out." "What? What did you say?" Xiaolian didn't reply and continued to meditate. If this person was kidnapped by Bai Wuxiang, then there was no point in being anxious. If he didn't let this person go, then he wouldn't be able to leave. It would be better to quietly wait and see what he wanted to do in the end. That person was also tired from running, so he sat to the side and rested his feet. The two of them got along peacefully. After a while, another person's silhouette appeared in the dense fog. When he arrived in front of the temple, he was also a puzzled passerby. When he saw that there were people in the temple, he hurriedly welcomed them and said, "Two brothers. May I ask, what is this place?" When those two passersby started chatting, Xiaolian had a premonition. This wasn't the end. There would be more people coming. Sure enough, in less than an hour, dozens of people came to this Crown Prince temple one after another. There were men and women, young and old. Some were alone, some were in groups of 2s and 3s, and some were dragging their families. Most of them were lost, but the way they got lost was extremely strange. Some people could even get lost while walking on the main street. It was extremely inconceivable. Inside, Xiaolian also saw the entertainer who wanted to compete with him in breaking a boulder on his chest. His complexion wasn't very good. It seemed that the last competition had seriously injured him. The two of them met face to face. Without saying anything, they nodded. It was obvious that these were all ordinary people. Moreover, they were all people that Bai Wuxiang had deliberately brought to this deep mountain forest. The alarm in Xiaolian's heart grew louder and louder. However, he didn't bat an eyelid. He took out a cold steamed bun from his sleeve and forcefully took a bite, chewed and swallowed. He needed to conserve his strength as much as possible in order to deal with the upcoming battle. 2 hours later, the inside and outside of this Crown Prince temple was packed to the brim with people who had lost their way. Xiaolian secretly counted and found that there were about 100 people. Not a single person could walk out of this forest. Once there were more people, the scene became noisy. Everyone started talking at once. You also came out of nowhere? This is too strange. Someone suggested, why don't we look around again? Someone immediately agreed, let's go, let's go. I don't believe that with so many people, not a single one can walk out. Xiaolian, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly raised his head and said, it's useless no matter how you walk. You can't get out. Everyone looked at him. Why? Xiaolian said coldly, because you were all led here by a monster. You are all his toys. Do you think he will let you go so easily? Some people thought that he was being alarmist, some thought that he was being paranoid, and some thought that he should not be underestimated. One person stood up and said, who are you? Why do you say that? He seems to be the first person to come. When I came, he was already sitting here. Strange, yes, and he even covered his face. Do you have any proof? Xiaolian said indifferently, I don't have proof. Whether you believe it or not, that monster definitely did not lead you here to treat you to a meal. Be careful, I don't need to say more. As soon as he said that, before anyone could respond, there was a burst of rapid footsteps coming from afar. Everyone's spirit was immediately lifted. Someone is coming again. Even if some people wanted to go out and take a look, they quickly slipped back the moment they stepped out of the temple. That was because, along with the sound of running, there was also a burst of crazed yelling. This yelling simply didn't seem like it could be made by a human. Everyone's expression greatly changed as they all retreated into the temple. My God, who is this person? It can't be some wild beast, right? As the figure in the fog ran closer and closer, Xiaolian squinted his eyes and said, no, that is indeed a person. However, as that person ran in this direction, he was howling loudly and covering his face with both hands. Seeing that he was about to run into the Crown Prince Temple, Xiaolian squeezed out of the crowd and stood outside, wanting to see what was going on. However, that person seemed to have no eyes and ran straight into a tree at the entrance of the Crown Prince Temple. With a pong! He was bounced back a few feet and fell to the ground unconscious. Everyone was shocked. Squeezing into the temple, they stretched their necks and anxiously said, what's going on with this person? Including that street performer, there were a few brave people who wanted to go over to take a look. Xiaolian immediately said, don't go near. A few people were frightened by his strict tone and said, then what should we do? Just let him lie there? Xiaolian said, I'll go and take a look. Everyone said, then you should be a bit more careful, ah? Xiaolian nodded his head and slowly walked towards the tree. He squatted down and was just about to remove the hands that covered the person's face when that person suddenly jumped up and let out two sharp screams. That's right, it was two sharp screams. Moreover, it was two screams that were emitted at the same time. One was emitted from this person's mouth, while the other was emitted from his face. On this person's face there was even a face. Human face plague. Xiaolian immediately got goosebumps all over his body and his pupils suddenly shrank. Everyone in the temple was also scared silly by this terrifying scene. After that person jumped up, he spread out his hands and was about to rush towards the crowd. Fortunately, Xiaolian had sharp eyes and quick hands. With a palm strike, that person with the human face plague was immediately sent flying several feet away. Xiaolian hurriedly retreated a few steps and blocked the entrance of the temple. The people behind him were extremely frightened as they said, isn't this disease only found in the imperial city? So many people have died in the imperial city. Isn't this disease already extinct? It's fake, right? It can't be real, right? Is that really a human face on his face? What was even more frightening was that in the next moment, more screams came from all directions. A dozen or so figures swayed as they gathered towards the Crown Prince Temple. They didn't even need to look to know that they were all people with the human face plague. Someone shouted, everyone, run! Spread out! Don't let them get close. Xiaolian shouted, don't spread out. We don't know how many more there are in the forest. If there are even more outside, then we're done for. Then what should we do? We can't just wait for them to come and catch us like a turtle in a jar. Isn't this just waiting for death? The branch that he had snapped on the way here was still pinned to Xiaolian's waist. He pulled it out and held it like a sword as he said, don't worry, they won't be able to come over. Whether or not they can get close to this place is naturally up to me. This was his territory, the Crown Prince Palace. Without waiting for anyone to ask, Xiaolian flew out. With a schwa 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 sound, a few branches instantly knocked the people with the human face plague to the ground. For Xiaolian, this wasn't a difficult task at all. He did what he said he would. Sure enough, not a single one of these freaks were able to get close. Everyone in the temple was panting non-stop, trembling with fear as they watched. When they saw him win, they all cheered and loudly thanked the heavens. It was unknown when, but in the night sky of the forest, many will-o'-the-wisps swam over, dancing chaotically in the air. He didn't know if they were helping to drive away the people with the human face plague, but in any case, Xiaolian felt that they weren't a hindrance to him. After sweeping through the area, he habitually wanted to put his sword back into its sheath. Only when he did so did he realize that he wasn't holding a sword, but rather a branch. After a moment of awkwardness, he saw a white silhouette waving at him from not too far away. Xiaolian had just fought a round, so his blood was boiling. He immediately chased after him. Don't even think about running away. The group of will-o'-the-wisps also rushed after him, as if they were illuminating the path ahead for him. Bai Wuxiang naturally wasn't trying to escape. He walked at a moderate pace, appearing very calm. However, he was always faster than Xiaolian by 7 or 8 steps. Xiaolian chased after him for a few steps before his heart lit up. He immediately turned back. Seeing that Xiaolian wasn't chasing, Bai Wuxiang actually didn't leave. He said, "Why aren't you following me?" Xiaolian turned his head and said, "You just want to lure me away and spread the human face plague again. Why should I follow you and let you succeed?" Bai Wuxiang smiled and said, "No, you're wrong. My goal isn't to lure you away. My goal is you." Although he was wearing the mask of sorrow and joy on his face, Xiaolian didn't know why, but he could feel that Bai Wuxiang was smiling. Luring the tiger away from the mountain indeed didn't make sense. If Bai Wuxiang wanted to spread the human face plague again, he could spread it all over the world. Xiaolian wouldn't be able to stop him. So why did he have to spread it deep in the mountains? Xiaolian paused his footsteps and said, "Then what exactly do you want to do?" He had asked this question countless times, so he was about to lose his patience. Bai Wuxiang said, I want you to come over to my side." Xiaolian pulled out a branch and pointed it at Bai Wuxiang. Although this didn't have any deterrent power and even seemed a bit funny, this was the only weapon he had in his hands right now. Fortunately, there was an exceptionally bright will-o'-the-wisp that landed on the tip of that branch, giving him a bit more imposing aura. Xiaolian sternly said, "Why do you want me to come over to your side? To take your life?" Bai Wuxiang chuckled a few times and warmly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are a beautiful jade. Let me teach you." Xiaolian was both comical and angry. He couldn't help but spit out, "You think you're qualified to teach me? My master is the state teacher of Xianlu. Who the hell are you? Where did this monster come from?" Bai Wuxiang extended a finger and shook it, saying, "You're wrong again. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I should say that in this world, only I am qualified to teach you. Your master? State teacher of Xianlu?" His tone became unreasonably arrogant as he said, "In front of me, this kind of thing isn't even worth mentioning. On the contrary, you learn very well what I taught you." Xiaolian angrily said, "What did you teach me? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand at all." Bai Wuxiang snorted and laughed. "The first thing I taught you is, there are many things in this world that you are powerless against." Hearing this, many chaotic sounds and scenes flashed through Xiaolian's mind. Finally, he clenched his teeth and stabbed out with his sword. Bai Wuxiang easily dodged it and said, "The second thing." He grabbed Xiaolian, causing him to stagger and almost fall. He felt a hand touch the top of his head and said, "Do you want to save the common people? The common people don't need to be saved by you. They aren't worthy." Xiaolian's movements became sluggish again. Slapping away that hand, he backhandedly stabbed out again. With a paw sound, Bai Wuxiang broke the branch in his hand and flashed behind him. 2 ice-cold fingers were already placed on the fatal point behind Xiaolian's head. With the back of his head pressed against it, Xiaolian felt as if his brain could be pierced at any moment. His body froze. A voice came from behind him, If you don't come to my side, you will never be able to win against me. You will always be defeated by me. Xiaolian gasped for breath and said in a low voice, "Come at me." After a pause he said word by word, "You can't win, but for now. You can defeat me countless times, but you can't kill me. And as long as you can't kill me, there will be a day when I will definitely defeat you." That willow, the wisp, heard his words and burned even more fiercely, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire night sky. Bai Wuxiang was silent for a moment behind him, then asked, "I can't kill you?" Xiaolian held his breath and didn't say anything. In fact, he also didn't know how strong the immortal body that Junwu gave him would be. What if Bai Wuxiang really dug out his brain in anger? Would he still be alive? At this time, Bai Wuxiang said in a low voice, "I really can't kill you. I also won't kill you. However, don't be too confident right now. In the future, don't regret this." Regret? Why would he regret? Before Xiaolian could figure it out, a knife hand suddenly chopped at his neck. His vision suddenly fell into darkness. In the darkness, there seemed to be light and heat coming from far ahead. Xiaolian followed the light and slowly regained consciousness. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing that came into view was a ball of willow, the wisp above him. It seemed that the light and heat that he felt while he was unconscious was this. Seeing that he had woken up, the wisp immediately stuck close to him. Then, as if it felt that being too close to a person wasn't good, it slightly retreated. Xiaolian felt that this the wisp, seemed to be particularly unusual. If he remembered correctly, it was this the wisp, that blocked him on the way here. He wanted to stretch out his hand to take a look, but unexpectedly, his hand couldn't reach out at all. Xiaolian was stunned and instantly sobered up. When he looked down, he discovered that the reason why he couldn't reach out his hand was because his hands and feet were tied up. Chapter 191. Xiaolian didn't know if he was awake or asleep. If he was awake, he didn't react to anything in the outside world. He also didn't have any memories. If he was asleep, his eyes were open the entire time. When he woke up, Bai Wuxiang had already put the black sword on his waist, like an elder rewarding a child. He said, "This is my gift to you." As he said that, he patted the hilt of the sword. He said meaningfully and gently, "It is definitely sharper than the ones you collected in the past and the ones Junwu gave you." Xiaolian let him help him put on the sword. He didn't speak, he didn't resist. Because any resistance was useless. Just like that, he changed into a new set of clothes. He put on a new treasured sword, dragging a body that looked like it had been reborn. He walked out of the pitch-black Crown Prince Palace. Bai Wuxiang said from behind him, "Wait." Xiaolian stopped in his tracks. Bai Wuxiang silently came to his side. He placed a white silk in his hand and said, "You forgot about this." That was what he had used to cover his face, and the white silk that had been tied up later on. Alone, Xiaolian staggered down the mountain. It was already daytime, the sun had also come out, but when the sun shone on his body, Xiaolian didn't feel warm at all. On the way down the mountain, he saw a small stream. Ding dong, it was very clear and lively. Walking to the side of the stream, the water reflected his appearance. Xiaolian stared at that pale face. His face was smooth and white without a trace of a scar. His neck was the same, so his chest, abdomen, and all other places must be the same. But after looking at it for a while, he couldn't look anymore. He buried his head and scooped up a few mouthfuls of water from the stream, washed his face, and drank a few more mouthfuls. As he drank, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something upstream. He slowly raised his head and saw that on the shore not far away, next to a large rock, there was a corpse. Looking at the clothes, it was the man who performed. This person didn't go down the mountain but died on the road. There was a particularly obvious pool of blood on the large rock. It looked like he had died from hitting the rock in pain or fear. The corpse was already rotten. Half of it was soaked in the water and emitted a foul stench. It was motionless, but a few small deformed human faces grew on the half-rotten face, and they were still wriggling. Xiaolian lay by the side of the stream and vomited for half an hour. He vomited until he saw blood. After descending the mountain, he walked for a long time, wandering aimlessly on the streets. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder and pulled him into the alley. Xiaolian turned around, but before he could see the man's face, he saw a fist flying towards him. Where have you been these past few days? Behind the fist was Feng Xian's furious face. By the time Xiaolian saw it, he had already fallen to the ground with a plop. Feng Xian had not expected that Xiaolian would be defeated so easily. Looking at his own fist, then looking at Xiaolian on the ground, he stared blankly for quite a while. Before he could go over to help Xiaolian up, Xiaolian had already climbed up on his own. Feng Xian's expression changed, but he still didn't calm down. He said again, "What a temper you have. You ran out after saying that and disappeared for 2 months. But do you know how worried His Majesty and the others were?" Xiaolian wiped away the blood from his nose that had flown out from his punch and said, "I'm sorry." Seeing the blood on Xiaolian's face getting dirtier and dirtier, Feng Xian sighed heavily and said, "Your Highness, it's fine if you're sorry, there's really no meaning in us talking about these things. But you, what happened to you? What have you been doing for so long? What happened that you can't tell me?" He noticed the black sword on Xiaolian's waist and asked, "Where did you get that sword?" Xiaolian wanted to say it. However, when he thought of the dispute he had with Feng Xian before he left, the hesitant expression on Feng Xian's face, and the experiences he didn't even want to think about, he only said, "I'm sorry." The two of them returned to their original hiding place. When the queen saw Xiaolian, she hugged him and cried. The king seemed to have aged quite a bit. Originally he was looking for white hair in his black hair, but now he was looking for black hair in his white hair. However, he didn't fly into a rage. After saying a few simple words, he didn't open his mouth. Probably because they were afraid that he would run away again for 10 days to half a month without a trace, the three of them were very careful with their words and actions. Feng Xian. After a simple and crude meal, Xiaolian untied the black sword on his waist and handed it over. He said, "This sword is for you. Take it and pawn it." Feng Xian felt the hand holding the sword tremble, but he couldn't guess why it was trembling. He asked, "Why do you want me to pawn it?" Xiaolian said, "Didn't you want money before?" Hearing this, a pained expression suddenly flashed across Feng Xian's face. Immediately after, he shook his head and said, "There's no need for it now." Xiaolian no longer said anything. He threw the black sword to the side and no longer cared about it. Then he fell asleep. When he returned this time, Xiaolian acted as if nothing had happened. He hoped that he could return to his original state as soon as possible and strive to return to normal. Soon he and Feng Xian went out together to set up their performances. Originally, Feng Xian was still worried and said, "Forget it. You should rest for 2 more days." Xiaolian said, "I've been resting for almost 2 months. If those performers come looking for trouble again, the two of us can easily deal with them." However, Feng Xian said, "Those performers stopped coming a long time ago. It wasn't because the previous performer had died, and there was no one to lead them. Rather, it was because Feng Xian had been stationed here for a long time. When they first arrived, everyone still felt that it was a novelty. However, after a long time, people had more or less lost that novelty. There was no difference between looking at him and looking at other local performers. Compared to before, Feng Xian had lost his competitiveness. Since he wasn't a threat anymore, the other performers also didn't come looking for trouble. In any case, everyone earned about the same amount of money. Therefore, no matter how much effort Feng Xian put into his archery, no matter how excellent his archery skills were, the number of people coming to watch and reward him decreased by more than half. It wasn't even 1/10 of the original number. After half a day, Feng Xian was so tired that his forehead was drenched in sweat. He sat to the side. Xiaolian said, "Let me go." Feng Xian said, "You can't, right?" However, Xiaolian went up on his own. Seeing that it was a different person, the passers-by became interested again and asked, "What unique skill does this little brother have?" Xiaolian didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a tree branch and started to practice a sword technique. Although he was using a tree branch, his sword technique was executed beautifully. The sound of the wind breaking also carried a sharp sword intent. Thus, there were some people who gave him face and applauded. Feng Xian watched from the side with a complicated expression. After watching for a while, he turned his head away. Xiaolian didn't feel any shame, nor did he feel any psychological burden. He continued to practice his sword seriously. At this moment he suddenly heard someone shout from the crowd, "Not good, not good. So unsightly. Who wants to see you holding a tree branch and blindly poking around?" Feng Exan suddenly stood up and shouted, "Watch your mouth." Xiaolian's movements slightly froze as he looked over. He saw a man in the crowd eating a melon while spitting out the seeds. It was obvious he was here to watch the show. He shouted towards Feng Exan, "I came to watch you perform. You can say whatever you want. You're just a person asking for rewards, yet you still dare to care about our rewards? Change to a real sword. Change to a real sword. Then I'll consider whether or not I should reward you with a few coins." When he shouted, the others also followed suit and shouted. Feng Exan was furious. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw a white shadow flash. Xiaolian had already appeared beside that person, grabbed him and tossed him high into the air. The moment he made a move, his strength was strangely great. That idler was tossed several feet into the air, and his melon skin fell to the ground. Everyone was so shocked that they all opened their mouths wide. That person landed heavily on the ground with a pung sound. Blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices as he loudly screamed. However, Xiaolian didn't stop there. He once again went up and grabbed him. In a flat and emotionless voice he said, "I don't have a real sword, but I do have a real sword. Do you want to see it?" The surrounding crowd was so frightened that they scattered in all directions. One of them shouted, "Someone come! Save me! Murder!" Feng Exan was even more alarmed. "Your Highness!" Xiaolian turned a deaf ear and was about to toss that idler a few more feet into the air, allowing him to fall to the ground. Feng Exan went up and pressed him down. He even forgot to conceal his identity as he roared, "Your Highness! Wake up! This person is going to be beaten to death by you." Black flames burned wildly in Xiaolian's eyes. He slapped away Feng Exan's hand and pressed that person into the ground. That idler's 2 legs stretched out, no longer moving. Just as Feng Exan was about to pounce on him, he heard someone at the end of the street scream, "It's them! They're over there!" Not good. The Yong and soldiers had arrived. Feng Exan broke into a run, but he saw that Xiaolian was still standing in his original spot, staring at those Yong and soldiers as if he wanted to go up and fight them. Thus, Feng Exan turned back and pulled Xiaolian, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and run." The 2 of them hid here and there along the way before finally escaping and returning to the small house they were hiding in. As soon as they entered the house in front of the queen, Feng Exan shouted, "How could you do such a thing?" The original Feng Exan naturally wouldn't have dared to be this impudent in front of the 2 emperors. However, after such a long time, many things had already changed. Xiaolian said to the queen, "Return to the house." The queen said, "Imperial son, what exactly?" Xiaolian said, "Return to the house." The queen wanted to ask but didn't dare, so she returned to the house. Xiaolian then turned towards Feng Exan. "What did I do?" Feng Exan angrily said, "You wanted to beat that person to death." Xiaolian retorted, "It's not like he died. Furthermore, so what if I beat him to death?" Feng Exan was stunned. "What did you say? What do you mean by so what if I beat him to death?" Xiaolian said, "Who told this lowly commoner to seek death? Since he was seeking death, I helped him. What's wrong with that?" As if stunned by his choice of words, Feng Exan only spoke after a while. "He did commit a crime, but that doesn't warrant killing him, right? It's fine to just give him a palm, but just because of this sentence he deserves to die?" Xiaolian interrupted him and said, "Yes. If he dared to say that, then he must pay the price." Feng Exan said in disbelief, "How could you say such a thing?" Xiaolian asked, "What words?" Feng Exan said, "You would never use the word lowly commoner in the past. You have never used this word." Xiaolian said, "In the end, what do you mean? It's not like I'm an immortal, can't I be angry? Can't I hate?" Feng Exan choked. After a long while he managed to squeeze out a few words, "That's not what I meant, but no matter what, it shouldn't be." Xiaolian didn't want to listen anymore, so he didn't continue talking to him. He entered the house and slammed the door. As soon as he closed the door, he shouted loudly and knocked himself onto the bed. Deceiving himself. He was simply deceiving himself. No matter what, it was impossible to pretend that nothing had happened, and it was impossible to return to how it was originally. In the evening, someone knocked on the door. Xiaolian thought it was Feng Xian, so he didn't answer. After a long while, he heard the queen's voice say, "Imperial son, it's Imperial mother. Let Imperial mother come in to see you, okay?" Xiaolian originally wanted to lie down and not move, but after lying down for a long while, he still got up and opened the door. He said tiredly, "What is it?" The queen carried a plate and stood at the door. She said, "Imperial son, you haven't eaten anything, right?" Xiaolian looked at her and endured for a long time. Only then did he swallow down the words, "I haven't eaten anything, and I don't want to eat anything you make," that had already bubbled up in his throat. He moved aside to let his mother enter. The queen placed the plate on the table and said, "Look." When Xiaolian saw it, he was so angry that he wanted to laugh. He asked, "What is this?" As if she was presenting a treasure, the queen said, "Look, this is twin wings and branches pill. This is flower and moon round soup." The one called twin wings and branches looked like a corpse with 2 lives, while the one called flower and moon round soup was uneven. Xiaolian had no choice but to interrupt her. "How come these things even have names?" The queen said, "Don't all dishes have names?" Xiaolian replied, "That's the imperial palace's imperial cuisine. Ordinary people don't give names to dishes. The palace, the imperial cuisine, and the ordinary people." The queen paused for a while, then smiled and said, "No one stipulated that one must eat royal food to be given a name. Just take it as an auspicious sign. Come on, try it. Imperial mother spent a lot of time making this for you." As she spoke, she handed over the chopsticks. Xiaolian didn't smile, nor did he move his chopsticks. The queen smiled as she sat for a while. Her smile gradually faded as she said, "My son?" Xiaolian asked, "What?" The queen said, "Why did you quarrel with Feng Xian again?" Xiaolian didn't want to explain at all, nor did he have the strength to explain. He said, "Just stay in the house, don't worry about this." The empress hesitated for a moment and said, "I know I shouldn't say this, but during the days you weren't here, Feng Xian has been taking care of him." Xiaolian asked, "Imperial mother, what exactly do you want to say?" The queen hurriedly said, "My son, don't be angry. I am not criticizing you. It's really not. I know it's been hard on you too. I'm just saying that Feng Xian has always been with us, and it hasn't been easy for him to follow you. I can feel that it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but the reason he stayed until today is all because he remembers your friendship." Hearing this, Xiaolian suddenly stood up and said, "Who's easy? Am I that easy? Imperial mother, can you guys stop asking? If you guys don't understand, can you guys not get involved?" Seeing him rush out of the door, the queen panicked. She stood up and chased after him, saying, "My son, where are you going? I won't say anymore. Imperial mother won't say anymore. Come back." Xiaolian sternly said, "I know. It hasn't been easy for everyone, don't worry. I'll go right now and make it easier for everyone." The queen couldn't keep up with him and was soon thrown off. It wasn't until late at night that Xiaolian returned carrying a few bags. When he opened the door, he saw that no one had slept and were all waiting for him. Their expressions were all very bad. Xiaolian closed the door behind him and asked, "What's wrong?" The king seemed to have already scolded the queen, as the rims of her eyes were still red. When she saw Xiaolian return, she let out a long sigh of relief. Forcing a smile, she said, "My son, you're back. From now on I won't ask anymore. Don't suddenly turn around and leave. If there's anything, Imperial Mother will definitely listen to you." Everyone was afraid. They were afraid that if he turned around and left, they wouldn't see his shadow for another 2 months. However, Xiaolian said, "You guys are thinking too much. I'm not leaving. You guys can just go in and rest." After waiting for the king and queen to enter the house, he was silent for a moment. Then Feng Xian said, "Even if I asked you where you went, you wouldn't answer, right?" Xiaolian didn't say anything. He threw the few bags on the ground, making a crisp sound. Feng Xian asked, "What's this?" Xiaolian opened the bag and turned it upside down. From inside, a large pile of gold and silverware fell out, practically lighting up the entire house. Feng Xian immediately stood up and said, where did you get this? Xiaoyan didn't even raise his head. He sat on the ground and counted as he said, there's no need to be like this. I just went to a big family in the city. Don't worry, no one noticed. Feng Xian's eyes widened. Oh. He remembered that the king and queen were still next door. Lowering his voice, he said, you stole things? Xiaoyan said, you don't need to look at me like that. It's not easy for everyone. With these things it'll be much easier. Feng Xian said, but you still can't steal things, right? We can perform as entertainers. Xiaoyan said, performing for an entire day is tiring to death. How much money can we earn? Feng Xian took 2 steps back. This was the first time Xiaoyan saw him have this expression of someone about to faint. Feng Xian finally stood up with great difficulty. After confirming that he hadn't heard wrong, he muttered, how did you become like this? Xiaoyan raised his head and asked in reply, like what? Feng Xian angrily said, I don't want to talk about you. Look at what you look like right now. I'm already not asking you about the robbery, so why are you becoming even worse? Xiaoyan sneered and said, as expected. Feng Xian asked, as expected? Xiaoyan stood up and said, as expected. You've always remembered the robbery. You wanted to ask me, but you were too embarrassed to ask, right? You must have imagined what happened 1,000 times in your heart. There's no need to think, I'll tell you. Step by step, he forced his way in front of Feng Xian and said, it's true. I rob. Feng Xian was forced to take a step back and said, you? He took another step forward and angrily said in a low voice, why did we suffer so much? If you were willing to do this kind of thing, we would have done it a long time ago. Why did we have to endure until today? What do you mean by this? Are all our previous efforts wasted? Are you still the crown prince of the past? Xiaoyan said, yes. But why did you have to suffer until today? Feng Xian stared blankly. Xiaoyan continued, what was I like in the past? Not retaliating when scolded? Not retaliating when hit? Overestimating myself? Saving the common people? What is this? Isn't this an idiot? Do you think it's good to be an idiot like that? Do you think I have to be like that? The moment I'm not, you'll suffer a huge blow, right? Feng Xian was alarmed. Are you crazy? Why are you saying that? Xiaoyan said, you're wrong. I'm not crazy, I just suddenly became clear-headed. Then I discovered that the previous me was the crazy one. Feng Xian muttered, how can you be like this? When did you become like this? I really don't know, I'm like this, why I'm following you. Xiaoyan said, then don't follow me. Feng Xian still hadn't reacted. What? Xiaoyan said, I said, then don't follow me. After he finished speaking, he slammed the door and left. For hours later, a rustling sound came from outside the house, along with the sound of low voices. It seemed that Feng Xian was saying goodbye to his imperial father and imperial mother. Feng Xian's voice was extremely low, the empress's words were choked with sobs, and the king didn't speak much, mostly coughing. Not long after, the door opened and closed. Feng Xian's voice disappeared, and the sound of his footsteps faded away. Feng Xian had left. Xiaoyan shut himself in the room, expressionless. After a long while, he closed his eyes. He had finally left. Ever since Mu Qing left, Xiaoyan had always been afraid of this matter. One day, Feng Xian would also leave, because he was too afraid. Today, Xiaoyan could no longer endure being tormented by this fear. Rather than slowly wasting time like a knife being sharpened, slowly whittling away those feelings of gratitude and friendship bit by bit, until both sides hated each other and hated each other, it would be better to explode sooner. Before Feng Xian left, he was afraid. But after Feng Xian left, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. However, even though he wasn't afraid anymore, he was in even more pain. Originally, Xiaoyan still held a tiny bit of hope in his heart. He hoped that even if he admitted that he did something he shouldn't have done, even if he became this terrible to the extreme, Feng Xian would still stay. After all, ever since he chose Feng Xian to be his personal attendant when he was 14 years old, the two of them had practically been following each other like shadows. They were master and servant and even more so, good friends. Other than him, the crown prince, Feng Xian, didn't have anyone else he needed to care about. At most, he would bring the king and empress along. However, Feng Xian had really left. Xiaolian had long guessed this result, and he could completely understand this result. However, he still couldn't bear it for the time being. At this moment, the empress' voice came from outside the silent room. She said, "Imperial son, I'm sorry." Xiaolian crawled up from the bed, opened the door and went out. Tiredly, he said, "It's not your fault." The empress and the king both sat at the shabby table. The empress said, "It's imperial father and empress mother who dragged you down. They made you do bad things for us, and even made you quarrel with Feng Xian." Xiaolian forced a smile and said, "What's bad about it? Aren't there always stories of robbing the rich to help the poor in those legendary stories? It's fine if Feng Xian left, it's fine. It's good that he left. Both sides are relaxed. You should first treat your illness before we talk about other things. Tomorrow you can buy the best medicine." However, the king glared at him and said, "I don't need this money." The empress secretly pulled him back. Xiaolian said, "What do you want?" The king coughed a few more times and said, "You go chase after Feng Xian. I don't need this money." Although the empress was pulling him back, she still said, "That's right, you go chase after Feng Xian. He's your most loyal attendant, and also your good friend." Xiaolian said, "I don't have any more loyal attendants. If you have money, just take it and use it. Don't ask about other things. As I said, you guys don't understand these things." After a long silence, the empress finally said, "I'm sorry, my son. Father and mother can see that you're struggling very bitterly by yourself. However, father and mother are only mortals, so they can't help you at all. They still need you to take care of them." Xiaolian didn't have the strength to say anymore. He casually comforted them with a few perfunctory words before sending them back to their rooms. In order to wake himself up, Xiaolian took off all his bandages and clothes. After taking a careless bath, he fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, he thought in a daze, "Why didn't Feng Xian wake me up?" Only after a while did he remember that Feng Xian had already left. Xiaolian turned over and sat up. After staring blankly for a while, he thought of another matter. Even if Feng Xian had left, what about his imperial father and empress mother? Why didn't his imperial father and empress mother come in? Usually at this time, the king's coughing would have long since been audible. However, today it was extremely quiet. For some reason, Xiaolian felt a wave of unease. He put on his clothes and got out of bed. After grabbing twice, he realized that the white silk he used to cover his face was gone. Pushing open the door to the next room, he said, "Imperial mother, did you see my—" As soon as he pushed open the door, his pupils instantly shrank into two tiny dots. His white silk had been found. The white silk was suspended above the sorghum, and there were still two motionless figures of old people hanging from it. They had long since become stiff. It was his imperial father and empress mother. Xiaolian suspected that he was still in a dream. He swayed and barely managed to support himself against the wall. He swayed back and forth, but he didn't manage to hold on and slid down the wall. He sat on the ground and covered his face with his hands. Suddenly he had difficulty breathing. Crying and laughing and crying, he said, I. It was unknown who he was talking to, but after a while he said again, "No, I didn't. I can't. In the end, he couldn't even say a complete word. He turned around and screamed, slamming his head against the wall a dozen or so times. He should have thought of this earlier. His father was such an old-fashioned monarch, and his mother was the kind of mother who couldn't bear to see her loved ones suffer, especially for them. Both of them were nobles who lived like princes. It was already a miracle that they could hold on until now. After Xiaolian slammed his head against the wall a few hundred times, he muttered, "Feng Xian, my imperial father and empress mother are gone." No one was listening. Only then did he think of putting his parents' bodies down. After putting them down, Xiaolian seemed to have nothing to do. He paced around the room and saw a few cold and ugly dishes on the table. He didn't eat them last night and let the queen take them away. Now he picked them up in a daze and ate them all. He didn't dare to miss a single dish, for fear that he would miss a grain of rice. After eating, he started to vomit again. Suddenly, Xiaolian grabbed the white silk and threw it on the beam, putting it around his neck. Waves of suffocation assaulted him, but he was still conscious. Even if his eyes were bloodshot and his neck bones were cracking, he was still conscious. Moreover, he didn't know why, but as he hung, the white silk automatically loosened. Xiaolian fell heavily on the ground. In his dizziness, he found that the white silk was actually moving without any wind, like a poisonous snake slowly coiling up. This thing actually gave birth to its own soul. It was infused with magic power, stained with Xiaolian's blood, and even hanged 2 members of the royal family. If Xiaolian could die, then it would be 3. Such a white silk with such deep resentment and evil energy. It would be strange if it didn't become a monster. This little monster that had just come to this world was completely unaware of the desperate situation under which it was born. It happily swam towards the person who gave it its soul, as if it was looking forward to an intimate action. However, in Xiaolian's eyes, it did not exist at all. He held his head and roared, "Who? Who will kill me?" He only hoped that someone would immediately come and take his life, and help him get rid of this endless pain and torture. At this time there was a deafening sound of gongs and drums in the distance. Xiaolian breathed heavily, his eyes were bloodshot, and he thought, "Who? What is it?" Some kind of force drove him to stagger up, and he went out to investigate. After walking for a long time, he finally discovered that it was the sound of celebration for the establishment of Yong'an, the relocation of the royal capital, and the completion of the new palace. The whole world was celebrating. The old citizens of Xianle country were now cheering for Yong'an. On the streets, the smiles on everyone's faces were so bright, so familiar. Xiaolian remembered during the Upper Yuan sacrifice, the people of Xianle country also cheered like this. Xiaolian staggered back and sat paralyzed on the ground. Why did they let him see the laughter of the people of Yong'an, when the corpses of the Xianle country's ruler and empress were lying at his feet? Xiaolian buried his face in his hands, crying and laughing, "Ha ha ha ha, sob sob sob." After a while he said with a smile, "It's not that easy." A voice flashed in his mind. The human-faced plague, its resentment. The method to create the human-faced plague is. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly said in a soft voice, "Don't think you'll have it easy." The expression on his face seemed to be crying and laughing, happy and sad. He slowly stood up along the wall saying, "Yong'an, Yong'an? Don't even think about it. Don't ever think about it. I curse you all. I curse you all. I want all of you to die, absolutely die. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." Laughing and laughing, Xiaolian rushed out like a gust of wind. When he passed by the mirror, he suddenly paused and turned his head back. His appearance in the mirror had completely changed. What he was wearing was not that white Taoist robe that had been washed to the point of being worn out, but a snow-white mourning robe. His face was also no longer his own face, but a face that was half crying and half laughing, full of sorrow and joy. If it was the Xiaolian of before, seeing his current appearance in the mirror, he would definitely scream in fright. But now he was not the least bit afraid. He turned a blind eye to it, laughing madly without end. Stumbling, he knocked open the door and ran out. The old Xianle country's imperial city was now an unbearably dilapidated ruin. Near the ruins, there were still residents who had luckily survived and refugees who had nowhere to go. Ever since the outbreak of the human face plague and the destruction of the imperial city, this once magnificent capital had often been filled with chilly winds that caused people to tremble in fear. But today it seemed to be especially chilling. Several beggars in ragged clothes ran away like a wisp of smoke, looking up at the sky as they ran. Everyone felt that something terrible was about to happen, so it was better not to stay any longer. In front of the imperial city's dilapidated gate was the battlefield. Usually no one dared to go there. Now, only an old Taoist was running here and there, catching those wandering souls. He stuffed them into his bag and prepared to make lanterns. As he was catching them, he suddenly discovered that, at some unknown time, a strange figure in white had appeared at the end of the battlefield. It was really strange, really strange. He was wearing mourning robes with wide sleeves. A piece of white silk was rolled up on his sleeves, fluttering in the wind as if it was alive. On his face was a deathly white mask. Half of his face was crying while the other half was smiling. That old Taoist felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, his legs had already brought him out of the battlefield. His heart was still in a state of shock, so he stopped and looked back. The man in white didn't say a word as he strolled on the battlefield. The cold wind blew, and with every step he took, he stepped on the corpses of the dead. Countless souls struggled and wailed on this piece of land, so much so that even the air was black with resentment. The man in white said coldly, "Do you hate?" The undead howled in grief. The man in white took a few more steps and said, "The people you swore to protect are now citizens of Exine country. Do you hate?" The wails of the souls were mixed with screams. The man in white said slowly, "They have forgotten you who died on the battlefield, forgotten your sacrifice, and cheered for the people who took your lives. Do you hate?" Among the screams there were hisses and roars. The man in white said sternly, "What's the use of just screaming? Answer me, do you hate?" Countless voices full of resentment and pain echoed in the sky above the battlefield. "Hate, so hate, kill. I want to kill them." The man in white opened his arms towards them, stretched out his hands and said, "Come to me." He said word by word, "I promise. Those who live in eternal peace will never find peace." Amidst the heaven-shaking screams and roars, the souls of the Xianlu soldiers and the souls of the people infected with the man-face plague resonated with each other. Within the black fog that covered the sky, they took shape. The old Taoist who was watching from afar saw this scene and trembled in fear. This is. In an instant only 4 words appeared in his mind. White clothes calamity. At this time the man in white heard the voice of a young man behind him. "Your Highness." Chapter 192. The reason why he said it was a youth was determined from his voice and figure. He was dressed neatly as a martial artist. His figure was tall, but it was like a newly plucked bamboo, not losing the inexperienced feeling of a youth. His black clothes were like ink and his hair was also like ink tied up. A knife hung from his waist slender. He slowly raised his head. His face was also covered by a snow-white mask. On the mask was a curved smiling face. One after another, balls of black energy took shape amidst the hissing sound. They were all sucked into the universe creator's sleeve by the white-clothed man. It was as if a river was being poured into a small jade bottle. And that youth remained motionless in the violent black wind. The white-clothed man said, "Who are you calling?" The black-clothed youth was still kneeling on one knee, as if he was submitting, and as if he was making an oath. He replied, "I'm calling you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The white-clothed man coldly said, "I'm not Your Highness the Crown Prince." That black-clothed youth said, "You are. I won't forget your voice and figure." The white-clothed man's voice was tainted with a few traces of anger. "I said I'm not." This white-clothed man was naturally Xiaolian, who was wearing mourning clothes and a sorrowful and joyous mask. His face was hidden behind the mask. No one could recognize who he was. He also didn't want to be recognized. However, this black-clothed martial artist wandering on the battlefield had directly called out his identity. Suddenly, the white silk wrapped around Xiaolian's sleeves leaped out like a poisonous snake. It pounced towards that black-clothed youth. Although it looked like a soft white silk, its attack was very fierce and overflowing with evil energy. Seeing that the black-clothed youth was about to be caught by it, he raised his hand and firmly grabbed onto that white silk. One end of that white silk wrapped around Xiaolian's wrist, and the other end wrapped around the black-clothed youth's wrist, slowly tightening. It wasn't that it didn't want to break free, but that black-clothed youth continued to firmly hold onto it, as if he was firmly pinching the weak point of a poisonous snake. His hand constantly emitted threads of cold air. Without a doubt, this was a departed spirit. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful departed spirit. After sensing the power transmitted from the other end of the white silk that couldn't be underestimated, Xiaolian asked, "What's your name?" After a moment of silence, the youth in black said, "I don't have a name." Xiaolian didn't ask any further and said, "No name means no name." The black-clothed youth said, "You can address me in any way you wish." Xiaolian asked again, "Are you the soul of a soldier who died on this battlefield?" Nameless said, "Yes." Only then did Xiaolian withdraw his hand. The white silk immediately leapt back onto his body. It swaggered its head and tail at the black-clothed youth from afar, as if it was spitting out a poisonous tongue. Since they were souls that had died in battle, it was no wonder that they could respond to him. This black-clothed martial artist was definitely filled with resentment towards the Yong'an people. In other words, he could use them, because their goals were the same. Thus Xiaolian said, "In that case, follow me." He stretched out his hand towards the black-clothed martial artist. "I will let you get what you want." The black-clothed youth's face was also hidden behind the mask, so it was impossible to see his current expression. It was the same for both sides. However, after a moment of silence, he still unhesitatingly grasped the hand Xiaolian extended to him. Deeply bowing his head, he pressed his ice-cold forehead against the back of Xiaolian's hand. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "I pledge my life to follow your highness." However, Xiaolian withdrew his hand and hid both of his hands in his sleeves. Turning around, he coldly said, "You are already dead. Let's go." That black-clothed martial artist stood up. Xiaolian turned around. Only then did he discover that this youth was actually older than he had imagined. He was approximately 16 or 17 years old, which was considered extremely tall for his age. Unexpectedly, he was even a bit taller than Xiaolian. However, this didn't matter. He only glanced at him before turning around and continuing forward. Xiaolian walked in front and sure enough, the nameless black-clothed martial artist followed behind him. "Your Highness, where do you wish to go?" Xiaolian's gaze fell into the distance. Yong'an Imperial Palace. Yong'an Imperial Palace was located in another large city in the west. This city was originally a rather flourishing town, but it had always been suppressed by the Xianlu Imperial City in the east. However, after the Xianlu Imperial City was reduced to an epidemic city, the new monarch chose this place as the new capital. Not long after, it would be able to suppress the old imperial city, and its glory would be boundless. Xiaolian arrived late at night. Under the moonlight, he was like a white cat as he noiselessly leapt across the densely packed roofs of the new imperial city. That black-clothed martial artist was like a black spirit fox, constantly following behind him. Not long after, two figures landed in front of a large door. Xiaolian felt that something was wrong. He could actually faintly feel a bad aura coming from this door, so he stopped in his tracks. Just as he was about to extend his hand to investigate, that black-clothed martial artist took a step forward and blocked his path. Extending a palm, he said in a low voice, "Break." A flame leaked out from the crack in the door, as if something had been burned. Soon after, that black-clothed martial artist reached out and pushed open the door, saying, "Your Highness." Xiaolian stepped through the door and looked down. Sure enough, as expected, there were some charred remains scattered on the ground. Xiaolian took a bit and smelled the scent of fragrant grass and talisman paper. He glanced at that black-clothed martial artist. Sure enough, this ghost was powerful. These burnt remains showed that someone had set up a protective array inside the door. Moreover, the defensive power wasn't weak. If ordinary little ghosts wanted to force their way in or pass through the door, they would most likely be burned to death. However, this black-clothed martial artist had completely destroyed this array in an instant. He didn't know if it was because it was newly built, but this Yong'an Imperial Palace wasn't that gorgeous. On the contrary, it was a bit shabby, far inferior to Xianlu Imperial Palace. This wasn't strange at all. What was strange was that along the way, there were practically endless obstacles. All kinds of defensive items that could ward off evil and set up traps were unending. However, every time Xiaolian sensed something blocking the way ahead, that black-clothed martial artist would take the initiative to break the obstacle and clear the path for him. Therefore, his journey was still unimpeded. An hour later, above the Yong'an Imperial Palace's tall main hall, two slender figures stood on the roofs, overlooking the area below. Both of them were wearing masks. That white-clothed person's large sleeves fluttered in the wind, holding a piece of white silk. On the other hand, that black-clothed person was capable and nimble. A long sword hung from his waist as he guarded the side of the white-clothed person. Both of them were staring in the same direction. Under the moonlight, this scene was strange, treacherous, and strange, yet harmonious. Chapter 193. Nameless said, "Your Highness, I'll open the way." However, Xiaolian said, "No need, I'll do it myself." After saying that, he leaped down like a white flower blown off the branch by the wind, landing silently in front of the palace. Just as he was about to push open the door of the palace, the sound of a baby crying floated out of the palace. Lang Ying didn't have a concubine. His son had died a long time ago. How could there be a baby in his palace? Xiaolian didn't care about this. Not to mention that there was a baby, even if there were thousands of troops hidden inside, he was still fearless. He raised his foot and kicked open the door of the palace. The strange thing was there was only one person in the main hall, there was no second person, nor was there a baby. When he saw who it was, that person raised his head. He said, "You're here. I'm looking for you." The person in the hall was Lang Ying. Although he was already the king, he didn't wear luxurious clothes and sat woodenly on a throne. Xiaolian found it strange for a moment why he had such a reaction. Then he understood that he was wearing a mask and mourning clothes at the moment. Lang Ying had mistaken him for Bai Wuxiang. There was also a formation in this palace. When Xiaolian stepped in, he clearly felt that something was blocking him. However, he exerted a little force with his feet and stepped on the ground inside the hall. The sound of something being crushed could be heard in the air. The cold winter and night outside the hall rushed in, causing Xiaolian's sleeves to be filled with strong wind. He said sinisterly, "Why are you looking for me?" Hearing his voice, Lang Ying's expression changed slightly and he said, "It's you?" Xiaolian slowly walked towards him, his snow-white boots stepping on the cold stone ground step by step. He said, "It's me." Lang Ying was a boorish man who had led troops to destroy Xianlu. With the aura of an emperor, ordinary evil spirits couldn't get close to him. But at this moment, Xiaolian had brought thousands of souls that had died in battle. He didn't believe that such a large number of vengeful spirits with such strong resentment wouldn't be able to do anything to Lang Ying. As expected, the vengeful spirits were restless. They couldn't wait to break free and parasitize the enemy's fresh flesh and blood. It was impossible for anyone not to hear that restless voice, but Lang Ying did not turn pale with fright. "Are you here to kill me?" Xiaolian didn't answer. In the next moment, he flashed in front of Lang Ying, grabbed his hair and pressed him into the ground. Success! The corners of Xiaolian's mouth unconsciously curled up. As expected. He could defeat Lang Ying. Originally, he was bound by his identity as a divine priest, and had no way to deal with this person who had the fate of an emperor. However, after abandoning his identity as a divine priest, he could finally defeat Lang Ying. Xiaolian's heart thumped wildly. Just as he was about to make his next move, his expression suddenly changed. "What's that sound?" Woo, he heard that tiny cry of a baby again. But there was clearly no baby in this hall. He checked again. Something was wrong. That cry came from his subordinate Lang Ying's mouth. To be more precise, it was Lang Ying. Xiaolian tore off his clothes. His eyes widened as he stood up. "What is this?" Lang Ying slowly sat up and said, "Don't be afraid." This sentence wasn't said to Xiaolian, but to the thing on his body. On Lang Ying's chest there were two faces. Each face was the size of a real person, and there was a huge tumor protruding from it. The face of the older one was beautiful, and vaguely resembled that of a woman. The face of the younger one was wrinkled like that of a baby. The intermittent cries came from the mouth of this baby. Human face plague. Xiaolian was stunned. "How can you have a human face plague?" Lang Ying said, "This isn't a human face plague." Xiaolian said, "How is this not a human face plague? If this isn't a human face plague, then what is?" Lang Ying said, "These are my wife and son. It's not the kind of thing you're talking about." As he spoke in a low voice, he raised his hand and gently stroked the two faces on his body. It really was the appearance of a husband and father caressing their wife and child. However, those two faces either couldn't open their eyes or only knew how to cry with their mouths open. They had the shape of a human, but they didn't look like a human. In a flash, Lang Ying raised his head and said, "Where's Bai Wuxiang?" He said that my wife would come back like this, but it's already been so long. Why can't she speak? What's going on? Quickly tell him to come find me. Hearing this, Xiaolian understood and said, "You let Bai Wuxiang raise the resentful spirits of your wife and son on your body?" So it was like this. Along the way, those arrays in the imperial palace weren't meant to guard against external things, but to prevent the things hidden inside from escaping. Lang Ying, who had already become the king, was actually using his own flesh and blood to secretly feed these two resentful spirits. Xiaolian still wanted to find him to settle accounts, but who knew that he didn't even need to do anything? Lang Ying had already planted the human face plague on himself. Those two infected faces had definitely been growing on his body for a long time. Even their tiny hands and feet had grown out, and they hung down cumbersomely. They were deformed and terrifying. Moreover, they had already sucked all the nutrients from their host. Lang Ying's 2 rows of ribs were abnormally protruding, and his lower abdomen had also shrunk. His skin was waxy yellow, and his figure was haggard. He looked as if he didn't have many days to live. He was a completely different person from the brave and fierce martial artist he was on the battlefield. It seemed that even though he had won the war and become the king, his life wasn't that great. Xiaolian didn't feel happy at all. He grabbed Lang Ying and angrily said, "What kind of joke is this?" He hadn't even taken his enemy's life, but his enemy was already about to die. What was this? What should he do? With this grab, something fell from Lang Ying's body. It glowed with a red light, bounced off and rolled far away. Lang Ying grabbed Xiaolian's hand. It seemed that even doing this movement was difficult for him. Panting, he said, "Bead? That bead." Xiaolian turned his head to look. The thing rolling on the ground was actually the red coral bead he had given to Lang Ying. Lang Ying said, "I've always wanted to say thank you for your bead." Hearing this sentence, Xiaolian stared blankly. He didn't expect Lang Ying to suddenly say these words. It was as if something had risen in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. He said, "You." In a low voice, Lang Ying said, "It would have been fine if you had given it to me earlier. Unfortunately." Before he could finish speaking, the body that Xiaolian was grabbing sank. Lang Ying's eyes were wide open as he collapsed. Before Xiaolian could react, Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, he's dead." Xiaolian asked, "Dead?" Lowering his head to look, Lang Ying's pupils had already begun to slacken. He really was dead. Xiaolian muttered, "How could he die like this?" He hadn't done anything to Lang Ying yet, so how could he die? Moreover, speaking of which, he had died quite satisfactorily and happily. He had completed his revenge against Xian Lu. He had brought along his loved ones and was preparing to meet them in the Yellow Springs. He had suffered enough torment in this world, so dying was actually a kind of release. Death was the end of everything. On the contrary, Xiaolian now didn't even have a target to take revenge on. His chest full of grievances and resentment finally transformed into a feeling. Hateful, hateful. This was really too hateful. Lang Ying collapsed and stopped moving. However, the 2 human faces on his chest seemed to know that their host had already died. Suddenly, they began to cry in unison. Woo-wee, the sound was extremely ear-piercing. It was even more unbearable than the sound of fingernails scraping against metal. Xiaolian was already about to go crazy from anger. He pulled out his black sword and was just about to swing it down to shut them up when the black-clothed martial artist pulled out his blade with a clang. The blade flashed, and Lang Ying's corpse was instantly chopped into several pieces. Dozens of pieces, hundreds of pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Before Xiaolian could make a move, he was already 1 step ahead of him. In a cold voice he said, "Who told you to do this?" Wu Ming said, "There's no need to dirty your Highness's hands." At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the door. A youth's voice shouted, "Uncle." "Who?" Xiaolian turned his head and saw that the door to the hall was wide open. A teenager stood at the doorway and was currently looking in his direction. He was originally all smiles, but when he walked in, he saw that the ground was littered with pieces of corpses. He was immediately stunned. Xiaolian was indifferent as he asked, "Who are you?" The youth said, "I." His gaze turned and saw the pieces of corpses on the ground. He exclaimed, "Uncle." At this moment someone outside shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Don't run around. The king said that you can't run around in the palace. Don't make things difficult for me in the middle of the night." "Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Lang Ying's son was already dead. This youth called Lang Ying uncle. So he must be the crown prince that Lang Ying had set up. Crown Prince Yong'an. This crown prince also reacted and said in horror, "Ghost. There's a ghost. Come." Before he could shout more than a few words, the black-clothed martial artist struck his neck, and this crown prince Yong'an fainted in a pool of blood. However, the shout had already spread out, and there was a commotion outside. "What? Did you hear that? Guards! Guards!" Xiaolian's gaze shifted, and the black-clothed martial artist bowed his head slightly, indicating that he would deal with it. He then flashed out. In an instant, the commotion outside was completely cut off. Stepping out of the palace hall, a large number of imperial guards fell to the ground, unable to get up. The black-clothed martial artist stood in the middle, a slender sword dripping with blood. He had actually dealt with it with a single slash. In the distance there was a new commotion. A new batch of imperial guards had arrived, shouting, "Protect the king! Protect His Highness the Crown Prince!" Xiaolian indifferently turned around, ignoring them. Sure enough, in less than a moment, those voices seemed to have been harvested by a blade, completely annihilated. Following which, the black-clothed martial artist silently followed behind. Xiaolian slightly tilted his head, saying, "Burn the palace." Wu Ming nodded yes. A raging fire ignited, and two tall, pitch-black silhouettes stood in front of the raging fire. The shadows on the ground constantly twisted, deformed, and elongated. After such a big ruckus, the palace servants in the Yong'an Imperial Palace had long since been roused. Some were fighting the fire, some were running away, and some were cursing. Cries and shouts filled the sky, exactly the same as when the Xianlu Imperial Palace was burned. The black-clothed martial artist said, "Your Highness, what do you want to do next?" The white-clothed martial artist coldly said, "Go to Lang'er Bay." Before the destruction of Xianlu Empire, Xiaolian had gone to Lang'er Bay countless times. Every time he went, it was to save people in the rain. He was physically and mentally exhausted, and his steps were heavy. This time he came for the complete opposite purpose, but he was completely relaxed. After enduring the drought and obtaining the strong support of the new king, Lang'er Bay had long since recovered its vitality. The streets and alleys were filled with joy, and the passers-by were all in high spirits. It was completely different from the gloomy scene of a few years ago. Only one place was as gloomy as before, and that was the Xianlu Crown Prince's palace. No one would come to the ruined Crown Prince's palace, so Xiaolian chose this as his resting place. At this moment he was meditating in the palace. These resentful spirits should have quickly found their host, the target of their curse. However, because Lang Ying was already dead, they were still bitterly struggling. They unwillingly cried and screamed at Xiaolian, but Xiaolian closed his eyes and casually waved them away. He frowned and said, "Wait, don't be anxious. I will free you all." At this time a voice called out, "Your Highness." Chapter 194. His emotions were still immersed in the screams of those vengeful spirits. For a moment he couldn't come back to his senses. Under the mask his face was covered in cold sweat. In a daze he said, "Don't call me that." Every time he heard someone call him that, it was as if they were reminding him of something, making him exceptionally irritated. Every time he called out he was startled. However, Nameless said, "Your Highness will always be your Highness." Xiaolian looked over. Of course he couldn't see the face of this black-clothed martial artist. He could only see a smiling face. And when the other party looked at his face, he could only see a deathly white mask. He coldly said, "If you call me that again, I'll make your soul scatter. Don't think that you're really that strong." That black-clothed youth bowed his head in silence. Xiaolian calmed down. He said, "Go investigate the area around Lang'er Bay. Find the most suitable place to set up the array." Nameless said yes. Xiaolian closed his eyes and paused. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at that black-clothed martial artist and frowned. "Why haven't you left yet?" That black-clothed martial artist said, "The location has been decided." "Then what about the time?" "Time? The vengeful spirits can't wait any longer. We must help them find the target of the curse. We can't delay it for too long." Indeed, he couldn't delay it for too long. After a moment of silence, Xiaolian said, 3 days from now? Nameless asked again, why 3 days from now? For some reason, Xiaolian felt a little impatient when he talked to him. 3 days from now will be the night of the full moon. At that time, the power of the human face plague will increase greatly. You ask too many questions. Just hurry up and leave. Nameless nodded and left without a sound. Xiaolian closed his eyes again. He covered his forehead, hoping to relieve this headache. At that moment he heard a few cold mockery coming from behind him. When he heard this familiar sneer, all the blood in Xiaolian's body seemed to freeze. He suddenly turned around. Sure enough, behind him sat a snow-white figure wearing a sorrowful and joyous mask and a wide-sleeved mourning robe. The figure's hands were tucked into his sleeves as he looked at him from the altar. By Wuxia. Xiaolian unsheathed his sword and stabbed forward. With a ding sound, the man in white caught the sword with 2 fingers inside. As I expected, this appearance really suits you. If they didn't take off their masks, the two of them would look exactly the same from head to toe. After fighting for a while, the 2 white-clothed people exchanged blows back and forth. Outsiders wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Bai Wuxiang easily dodged Xiaolian's sword while saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you buried your parents in that kind of barren and desolate land. Don't you feel that you wronged them? Xiaolian's heart sank. You touched my imperial father and imperial mother's corpses? You destroyed their corpses. Bai Wuxiang said, No, it's exactly the opposite. I helped you bury them. Hearing this, Xiaolian stared blankly. Bai Wuxiang continued, I helped you bring them to the Xianlu Imperial Mausoleum. I even helped them wear rare and precious jade garments that can protect their corpses from rotting for 1,000 years. This way, the next time you visit them, you will still be able to see their lifelike appearances. He told Xiaolian the location of the Imperial Mausoleum and the method to enter. This should have been told to Xiaolian by the Emperor and the State Preceptor, but before they could do so, they either died or scattered. Xiaolian was bewildered and asked, How do you know the method to enter the Xianlu Imperial Mausoleum? Bai Wuxiang smiled and said, As long as it's related to Your Highness the Crown Prince, there's nothing I don't know. Xiaolian cursed, What the hell do you know? When such vulgar and explicit words came out of his mouth, he still wasn't used to it. Bai Wuxiang seemed to have seen through his thoughts. After sizing him up for a moment, he warmly said, It doesn't matter. From now on there won't be anything that binds you. No one will have any unnecessary expectations of you, and no one will know who you really are. Therefore you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, a strange feeling involuntarily arose in Xiaolian's heart. What was this monster looking for him for? To express goodwill. Yes. Although it sounded ridiculous, Xiaolian's intuition told him that this thing was here to express goodwill. Whether it was burying his imperial father and imperial mother, or comforting him, it was all for this purpose. He must be very, very happy, happier than any other time Xiaolian had seen him. It was as if seeing Xiaolian like this made him especially happy, and he couldn't help but become gentle and intimate. This kind of intimacy actually made Xiaolian want to shed tears of gratitude, but immediately after, he felt even more disgusted. Xiaolian coldly said, Don't be happy too early. Don't think that I'll allow a thing like you to stay in this world. Wait until I destroy Yong'an, then prepare to find you to settle accounts. Bai Wuxiang spread out his hands and said, You're extremely welcome, extremely happy. Even if you want to kill me, I'll still be here waiting for you. When you're strong enough to kill me, then you can graduate from your apprenticeship. However, the smile under his mask seemed to vanish as he said, Will you really destroy Yong'an? Xiaolian asked, What do you mean? Bai Wuxiang said, You can obviously make your move now, so why did you specifically choose 3 days later? Could it be that at the last moment you're hesitating? Could it be that you've reached the point where your country has been destroyed, yet you don't even have the courage to take revenge? Am I going to see another failure of His Highness the Crown Prince? The word failure was extremely ear-piercing. Xiaolian raised his sword to hack down, but he was kicked by a foot, causing him to fall to the ground. Bai Wuxiang didn't know how he managed to seize the black sword in his hand, but his gentle and amiable tone suddenly turned to contempt as he said, Do you know what you look like right now? Xiaolian grabbed the snow-white boots in front of his chest, but no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't move an inch. He was firmly stepped on and couldn't turn around. Bai Wuxiang slightly bent down and said, "You're just like a child in a fit of pique. You haven't made up your mind yet." Xiaolian angrily said, "Who said I haven't made up my mind yet?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Then what are you doing now? What about your curse? What about your death ray, death extermination? Your imperial father and imperial mother, your soldiers, and your citizens are really pitiful to have a god like you. You couldn't protect them when they were alive, and after they died you couldn't even avenge them. You trash." Bai Wuxiang exerted force with his foot, and a few strands of blood immediately overflowed from Xiaolian's throat. Bai Wuxiang's hand hung down as he held his sword. The black jade-like tip of the sword pressed against Xiaolian's throat, cutting through that shackle and awakening some of Xiaolian's memories. He said, "Do you want me to help you review the feeling of 100 swords piercing your heart?" The excessive fear made Xiaolian hold his breath, and he didn't dare to move. After scaring him, Bai Wuxiang once again became amiable. He moved his boots away and helped Xiaolian, who was frozen on the ground in fear, sit up. He tilted Xiaolian's face and made him look in a certain direction. Look. This is how you look right now." What he wanted Xiaolian to see was the ruined statue of a god on the ruined altar. The flower and sword in the crown prince's statue's hands had long since disappeared. It had been burned by raging flames, hacked by hatchets, and thrown to the ground. Half of its body was scorched black, and it was incomplete. It was a tragic sight to behold. It was indeed very similar to the version of himself in Xiaolian's remaining memories. Bai Wuxiang said, "Who gave you this appearance? Do you think it was me?" Xiaolian's brain seemed to have been forcefully washed by him, and then repeatedly poured in new things. He became more and more confused and more suspicious. He even forgot his anger, and said in confusion, "What is your goal? Why do you want to pester me?" Bai Wuxiang said, "I'm here to teach you. The third thing I'm going to teach you is, if you can't save the common people, then exterminate them. Trample them under your feet, and only then will they worship you." After he said this, Xiaolian's head suddenly felt like it was going to explode. He hugged his head and shouted. It was those vengeful spirits. Countless vengeful spirits screamed and wailed in his brain. Xiaolian's head hurt so much that he wanted to roll on the ground. Bai Wuxiang laughed at the side, and said in a warm voice, "They can't wait any longer. 3 days later, if you can't activate the human face plague and can't give them the target of their curse, then the target of their curse will become you. Do you know at that time what will you become?" Xiaolian felt that cold black sword being shoved into his hand again, and a voice said in his ear, "You won't have the chance to turn back." When that wave of headache slowly faded, Xiaolian let go of his hand and opened his eyes. In the tattered crown prince palace, there was still only him. The other white-clothed person that looked exactly like him had long since disappeared. He didn't know how much time had passed, but night had already fallen, and the crown prince palace was dim without light. Xiaolian's heart moved, and he realized something. Of the 3 days, 1 day had already passed. At this time in the pitch-black crown prince palace, there seemed to be a flash of white. Curiously, Xiaolian turned his head, and when he saw clearly what that flash of white was, the pupils under the mask shrank. He snatched that thing and said, What's with this flower?" It was a fresh and delicate little white flower, and it was placed on the damaged, charred left hand of the deity statue. It looked especially white as snow, and also especially miserable. It looked as if the statue had become riddled with scars in order to protect this bouquet of flowers. Xiaolian didn't know why he was so angry when he saw this scene, and he shouted, "Ghost, come out!" Not long after, the black-clothed martial artist with the sword appeared. Before he could say anything, Xiaolian said, "What's with this flower? Who made it?" "You made it?" Wu Ming slightly bowed his head, his gaze fixated on the flower in Xiaolian's hand that seemed to be suffocating. Finally, he said in a low voice, "It wasn't me." Xiaolian said, "Then who put this thing here?" Wu Ming asked, "Why does your highness feel so irritated when you see this flower?" Xiaolian's face darkened, and he threw the flower on the ground, saying, This kind of prank is disgusting. Chapter 195. Hearing this sentence, Xiaolian felt as if he was suddenly slapped in the face. Looking at him, he asked, "Are you mocking me?" Wu Ming replied, "No." Xiaolian said, "Then don't say such nonsense. How could there be that kind of thing?" After a pause, Wu Ming said, "Not necessarily." Xiaolian couldn't help but say, "Enough, what are you trying to say? Aren't you a soldier of Xianlu? I didn't wake you up from the battlefield to listen to you speak for the people of Yong'an. You only need to listen to my orders." The flower on the ground pierced his heart. It pierced his eyes. It made him suddenly embarrassed. As if to vent his anger, Xiaolian rushed up and trampled it to pieces. After trampling it, he found this action inexplicable. Why was there a need to be so angry at such a small flower? He immediately rushed out of the Crown Prince temple. The cold wind blew, then gradually calmed down. Behind him, the black-clothed martial artist also followed. Xiaolian said, "You've already explored this area. Is there anything unusual?" Wu Ming said no. Xiaolian said, "Are you sure? To activate the human face plague, there can't be a single mistake." Wu Ming said, "Indeed." Xiaolian was speechless. He looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, have you thought of how to activate the vengeful spirit plague?" Xiaolian said, "I'm thinking." He looked down at the black sword hanging at his waist. Thousands of vengeful spirits were sealed by him in this black sword, but it could only be sealed for a while. At this time Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, I have a presumptuous request." "Speak." Wu Ming said, "I hope your Highness can give this sword to me, and let me activate the human face plague." Xiaolian turned around and asked why. The eyes of the black-clothed martial artist behind the mask stared at him. He said, "My beloved was seriously injured in this war. His life is worse than death. I watched helplessly as he suffered and struggled in pain." Xiaolian said, So, I hope I can be the person holding the sword and avenge him." His reason was very reasonable, but Xiaolian didn't really trust him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I think you're a little strange." He turned around and walked around Wu Ming. He said coldly, "As far as I can see, you don't look like a vengeful person. Are you really asking me this for the sake of starting the human face plague? That being said, if it wasn't to start the human face plague, then what could it be for?" The nameless black-clothed martial artist bowed slightly to him and said, "Your Highness, I wish for these people to die more than anyone else. Moreover, I hope that they will die by my hands. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you right now." Xiaolian asked, "How do you want to prove it?" The black-clothed martial artist placed his hand on his saber and slowly retreated. When he took 3 steps back, Xiaolian suddenly realized what he wanted to do. He was going to kill someone to prove that he had the heart to take revenge. Xiaolian immediately said, "Stop." As expected, Wu Ming stopped. After examining him for a moment, Xiaolian resolutely said, "No. I want to start it myself." The black-clothed martial artist lowered his head and was still wearing his mask. It was unknown how he would react. Xiaolian also didn't care about other people's reactions. He turned around and softly said, "However, before that, I still have one more thing to do." As he said this, Xiaolian raised that jade-like black sword and stared at the edge of his hand. A strange light flashed through his eyes. The black-clothed martial artist sensed something was wrong and said, "Your Highness, what do you want to do?" He had no time to stop him. In the next moment, Xiaolian reversed the edge of the sword and stabbed that black sword into his abdomen. The next day, on the streets of Lang'er Bay. Recently, the weather hadn't been good. It was gloomy and filled with energy. Sometimes there would be violent winds, and other times there would be an evil rain. Speaking of which, recently, everywhere hadn't been peaceful. It was said that the newly built imperial palace was also on fire. The king and the crown prince were both seriously ill and couldn't get out of bed. They were so sick that they couldn't even see anyone. It was a complete mess full of ominous signs. Only the young children didn't understand anything. They were carefree and still chased and played around. A gust of cold wind swept past, blinding people's eyes. Then a loud bang suddenly came from the fork in the street, and a figure fell from the sky. Everyone on the street was stunned by the sudden loud bang, and looked toward the other side of the street. They saw a human-shaped pit on the ground, and a person was lying flat in the pit. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his white clothes were horribly mottled. In an instant everyone on the whole street gathered over. Who is it? Oh my God, where did he fall from? From the sky? He fell to his death. I don't think so. He seems to be moving. How can he not fall to his death? Wait, what's that on his chest? Is it a sword? When the crowd got closer, they gradually saw the person's appearance. Although his hair was disheveled, his face was quite fair and handsome. However, his eyes were staring straight at the sky, and he didn't look like a living person. But to say that he wasn't a living person, he was still breathing. His chest and abdomen, where the black sword had pierced into his internal organs, rose and fell weakly. At this time someone said in surprise, wait, isn't this His Highness the Crown Prince? Hearing this, other people also recognized him. Really is. It's the original Crown Prince, Xian Li's Crown Prince. I saw him from afar before. Didn't they say that the Crown Prince disappeared? I heard that he ascended. How could this be? What's with that sword? Did it really pierce through? Gary, stop looking, everyone move aside. Can't you move aside? I have to hurry. This street was a fork in the road, leading to two different roads. At this time it was blocked by the crowd. The carriages behind couldn't pass, so they all got off to look. Suddenly someone said, wait, he seems to be saying something? Only then did everyone calm down. They held their breath and listened carefully. After a while the people outside didn't hear any movement, so they shouted, what did he say? What's going on? Did he say anything? The people in the front row said, no. Then what did he say? He said, save me. Xiao Yanping lay on the ground. After saying these two words, he didn't say anything else. The people around him had all sorts of expressions on their faces. They were in all sorts of strange and bizarre postures. A chubby chef said, save him? How do we save him? Someone guessed, he should be saying to pull out this sword, right? That chef looked quite bold and was about to go up to try when he was immediately stopped by the people around him. Don't, absolutely don't. That person didn't understand. Why? The people around him then told him why. You can't do that. Haven't you heard? Didn't Xianli lose the battle? Why did they lose the battle? Because of that human face plague. Why do people have a human face plague? Because there's a god of plague, that is, god of plague. Really? Once these words came out, no one dared to rashly make a move. A large empty space immediately appeared around that huge human-shaped pit. After all, no one knew what was going on with this crown prince of the previous dynasty. Was he a god of plague? Would I be infected with the legendary human face plague if it came into contact with his body? Or would they become extremely unlucky? Moreover, from the looks of it, even if they didn't pull out the sword, he wouldn't die for a while. Since he didn't die after falling from an unknown height with such a loud crash, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. After a moment, someone timidly said, let's report this to the authorities. Didn't they say that this crown prince has ascended to immortality? What's the use of reporting to the authorities? Then what should we do? Everyone talked at once, but in the end, they couldn't come up with any results. They could only call someone to report. As for the rest, they couldn't do anything. Lie down. Then just lie down. Everyone went their separate ways. And so Xiao Yan slept in that human-shaped pit, watching as the crowd around him gradually thinned and disappeared. The blocked carriages bypassed him and left on their own. The children who had been playing on the street were all pulled back into their houses by their parents, but there were still people passing by from time to time. He remained expressionless and didn't say a word. A water peddler couldn't bear to see him and quietly asked his wife, is it really okay to leave him like this? Why don't we give him a glass of water? The peddler's wife hesitated for a moment, looked around and softly said, let's not. If he really is a god of plague, no one knows what will happen if we get too close. The peddler also hesitated and looked around. A group of other peddlers also stared at him with nervous expressions, as if he went up, they would draw a line and stay away from him. In the end, he didn't dare to go up alone and gave up on this plan. Xiaolian just lay there from the morning when the thin dew filled the air, to noon when the sun was high in the sky, and then from sunset until late at night. During this period many people saw him, but very few people got close to him, and no one helped him pull out the black sword from his stomach. Late at night there was no one on the street. Xiaolian was still lying on the ground facing the sky. In the dark night stars twinkled. Just as he was thinking about something, he suddenly heard a clear laughter from above. Ha ha ha. What are you doing? Xiaolian, who was in the pit, moved slightly, but he didn't get up. After the owner of this voice had visited him a few times, his reaction was no longer as intense as before. However, he didn't receive Xiaolian's surprised and angry welcome. Instead, the owner of the voice took the initiative to walk over and stand in front of Xiaolian's head. He bent down, and from the sound of his voice it seemed to be a bit regretful. He bent down and said, "What are you waiting for?" A half-crying, half-smiling mask was turned upside down, just enough to block Xiaolian's entire line of sight. Xiaolian coldly said, "Scram, you're blocking my view of the sky." Being told to scram by Wuxia didn't show the slightest bit of displeasure. He smiled and straightened his back, as if he was an elder who tolerated a willful child. He became even more amiable and said, "What's so good about the sky?" Xiaolian said, "It's better looking than you." Bai Wuxiang said, "Why are you so angry? I didn't stab you with this sword, and I also didn't throw you here this time. Everything was done by you. Regardless of whether you got the result you wanted or not, you can't blame me." Xiaolian remained silent. Bai Wuxiang then said, "Today you wasted an entire day here. What are you trying to prove? Or are you trying to convince yourself of something?" Xiaolian said, "None of your business." Chapter 196. Xiaolian forcefully retorted, "I know no one will come. It's none of your business." Bai Wuxiang leisurely asked, "Then why did you poke a hole in yourself and leave it like this? Are you angry with someone? Right now, no one will feel sorry for you." Xiaolian continued to retort, "I'm happy. It's none of your business." Bai Wuxiang said, "If someone comes to help you, what will you do? No one will help you, what will you do?" Xiaolian scolded, "Why do you have so much nonsense? I'm going to vomit. It's none of your business, none of your business." His words became more and more vulgar and rude, and his tone became more and more irritable. However, he could only scold these few words. Bai Wuxiang seemed to be amused by him and laughed out loud. He sighed, "Silly child." He turned around and said, "Forget it. Anyway, there's only one day left. There's no harm in letting you struggle like an idiot. In any case, no one will come to give you a cup of water or help you pull out this black sword. Remember." Bai Wuxiang reminded him again, "Tomorrow, after the sun set, if you haven't started the human face plague, the curse will descend on you." Xiaolian listened quietly, not moving a muscle. On the third day, Xiaolian was still lying in the human-shaped pit at the fork in the road. Even his posture didn't change. Today's crowd was no different from yesterday's crowd. They all walked far away from him. Each went their own way. Although the matter of the strange man descending from the sky had already been reported, when the other party heard that it was likely to be a god of play, he didn't do anything. He was just lying there like a dead man. He didn't want to go. He said perfunctorily that he would go in a few days. This basically meant that he didn't care anymore. Who knew what would happen in a few days? A few young children curiously ran over and squatted beside the pit to look at the man in the pit. They picked up a branch and secretly poked him. Stealthily poking and prodding, Xiaolian was like a dead fish, unresponsive. They were very curious and wanted to throw something at him to try, but they were discovered by a few parents. They were scolded and locked back home. The water vendor from yesterday also kept glancing over. Xiaolian hadn't had a drop of water for a day and a night. His lips were covered with a layer of dried dead skin. The peddler felt sorry for him and scooped up a bowl of water. He wanted to bring it over, but his wife poked him with her elbow and the bowl flipped over. No one knew if the sky wanted to join in the fun, but after noon it began to drizzle. The peddlers on the street hurriedly packed up their stalls, and the passers-by also shouted to go home as they rushed about. After a while, the rain became heavier and heavier. Xiaolian's face was washed by the rain and became even paler. His entire body was drenched. Noiselessly, a figure in white appeared in front of Xiaolian. The other people on the street did not seem to notice this strange figure. Bai Wuxiang looked down at him from above and said, "The sun is about to set." Xiaolian was silent. Bai Wuxiang said, "You are not the god of plagues, but they would rather believe that you are than believe that you are not. Back then you went against the heavens to reign for Yong'an, but now they don't even give you a cup of water. 100 swords piercing through your heart, it's fine. But now they are not even willing to do something as simple as pulling out a sword for you. They find it difficult." He said with pity, "I told you no one will help you." There was a voice in Xiaolian's heart that was screaming hysterically. Admit it. What he said was right. No. There really was no one, not a single person. As if he heard the scream in his heart, Bai Wuxiang seemed to smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the black sword. He said, "But it doesn't matter. If they won't help you, I will." With that, he used a bit of force and pulled out the black sword from Xiaolian's abdomen. With a dang sound, he threw it to Xiaolian's side. Then the white-clothed figure in the rain chuckled softly, as if he had succeeded, and retreated, leaving the rest to Xiaolian alone. Then he disappeared. After pulling out the black sword, Xiaolian's wound was completely exposed. Being washed away by the rain, the pain that had long been numb once again spread. This was the only thing he could still clearly feel. Thud, thud, thud. A burst of rushing footsteps could be heard. It seemed like there were pedestrians rushing over in the rain. However, Xiaolian was no longer secretly concerned about it like before. He slowly sat up. Who knew that just as he got up, he would hear a blood-curdling scream. Someone beside him fell heavily to the ground. That person was carrying a big basket and wore a bamboo hat to shield him from the rain. Probably because the rain was too heavy, he did not see clearly that there was a person in a pit on the road. When he was near, Xiaolian suddenly sat up and realized it. In addition, this person ran very fast and braked very fiercely. This fall was also very heavy. With a somersault, he sprawled on the side of the human-shaped pit that Xiaolian was lying in. He immediately cursed, "Fuck your mother." The bamboo hat flew away. The basket on his back also flipped over. The shining white rice spilled all over the ground. That person sat on the ground and shouted in annoyance. With a slap, the wet mud and rice on the ground splashed onto Xiaolian's face. He was extremely furious. He jumped 3 feet high and pointed at Xiaolian's nose. "What the hell? I worked so hard to earn some money to buy some rice, and now it's all gone. How many lifetimes of bad luck did I have? Pay up. Don't play dead, pay up." Xiaolian did not pay attention to him. He did not intend to pay attention. That person did not let him go. He grabbed Xiaolian's collar and said, "Do you want to die? I ask you." Xiaolian coldly said, "Yes." That person spat. "Then why don't you fucking roll to the side and die quietly by yourself? Blocking someone else's way in the middle of the road, you should know your place. How immoral." Xiaolian let him grab his collar and shake him. His face was expressionless and incomparably numb. "Curse, curse. It doesn't matter. Curse all you want. In any case, it would all disappear soon." The sun was about to set. That person grabbed the unresponsive Xiaolian and forced him to pay up. If he didn't pay up, he cursed at him. After pushing and shoving for a long time, he finally picked up his bamboo hat from the ground and put it on. Then he walked forward while cursing. Xiaolian was thrown back into the pit with a thump. Gradually, he heard a noise even louder than the sound of the rain. It was the screams of the tens of thousands of undead sealed in the black sword. As the sun set, they crazily screamed in Xiaolian's mind, cheering for their upcoming freedom and revenge. Xiaolian raised his hand and covered his face. Just as he tremblingly reached out his other hand to grab the black sword on the ground, he suddenly discovered something strange. The rain seemed to have stopped. No, it wasn't that the rain had stopped. There was something covering his head, helping him block the heavy rain. Xiaolian suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head. He saw a person squatting in front of him. That person had placed his bamboo hat on his head. Oh, it was actually the person who had just cursed at him. He glared at the other person, and the other person also glared at him, saying, "Why are you looking at me like that? What, you really want to die after I cursed you a few times?" As he said this, he spat on the ground and said, "Isn't it bad luck to have such a mournful face?" That person had just revealed his ferocious appearance, but now that he thought about it, he felt a bit guilty. After muttering a few words, he defended himself, saying, "Fine, fine, just now it was my fault. But I cursed you because you deserved it. Who told you to act up? Besides, who hasn't been cursed before?" Xiaolian's eyes widened, unable to say anything. That person impatiently said, "Fine, fine, fine. Consider it my bad luck. I don't need you to pay for the rice. Why are you still lying here? You're not a child anymore. Are you waiting for your parents to come and pull you up? Get up, get up, get up." As he urged, he pulled and pulled Xiaolian up. Then he forcefully slapped his back twice and said, "Stand up, hurry up and go home." Just like that, Xiaolian was pulled out of this human-shaped pit. The two slaps almost made him fall to the ground, leaving him in a daze. By the time he came back to his senses, that person had long since left. Only the straw-woven bamboo hat was left on his head, reminding him that he had just been pulled out. It wasn't an illusion. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Wuxiang once again appeared behind him. This time he wasn't smiling, and his tone wasn't as leisurely and contented. On the contrary, he seemed to be faintly unhappy and uneasy as he said, "What are you doing?" The rain was still pouring down, and Xiaolian was wearing the bamboo hat that someone had given him. Although his body had long been drenched, at least his head and face were no longer drenched. However, his cheeks were still drenched. Seeing that Xiaolian didn't answer his question, Bai Wuxiang once again said in a low voice, "The sun is about to set. Pick up your sword. Otherwise, you know what will happen." Xiaolian didn't even turn his head as he softly said, "Fuck you." Bai Wuxiang's tone carried a trace of coldness as he said, "What did you say?" Xiaolian turned towards him and calmly said, "Did you not hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again." Suddenly, he ferociously raised his leg. With a thunderous kick, he kicked Bai Wuxiang back several feet. As soon as his leg landed on the ground, Xiaolian covered his wound with one hand and pointed in the direction that Bai Wuxiang flew out. Using his loudest voice, he exhausted all of his strength to curse, "Fuck you. Who do you think you are, to dare talk to me like that? I'm the Crown Prince, Your Highness." On his face, 2 streams of tears had already flowed out. One person. Just one person. Chapter 197. Bai Wuxiang was sent flying with a kick. He flipped twice in the air. He steadily landed on the ground and shouted, "Are you crazy?" He was furious. After so long, this was the first time Xiaolian had seen such a strong emotional fluctuation from this thing. This made him very happy. He grabbed the black sword on the ground and attacked. He said, "I'm not crazy. I'm just back." That kick just now was because he was caught off guard. The next attack wouldn't be so easy. As Bai Wuxiang dodged, he coldly said, Have you forgotten? How your parents left you? How your citizens treated you? How your believers betrayed you? Just for one person, an insignificant passerby. You've forgotten all of this." Xiaolian said, "I haven't forgotten. But..." He swung his sword and angrily shouted, "None of your business." Bai Wuxiang grabbed the edge of the sword. He held it extremely tightly. Blood flowed down and his joints made cracking sounds. He lost some control. Then he muttered in disbelief, "Trash, trash. You're really trash. At this step you can actually go back on your word and turn back." Xiaolian also forcefully pushed the edge of the sword down. He gritted his teeth and said, You disgusted me. So, I absolutely don't want to become as disgusting as you." Bai Wuxiang seemed to calm down a bit. He once again recovered the tone of having everything under his control. He said, "Forget it. This is just your final struggle. Did you forget what I said to you?" Xiaolian gasped for breath. Bai Wuxiang said word by word, "The undead on the battlefield have already been recalled by you. Now it's already too late. They are unstoppable. In the pouring rain, the black sword in Xiaolian's hand emitted a sharp buzzing sound. The sound caused his ears and brain to feel a stabbing pain. Bai Wuxiang said, "What do you plan to do? Is it worth it? Bear the eternal curse for these people?" From the moment he kicked him, Xiaolian had been in a state where his blood was boiling and his brain was in a feverish state. He swung his sword and spoke from his heart. He didn't think about what to do next. Hearing him ask this, he didn't know how to answer. He said, "You can't see what I plan to do. Before that, I'll deal with you first." Bai Wuxiang grunted coldly and said, "You overestimate your ability." Just as he finished speaking, Xiaolian felt his body become light, and his whole person flew up. He immediately calmed his mind and looked for his center of gravity, but before he could find it, a white shadow flashed above him, and another fierce attack came. It was as if Xiaolian had turned into an iron ball and was heavily thrown down. With a loud bang, he smashed deep into the ground. If it was said that Xiaolian was still holding on to the idea that he could win with a burst of power, then this attack had completely sobered him up. He couldn't win. It was too strong. To him, this thing was overwhelmingly strong. Xiaolian had never had this kind of overwhelming thought appear in his mind when he was facing any enemy. It was only when he was facing Junwu that this thought occasionally flashed through his mind. However, it was true that Junwu was strong, but it was a kind of strength that was restrained and could be used freely, which was completely different from Bai Wuxiang. Amidst the toughness of this thing, there was a ferocious sharpness and resentful killing intent. Therefore, with just one move, Xiaolian understood that he would definitely not be able to defeat Bai Wuxiang. Perhaps only Junwu could be an opponent on the same level as this thing. However, right now, his voice couldn't reach Junwu at all. With a fierce kick, Bai Wuxiang's snow-white boot stepped on Xiaolian's chest, and he said coldly, "From the beginning, it was because you overestimated your own capabilities and had wishful thinking that led to all of this." Xiaolian's internal organs shrunk under his foot, and the pain was unbearable, but he endured a mouthful of blood and said, "No, it wasn't me." Bai Wuxiang said, "Huh." Xiaolian reached out and grabbed his boot tightly. His eyes were unprecedentedly clear, and he said with bright eyes, "It was you who brought the human face plague. It was you who caused all of this." Bai Wuxiang snorted, "Perhaps. Few must think that way." Then he smiled and said, "But you must understand, if it wasn't for you overestimating your own capabilities, and vainly trying to go against the heavens, I wouldn't have appeared in this world. I was born in accordance with the will of the heavens." Not only was the fire in Xiaolian's eyes not drenched by the heavy rain, it burned even more fiercely. He said, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I don't need you to teach me, I can learn by myself. If what you represent is the will of the heavens, then something like the will of the heavens should be destroyed." Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the wind blew violently. Bai Wuxiang's voice became gloomy again. He said softly, "I've taught you so carefully, but you're so stubborn. Crown Prince, I've lost my patience." Xiaolian coughed a few more times. Bai Wuxiang said, "But it doesn't make any difference. In any case, you've already awakened them. There's only one last step left. This last step, let me help you." Xiaolian said warily, "What do you want?" Bai Wuxiang bent down, grabbed Xiaolian's hand, and forced the black sword into his hand. Holding it, he raised the sword towards the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and entered the heart of the black sword, and was reflected back. Dense dark clouds began to stir, and a black sea of clouds appeared in the sky above Yong'an City. Countless human faces, hands and feet were tossing and turning inside, as if hell had moved to the sky. At the same time, the sun had set. Xiaolian lay on the ground, his eyes reflecting the rolling black clouds and the lightning and thunder in the sky. Bai Wuxiang threw him down, and the black sword also fell to the ground with a clang. Above the clouds came the screams and roars of a magnificent army. This battle could be set to destroy the heaven and earth. In the streets and alleys, many people were startled. Holding umbrellas, they asked one after another, "What's going on? What's all the noise? My mother! What's that in the sky? Isn't that a human face? The world is in chaos, the world is in chaos." Xiaolian's body and face were covered in mud. He staggered up from the ground and shouted, "Go back! Go back to the house! Don't come out! Go back to the house, run!" The human face plague was about to break out again. Xiaolian waved his hand with all his might, while Bai Wuxiang softly smiled at the side. Xiaolian suddenly turned his head and angrily glared at him. Bai Wuxiang folded his hands in his sleeves and calmly said, "Why are you so angry? Since you can't turn back, why not properly experience the sweetness of revenge? Enjoy it to your heart's content. This is your masterpiece." Xiaolian said, Do you think I don't have a way?" Bai Wuxiang said, "If you still have a way, please." Xiaolian took a deep breath, grabbed the black sword on the ground, and walked to the front of the crowd on the street. Everyone recognized that this was the crown prince of the previous dynasty who had been lying on the street for 2 days. He was neither a ghost nor a god nor a human. One by one they cautiously retreated. Xiaolian shouted, "Everyone stop!" They didn't know why, but even though he was covered in mud, he still had a strange imposing manner. Sure enough, everyone stopped. Xiaolian said, "Do you see those things in the sky?" Everyone nodded their heads in confusion. Xiaolian said, "Those are the resentful spirits that caused the human face plague. The human face plague is about to break out again." That black sea of clouds was truly frightening. Without needing any more convincing, everyone believed his words. Greatly shocked, they said, human face plague? Why is it coming again? Could it really be?" Some people were scared out of their wits, some turned around and ran, but the vast majority anxiously stayed where they were, waiting for him to say more. Xiaolian didn't say anything more. Instead, he held the sword in his hand and raised it forward. He raised this lethal weapon that flashed with a cold light, scaring everyone into retreating a few feet. Xiaolian shouted again, "Take it!" Everyone timidly said, "What?" In the rain, Xiaolian raised the sword and said in a deep voice, "As long as you use this sword to stab me, you won't be infected by the human face plague." Bai Wuxiang's smile seemed to break. In a flash, he calmly said, "Crown Prince, have you gone crazy?" Everyone was also stunned. "This? What are you saying? Is he crazy? Stab him with a sword? Seriously? What does he want to do?" Bai Wuxiang burst into laughter and said, "Have you lost your mind? Or have you not tasted enough of the feeling of 100 swords piercing your heart? No, this time, I'm afraid it will be 10,000 swords piercing your heart. Open your eyes and look at the sky." He suddenly stopped laughing and pointed at the sky. "The resentful spirits have covered all of Yong'an. In other words, if you want to save the common people, you will need everyone in Yong'an to stab you with a sword. Within a day, you will become a pile of meat paste. How is this stupid method different from when you went against the heavens to pray for rain? Do you think you can save all of them?" Xiaolian turned his back to him and said, "If 1 day isn't enough, then 1 month. If 1 month isn't enough, then 2 months, 3 months. If 10,000 can't be saved, then 1,000. If 1,000 can't be saved, then 110, even 1. Bai Wuxiang angrily said, "Why?" Xiaolian raised the sword with both hands and shouted, "No, why? Because I want to. Even if I tell you." He turned his head slightly and said with contempt, "A piece of trash like you won't understand either." The contempt in his eyes was too obvious and too deep. Bai Wuxiang seemed to involuntarily raise his voice and said, "What did you call me?" Xiaolian ignored him and calmly turned to the crowd and said, "1 stab and it'll be fine. I won't die. You all have seen it these 2 days. But each person is only allowed to do it once, and you are not allowed to do anything reckless. Listen to me. Otherwise, I will blow up the head of whoever does anything reckless. Believe me, I can blow up 100 of you with 1 hand." Bai Wuxiang said in disbelief, "You are a piece of trash that caused your country to fall and your family to perish. You dare to call me a piece of trash?" No one dared to take the sword in Xiaolian's hand, but they didn't dare to take it and they didn't dare to run. Bai Wuxiang was ignored by him and became even angrier. He said coldly, "Fine. Then I will see with my own eyes what will happen to you if you insist on doing things your own way. But no matter what happens, you asked for it. Don't break down and cry in the end, saying that you regret it and then come find me." After pushing and shoving for a while, The black cloud in the sky became heavier and heavier as if it was about to collapse. Countless people's screams were still ringing in his ears. Finally, a father couldn't take it anymore and dragged a child over to take the sword. He said, I will take my Xiao Bao to try first. The others were still hesitating. Seeing this, they said in shock, you really want to try? That father was actually also hesitating. He braced himself and said, This he really doesn't seem to die. I'm sorry, big brother. I'm really sorry. I Xiao Bao. As he said that, he used his hand to cover the eyes of the child in his arms and let him hold the black sword. Bai Wuxiang didn't interfere. He only laughed coldly at the side. Xiaolian slightly clenched his fist, waiting for the next attack of pain. In his heart he said to himself, it's okay. It's already hurt too many times. I'll get used to it very quickly. Who knew, just as the black sword was about to pierce his lower abdomen, with a clang it was knocked down by someone. Xiaolian didn't wait for the expected sharp pain. Instead, he waited for a resounding no. He suddenly turned his head to look. The one who knocked down the black sword was actually that water vendor. That vendor was mixed in the crowd. It seemed that he really couldn't stand it anymore. He stood out and said, I say, this really isn't very good, right? Look at his stomach, it's so bloody. Is it really possible that he won't die? Even if he won't die, won't he bleed? That father frowned and said, This? That water vendor's wife secretly tugged at him in the crowd again. That vendor turned his head and said in a low voice, Stop tugging. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it when we get back. Then he turned back and said, Moreover, we don't even know if stabbing him with the sword will really prevent him from getting sick. It's better not to stab blindly, right? That father pointed to the sky and said, But immediately. At this time the child in his arms began to cry. That vendor immediately pointed and said, Look, you told your son to stab someone with a sword. Your son is crying from fright. Sure enough, as the child cried, he threw the black sword in his hand to the ground. He probably didn't understand what his father wanted to do, but he just felt afraid. At this point, that father's thoughts were completely dispelled. He hugged his son and went back into the crowd. A few people were already eager to try, but seeing the first person being thwarted, those behind naturally didn't dare to come out. So they shouted in the crowd, Didn't you hear what he said? The human face plague is coming again soon. He's the god of plagues, bringing it to our heads. That vendor said, But if he's the god of plagues, he wouldn't do such a thing voluntarily, right? He kept talking, and some people became impatient. You also know that he's doing it voluntarily, so what's the problem? Do you want everyone to die together? You just sell your water. You're usually short weight, why do you have to stand out now? That vendor's wife had been secretly tugging at him. When she heard this, she immediately exploded. Her face turned red as she scolded, Bullshit, who's short weight? Come out and say it again. Chapter 198. When he said that, everyone was silent, because he had hit the nail on the head. In the past 2 days, no one had come to help Xiaolian. This water vendor at least had the intention of delivering water, but he did not succeed. As for the others, they did not even dare to look at him. Someone shouted, Then what should we do now? If you don't want to give way, give us a way. Seeing that the crowd was about to be in an uproar again, there were still people who desperately squeezed forward at this moment. Another voice shouted, Who's noisy? Whoever makes another noise, I'll cut him. When he looked again, it was the fat chef who was the first to come up and pull out the sword when Xiaolian fell down on the first day. He seemed to be angered by something. He said, This brother is right. If it weren't for a few people who insisted on stopping me from going up yesterday, I would have pulled out that sword. Why haven't I moved now? Those who stopped me were the fiercest. Pooey. Are you worthy? It's rare to see such shameless people. This chef was big and had a loud voice. He was in a fit of anger and was holding a kitchen knife. It seemed that he had just come out of the kitchen. The few who had shouted the loudest immediately did not dare to shout anymore. Some people who did not know the situation in the past 2 days found out what was going on and said in shock, No way? None of you went up? Yes. Just let him lie there for 2 days? Not even a little help. Some of the people who were being scolded could not take it anymore, they said. Don't say it as if you will go up and help if you are here. What a hindsight. Don't forget, when those damn things come down later, none of you will be able to escape either. Hey, I'm telling you. If I were there, I would definitely go up and help him pull out the sword. Of course it's not tiring to talk after the matter. Wait a minute. What are you all arguing about? It's not a matter of drawing the sword now. As they argued, the two groups of people were about to quarrel, and the rain gradually lessened. However, the black cloud became even thicker, pressing down on the hundreds of people below, making it hard for them to breathe. Suddenly the crowd burst into a cry. Several people pointed at the sky and said, "It's here!" Xiaolian also suddenly raised his head. The human faces rolling in the dark clouds suddenly moved violently. With long tails behind them, they fell rapidly like black meteors. The human face plague had arrived. Everyone was shocked and flustered. Some of them ran away, some of them hid inside their houses, and some of them tried to grab the black sword. However, the black sword that had been knocked to the ground had somehow disappeared, and he had grabbed nothing but air. Xiaolian had been startled by everyone's reaction just now. Only now did he realize this matter. Where's the sword? Who took it? No one had the time to answer. Everyone scattered in all directions. But how could they fall as fast as the vengeful spirits? Soon, the screams of the living and the screams of vengeful spirits came from all directions. After those vengeful spirits caught up to the living, they were like surging black smoke, entangling endlessly. They were everywhere, slowly merging into their bodies. Xiaolian did his best to drive them away, but there were still too many vengeful spirits. He couldn't drive them all away by himself. He watched as countless people were chased in front of him until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The water vendor couple and the fat chef were also entangled by the black smoke, causing them to roll all over the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Wuxiang was standing not too far away, sneering incessantly as he watched with folded arms. Xiaolian was angry and anxious. He steeled his heart and simply roared towards the place where the vengeful spirits were the most concentrated. Hey! After all, he was the main person who had awakened these vengeful spirits. With such a loud roar, those things naturally noticed him. Xiaolian opened his arms towards them and said, "Come to me." The vengeful spirits that had already entangled the living hesitated, not knowing whether they should go over or not. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirits that were still in the air immediately changed their direction and rushed towards Xiaolian. Success! Xiaolian's heart was beating so fast that it was about to stop. He didn't know what would happen. He also didn't know what he would become. However, with a sudden surge of hot blood in his brain, he rushed forward. He felt that even if he had to fight in front of that despicable monster, even if he was beaten black and blue, he absolutely couldn't retreat. Even if there were 1,000 times more vengeful spirits, he would still be invincible. Do you want to see me wallow in self-pity and despair? I won't. Never. The overwhelming black tide surrounded Xiaolian. A vengeful spirit wailed as it passed through his body. In that instant, Xiaolian's heart seemed to freeze as his entire body shivered. Immediately after, a second one, a third one. These things were like wind blades as they fiercely passed through Xiaolian's body. Every time they passed, they would take away some of his remaining warmth. Xiaolian's complexion became paler and paler, but he persisted and didn't retreat. There were only a few hundred of them. He had only persisted for a short while, but there would be more coming soon. The black clouds that filled the sky were all of them. Xiaolian closed his eyes and prepared himself to bear the wrath of all the vengeful spirits with his own strength. Who knew that the next vengeful spirit wouldn't come even after a long time? Puzzled, he opened his eyes and suddenly discovered that the overwhelming black tide that surrounded him had disappeared. This was because they had all turned into rolling black streams and were being sucked in another direction. In his astonishment, Xiaolian turned his head to look. He saw a black-clothed martial artist standing at the end of the long street, and in his hand, he was holding a black longsword. Nameless. Xiaolian had already told him beforehand to let him go by himself and wait for him to activate the human face plague. Why would he appear here now? Xiaolian wasn't sure what the situation was. Nor did he know what the black-clothed martial artist was here for. After being stunned for a while, he immediately ran towards him, shouting as he ran, "Wait! What are you doing? Don't touch! Give me the sword!" That black-clothed martial artist seemed to hear his voice and slightly raised his head. Xiaoyan couldn't see his real face. He could only see a drawn, smiling face. But he had a strange feeling. He felt that the face under the black-clothed martial artist's mask really seemed to be smiling. But this feeling was fleeting. The enormous black tide and the screaming tide formed a whirlwind that converged in that direction. In an instant, it swallowed that black-clothed martial artist. At that moment, Xiaoyan heard a heart-wrenching scream. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. He must have heard this voice somewhere before. Pain. It was so painful that he felt as if he was experiencing it himself. It was so painful that it was better to die than to live. It was so painful that his body and mind were torn apart. It was so painful that his knees fell heavily to the ground. He held his head and screamed. Ah! That burst of pain in his heart came and went suddenly. He didn't know how much time had passed before the surroundings quieted down. Xiaoyan's hands, which were holding his head, slumped down. He raised his head absent-mindedly and looked around. There were people lying on the ground in all directions. Most of them were unconscious, and the vengeful spirits that had been bothering them had all disappeared. This scene left him bewildered. What happened to the human face plague? What happened to the vengeful spirits? What had happened to him? The black torrent had long since vanished into thin air. As for the place where the black-clothed nameless ghost originally stood, only a black sword was left on the ground. Beside the blade of the sword, there was also a small white flower. Xiaoyan staggered to his feet, walked forward, and picked up the flower and sword. He touched his face and looked at his arms. He did not feel anything different on his body. It did not seem like he had suffered some kind of powerful curse. In the midst of his bewilderment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ah! Xiaoyan turned around. Bai Wuxiang stood behind him with his hands folded in his sleeves. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Xiaoyan still hadn't realized what was going on, but he had a faint bad premonition in his heart. Bai Wuxiang glanced at him and chuckled. That bad premonition became even stronger. Xiaoyan frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Wuxiang asked instead, "You still don't know what happened?" Xiaoyan asked what. Bai Wuxiang asked, "Do you know who that ghost was?" Xiaoyan said, The undead of the battlefield?" Bai Wuxiang said yes. But at the same time he was also your last believer in this world. Now he's gone. Oh. Believer? In this world he actually still had believers. After a long while, Xiaoyan was finally able to say a few words. He said with difficulty, "What do you mean gone?" Bai Wuxiang unhurriedly said. His soul flew away and scattered. Xiaoyan found this a little hard to accept. How did his soul fly away and scatter? Bai Wuxiang said, "Because he was cursed in your place. The undead you summoned back ate him until not even a scrap was left." The undead he summoned back? He was cursed in his place. Bai Wuxiang then said, "That's right. This isn't your first time seeing him." Xiaoyan stared at him blankly. Bai Wuxiang said with great interest, "This ghost seems to have been following you. At first I saw that he had a deep grudge, so I grabbed him and asked him about it. Who knew the results were very interesting. Hungry Ghost Festival, Lantern Night, Ghost Fire Soul. Do you still remember?" Xiaoyan muttered, "Hungry Ghost Festival? Lantern Night? Ghost Fire Soul?" Bai Wuxiang leisurely hinted, "This ghost, when he was alive, was a soldier under your command. After death he became an undead that followed you. Because of you he died in battle. Because of you, 100 swords pierced his heart and turned him into a malicious spirit. Also because of you he activated the human face plague and died." Xiaoyan seemed to vaguely remember something. However, he hadn't even seen this believer's face. He didn't even know his name. What could he possibly remember, and how much could he possibly remember? Perhaps there really are believers of your highness who are worshipping you in this place. Yes, there are. Furthermore, he's the only believer. Bai Wuxiang seemed to say a lot more. But Xiaoyan was in a trance and didn't hear anything. Finally, Bai Wuxiang said, A god like you is pitiful and laughable enough. Being your believer is even more pitiful and laughable to the extreme. Previously, Xiaolian hadn't reacted to Bai Wuxiang's ridicule. But now that he heard this thing's self-righteous evaluation of his believer as pitiful and laughable, Xiaolian felt as if he had been stabbed by a sword. He rushed forward but was captured in a single move. Bai Wuxiang coldly said, "You won't be able to defeat me like this. How many times do I have to repeat myself before you recognize the truth?" Xiaolian didn't have any intention of defeating Bai Wuxiang. And it didn't matter even if he couldn't win. He just wanted to beat this thing up. What do you know? What right do you have to mock him? That was the only believer he had in this world. Bai Wuxiang said, "A believer who follows a loser. Why can't I mock him? You're stupid, and your believer is even more stupid. Listen, if you want to defeat me, you have to follow my teachings. Otherwise, don't ever think of defeating me." Xiaolian wanted to spit at him with all his might, but he couldn't even breathe. Bai Wuxiang flipped his other hand, and a joy and sorrow mask appeared in his palm. He said, "Now let's start again." He was about to press this mask onto Xiaolian's face. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, rumble, rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Strange rays of light shot out from the clouds. Bai Wuxiang vigilantly stopped his movements. What is this? Heavenly tribulation? Oh! After a pause, he rejected it. Wrong. Wrong. It was heavenly tribulation, but it wasn't just heavenly tribulation. A man's deep voice resounded in the sky. "He can't defeat you. What about me?" Xiaolian suddenly raised his head. He didn't know when, but at the end of the long street in front of him, a young martial god dressed in white armor appeared. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of faint white spiritual light. His hand rested on his sword as he walked forward step by step. In this gray and dark world he killed his way out. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Junwu. After the rain had passed, Xiaolian sat on the scorched black ground, slightly gasping for breath. Junwu sheathed his sword and walked over. He said, "Xianlu, welcome back." His expression was tired, and there were still bloodstains on his face. Those were left by Wuxiang. In addition, Junwu's body was also covered in dozens of large and small wounds. It couldn't be said that they weren't heavy. However, Bai Wuxiang's injuries were even more severe. He was so severe that he had been beaten to the point that his spirit had dissipated. All that was left was a broken joy and sorrow mask on the ground. Hearing him say return, Xiaolian was startled. He touched his neck, and only then did he discover that the curse had already disappeared. Junwu smiled and said, "Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. The time it took for you to return was even shorter than I had imagined." Xiaolian gradually regained his senses. He also smiled, but it was a bitter smile. After he calmed his breathing, he said, "Dijun, I want to ask you a favor." Junwu said, "Sure." Xiaolian asked, "Aren't you going to ask me what it is?" Junwu said, "In any case, when you return to the immortal capital, you'll have to ask for a gift. Just treat this matter as a gift for your return." The corners of Xiaolian's mouth twitched. He stood up and looked straight at Junwu. Then he solemnly said, "Then I ask you to banish me to the mortal world once again." Hearing this, Junwu's smile disappeared. He asked, "Why is that?" Xiaolian honestly said, "I did something wrong. The second human face plague was started by me. Although the consequences didn't seem too severe. That was because it was just a nameless ghost that disappeared. And in this world, there probably wouldn't be anyone who would care about such a nameless ghost. Therefore, it seemed that the consequences weren't too severe." Junwu slowly said, "If you know what's wrong, then you're already right." However, Xiaolian shook his head and said, "Just knowing isn't enough. If you do something wrong, then you should be punished. However, for my mistake, the one who will be punished in my place is..." He raised his head and said, "Therefore, as a punishment, I ask Dijun to bestow me another curse. No two. One to seal my magic power, and the other to disperse all of my luck." Junwu slightly frowned and said, "Disperse all of your luck? Then wouldn't you be extremely unlucky? Wouldn't you really become a god of plagues?" In the past, Xiaolian indeed cared a lot about being called a god of plagues. He was extremely resistant to it, feeling that he was greatly insulted. But now he didn't care. He said, if I'm a god of plagues, then so be it. It's fine as long as I know I'm not. After he dispersed his own luck, it would naturally be distributed to other people who were too unlucky. This could be considered compensation. Junwoo reminded him, it'll be very embarrassing. Xiaolian said, if it's embarrassing, then it's embarrassing. To be honest, I feel I'm almost used to it. Although he didn't want to get used to this kind of thing, once he got used to it, he would really be immune to hundreds of poisons. Junwoo looked at him and said, Xianle, you have to understand. Without magic power, you aren't a god. Xiaolian sighed and said, Dijun, I understand this better than anyone. Pausing, he was a bit vexed and disappointed as he said, people say that I'm a god, so I have magic power. But in reality, I am not the god they think I am, and I may not be invincible like they wish. Would a god fail like this? He wanted to protect his own people, but he let their corpses litter the land. He wanted to take revenge, but he stopped at the last moment and failed at the last step. Bai Wuxiang wasn't wrong about this failure. If it's not, then it's not. Junwoo carefully stared at him. After a long time he said, Xianle has grown up. These words should have been said by Xiaolian's elders. Unfortunately, his imperial father and imperial mother didn't have the chance to say this. After a while Junwoo said, since this is the path you chose, then fine. However, if you want me to demote you to the mortal world, there must be a reason. He couldn't casually demote a heavenly official like it was child's play. What did he think the heavenly court was? This Xiaolian actually had an idea. He said, Dijun, I don't think we've ever fought with our full strength. Junwoo immediately understood what he meant. He smiled and said, Xianlu, I'm injured. Xiaolian said, I'm also injured. Let's call it even. Junwoo nodded and said, if that's the case, then I won't be lenient. Xiaolian smiled and his eyes flashed with eagerness. He said, I won't either. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was demoted again. After the spectacular second heavenly tribulation, Xianle Crown Prince Xiaolian aggressively returned to the heavenly court. However, he only ascended for less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn before he was beaten down by the martial god emperor. All the heavenly officials couldn't understand what this person was trying to do. However, Xiaolian also couldn't understand what the other heavenly officials wanted to do. Was there a need to be so curious? They watched him every day. They pretended to be mortals and animals. They had been peeping at him for a few days. Was a big man moving bricks and pasting mud so good to watch? Just as he was wondering, the foreman behind him shouted, Newcomer, it's you, I'm talking to you. Work honestly, don't be lazy. Xiaolian hurriedly sat up and loudly responded, oh. He grabbed a broken palm leaf fan and fanned himself. In front of him there was a small stove built with bricks. On the stove, a big pot of rice was cooking. This was the construction site where he moved the mud. However, the bricks had already been moved. Not far away, 2 new temples had already been built. Now his task was to cook. While he was cooking, 2 carriages pulled 2 tall statues of gods over. Xiaolian absent-mindedly threw things into the pot. While he was busy, he took the time to look. The 2 statues were carried into 2 different shrines. The one on the left cheered, Hello General Xianzhan. General Xianzhan is kind-hearted. Xiaolian was speechless, using the word kind-hearted to praise Mu Qing. Was this group of believers serious? However, they seemed to have a good reason for it. After all, everyone knew that Mu Qing ascended because he had cleaned up the stubborn remnant resentful spirits in Xianli's old imperial city. It wasn't impossible to understand it as kind-hearted. In any case, everyone in the old imperial city was very grateful to him. Not to be outdone, the person in the room on the right shouted, Greetings, General Zhu Yang. General Zhu Yang is brave and invincible. Xiaolian nodded. He didn't have any objections to this point. However, when it came to women, it wasn't necessarily the case. The believers on both sides roared at each other, trying to drown out the other. Their roars made Xiaolian's ears hurt. He sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. In his heart he thought, why bother? If they hated each other so much, wouldn't it be fine if they didn't build their temples in front of them? Adjusting the bamboo hat on his head, he said, "Fine, if you don't want to pay, then don't pay. I'll go make a living." No matter what was said, he still had a unique skill, shattering rocks with his chest. After walking for a while, Xiaolian suddenly discovered a small red flower on the side of the road. It was extremely cute. Squatting down, he lightly touched its petals. His mood was extremely good as he said to it, "I hope we'll meet again in the future." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.